go live. All right, good morning, everybody. Before we get going here, just some quick introductions. My name is Eric Gunderson, Director of Maine's Office of Marijuana Policy. And before we begin today's hearing, I wanted to introduce a special guest that we have for you this morning. Joining us this morning is DAF's Commissioner Kirsten Figueroa. Commissioner Figueroa, would you like to say a few words before we get going?
Thank you, Eric. Good morning. As Eric indicated, my name is Kirsten Figueroa, and I am the Commissioner of the Department of Administrative and Financial Services. It is my pleasure to join you today to welcome you to the Office of Marijuana Policy's Medical Marijuana Rulemaking public hearing. The Mills administration created the Office of Marijuana Policy, or OMP, within DAF's in February of 2019. Since that time, OMP has been responsible for the oversight of all aspects of legalized marijuana in Maine. One of the first things the office set out to do was to establish a mission statement, vision statement, and 5 guiding principles. Some of the most notable themes contained in these documents are protecting the public's health and safety, the importance of transparency and communication, and the goal of developing a good faith partnership with those the office oversees in its role as a regulator. Unlike some organizations which establish these foundational virtues and then place them on a shelf to gather dust, OMP has been fully committed to its mission, vision, and values since day one. For example, did you know that the preliminary draft rule and informal comment period the office conducted back in January was completely voluntary? Maine law does not require such an opportunity prior to an administrative agency choosing to begin rulemaking. It was important for OMP to go above and beyond the requirements of the Maine Administrative Procedures Act in providing this opportunity for stakeholder engagement and input during rulemaking. OMP has established a practice of doing so because 1, the office's ongoing commitment to transparency, 2, the vast changes to the medical program since the rule was last updated, 3, the success the office had with this process during the adult use rulemaking process, and 4, OMP's desire to propose a rule that works to the greatest degree possible for all interested stakeholders. And importantly, this informal process helped get us to the point we are at today, a public hearing on a proposed rule that has already benefited from improvements as a result of public feedback. As we open this hearing and accept public comments, we do so in the context of OMP's 5th guiding principle: treat everyone fairly and with respect. While I understand that there may be some significant disagreement about the proposed medical marijuana rules, we hope and expect that the discourse of today's hearing will remain respectful at all times. We ask that the comments stay relevant and are as specific as possible. This is not the venue for a discourse on the laws and legislative action that brought us here. And as should always be the case, there is no room for disparaging remarks or personal attack. Any such remarks or behavior will be immediately stopped by our proctor. I thank you in advance for your thoughtful, relevant, and valuable input, and wish you all a pleasant and informative public hearing. Thank you for the opportunity, Eric. I appreciate your oversight and input to this entire process, and I wish you all well today.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us, Commissioner. We really appreciate it. So before we get into the actual hearing itself, we have some housekeeping that we want to go through between myself and some of the other panelists here today with us. So the purpose of today's hearing is to invite testimony from members of the public regarding the proposed rule which will govern the medical use of marijuana program in Maine. I'm joined today by several colleagues. Serving as panelists for today's hearing are Anya Trundy, Scott Lever, and Gabby Pierce. Anya serves as the Chief of Legislative and Strategic Operations for the Department of Administrative and Financial Services, and Scott Lever serves as OMP's Deputy Director. Throughout the day, circumstances may call us away from the hearing. However, at least one of our members of the panel will always be present and on camera for the proceedings. In addition to Scott, Anya, and Gabby, I'm also joined by Killian Q. Lou, and David Heydrich. We may rely on their expertise if necessary throughout the course of today's hearing. Before we begin, I have a few procedural items to cover for today's hearing. First, in accordance with the Maine Administrative Procedures Act, we are required to publish notice of proposed rulemaking activity in the Secretary of State's Notice of Agency Rulemaking column at least 17 to 24 days prior to the public hearing. The notice for this hearing was published on Wednesday, March 3rd, 2021, in 5 major newspapers in Maine. Additionally, OMP announced the plans for this public hearing via press release and letters to stakeholders on Tuesday, March 2nd. The statutory authority for the rulemaking appears in Title 22 and is a necessity to align the program with changes that have occurred to the underlying statute in the 3 years since the existing program rule was last amended. Since that time, there have been numerous substantive changes to the medical program, most notably in 2017, LD 1539, which is widely regarded as the most significant overhaul of the medical program since its inception over a decade ago. Some other pieces of legislation that have amended the medical program include LD 238 and the 128th, an act to amend the Maine Medical Use of Marijuana Act, LD 1719, an act to implement a regulatory structure for the adult use marijuana, and the 129th, LD 538, an act to ensure access to medical cannabis for visiting qualifying patients, LD 1129, an act to clarify certain provisions of the Maine Medical Use of Marijuana Act, LD 1218, an act to allow Maine medical marijuana caregivers to measure cultivation limits by plant canopy size, LD 1505, an act to amend the marijuana laws to correct inconsistencies in recent enacted laws, LD 1735, an act to clarify the pathway for registered dispensaries under the Maine Medical Use of Marijuana Act to become for-profit entities, and LD 1738, an act regarding medical marijuana. For the purpose of today's hearing, I will be acting as the chair, and as such, I will make decisions related to the meeting and the participation. We ask that participants be respectful and appropriate with their comments, communications, and activities. Those giving testimony, your remarks should be limited to the rule under consideration today rather than attempting to rebuff or refute testimony provided by others. Second, if you're streaming at home on YouTube, at the same time you present in the Zoom webinar, please mute or close that window as you prepare to give your testimony. There's about a 20 to 25 second delay between the events happening via Zoom and those broadcasting on YouTube, which can both distract for audio purposes. If you have to step away or take a call when it's your turn to provide testimony, OMP will return to your name at a later point in the hearing. Please note if you stepped away and the meeting is otherwise prepared to conclude prior to your return, the public hearing will close. When it comes time to providing testimony, OMP will identify the names of those individuals next up in the queue. When that occurs, please use Zoom's nonverbal raise hand feature to identify yourself. That way we'll be able to find you in the list and elevate you to provide your testimony. When it's your turn to testify, we'll elevate you from the attendees to a panelist. To enable you to give that testimony, please be sure to unmute yourself and enable your video. When this occurs, you will temporarily leave the Zoom webinar and rejoin the elevated permissions. Please do not close the Zoom window when this happens. It's going to look like you may have dropped off, but in about 2 or 3 seconds, you will join as a panelist. Participants joining the hearing exclusively by phone may press star 9 to raise their hand and to be recognized, and star 6 to unmute their lines. The Office of Marijuana Policy understands with any change, growing pains are inevitable and learning opportunities will present themselves. So we appreciate your patience as we go through this fully remote public hearing. With that, to wrap up some of the housekeeping items, I'll turn it over to Anya Trundy.
Thank you. Today, we will hear testimony from persons present who wish to speak either for, against, or neither for nor against the proposed rules. In addition to providing feedback on the form and content of the proposed rules, members of the public may also pose questions about the rules. At our discretion, OMP staff will attempt to answer questions posed through testimony. If a question cannot be answered today, the office will send a written reply within a reasonable time after the hearing using the contact information collected during the registration process. If you wish to testify, please state your name, town of residence, and the organization you represent, if any, before beginning your remarks. Public comment on the rules, both during the public hearing and written public comment period, should be limited to the current rulemaking activity. If possible, please be prepared to identify the specific sections and/or pages of the rule to which you are addressing your testimony. Testimony from the public will be received in groups of 5 and rotate in the following order: those speaking in favor of the proposed rule, those speaking in opposition to the proposed rule, and those speaking neither for nor against the proposed rule. Participants wishing to testify will be limited to 3 minutes each. Please prioritize your comments to those most important to you. You may submit additional written materials to accompany your testimony or in lieu of verbal testimony. You'll see a clock appear on your screen with the countdown. There is no limit to the amount of written testimony that may be submitted, and the public comment period for the rulemaking activity will remain open until 5 p.m. on Thursday, April 1st. Please be mindful that today's hearing is being recorded and live streamed on the internet via YouTube. Additionally, written testimony submissions are public records and available to all interested parties once submitted. Eric.
Great. Thank you, Ani, and thank you for everybody hanging with us as we went through all of that housekeeping. So we can now move to the point where we accept public testimony. So attendees are reminded that the purpose of today's hearing is to receive public comment on the rules developed by the Office of Marijuana Policy to govern Maine's medical use of marijuana program. Comments on changes that should occur to statute or other rules promulgated by OMP are not germane to today's proceedings. With that said, I will begin the hearing with the first individuals to testify. So the first 5 individuals testifying in support of the proposed rule are Randy Corey of Frederick, Ralph Everett of Bethel, Jody Everett of Bethel, Alicia Maines of Dexter, and Sean Gamsjarger of South Berwick. Sorry about the names. So Randy, when you're elevated, feel free to turn on your camera, unmute yourself. Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Great. Good morning, Commissioner Figueroa and Mr. Gunderson and members of the Maine Office of Marijuana Policy. I'm Randy Query, Director of Government Relations for the American Association for Laboratory Accreditation, A2LA. I've been involved with laboratory accreditation for well over 2 decades. On behalf of A2LA, I'm commenting on the proposed medical marijuana rule as it pertains to laboratory sampling, testing, and accreditation. By way of background, A2LA is a nonprofit accreditation body with over 3,800 actively accredited certificates representing all 50 states, including 80 organizations accredited for cannabis testing. We have been granting accreditation to testing laboratories in various industries since 1979. The criteria forming the basis for our laboratory accreditation program is IEC 17025, General Requirements for the Competence of Testing and Calibration Laboratories. We ourselves, as an accreditation body, have been evaluated against rigorous standards in providing this accreditation service and are recognized globally as an International Laboratory Accreditation Cooperation, or ILAC, recognized accreditation body. So in establishing, implementing, and further refining a medical marijuana program, laboratory testing and the ensuing test results are critical to the program. Regular laboratory assessments leading to accreditation will provide the users of the test reports with confidence that the data is backed by a quality management system, technically competent sampling and testing, qualified personnel, and the use of appropriate facilities and test equipment. Although we're in support of the proposed rule, we have some recommendations for improvement. Under definitions, we recommend that definition be included for marijuana testing facility. This term is used frequently throughout the proposed rule, and no definition exists, nor could a reference be found directing one to another source of the definition. Qualification criteria or accreditation requirements were not identified. In general, we have some comments. We recommend the proposed rule specify that sample collection of harvested marijuana containing marijuana regulated under this rule be collected by the accredited marijuana testing facility. This will ensure that the sample is collected appropriately and objectively by an impartial sampling agent. The accredited marijuana testing facility can be assessed by an accreditation body to ensure that the marijuana testing facility has appropriate sampling procedures and are implementing the appropriate sampling procedures using trained personnel. These accredited testing laboratories are important for the consumers of Maine as they are analyzing the cannabis for contaminants such as mold, mildew, heavy metals, plant regulatory and illegal pesticides, and for the potency cannabinoid profile. Thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you very much. So next up is Ralph Everett of Bethel.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Good morning.
Okay. First, I want to say good morning to everybody, and I want to thank you guys for your hard work on the new proposed rules. While we welcome more transparency to the rulemaking process, and also especially on the testing end, to provide a safe product to the general public and the medical marijuana patients of Maine, we believe that some of the new proposed rules are not technical in nature, and they're more substantial rule change requiring legislative approval and an impact study, financial impact study. One of those of major concerns to us and over the 80 caregivers we've reached out to in the last day or so here is 6.2.2. It's a major concern as most husband and wife or family caregivers are set up under the same business entity and have been for years. We started to reach out to caregivers yesterday, and we're hearing the same story from numerous caregivers, primarily the ones that have stores that have expanded and became kind of a bigger player in the industry. And we're hearing the same thing. And this doesn't exactly go back to OMP, but it goes back years when we all contacted DHS, including ourselves, if we could operate under the same business entity. And we were told yes. My wife and I are actually assigned our caregiver cards, both of which say doing business as Moosehead Farms. So OMP, DHS has been basically licensing us to do this. This is also the same case with numerous other caregivers we have talked to. If you look at the statute 2423A, number 2, section Q, it specifically reads, be organized as any type of legal business entity recognized under the law of the state. This is a change on the new proposed rules that we feel would require legislative approval because that specific wording says that we can be organized under the state of law as any organized legal business of the state. The statute does not state it as to be a single business entity or a single ownership. A legal business entity organized under the laws of the state of Maine can be multi-member and have business partners or members. Nowhere in the statute does it state that a caregiver must be a single business entity. In talking with the more than 80 caregivers in one day that we've reached out to, they are primarily husband and wife or family situations, including grandma and granddaughter, fathers and daughters, all operating under the same business entity. And most of them have been told that they could do that when they contacted DHS and also the Maine Revenue Service when we got our tax ID numbers. This industry did not become one of the largest revenue generators for the state of Maine without caregivers organizing as a business entity and taking on partners, allowing us to expand with the equipment and resources we needed to get the industry to the point where it is today. We have several other concerns that we will address.
Mr. Everett, you've gone past your 3 minutes. If you could
Okay.
bring it to conclusion, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, my wife's
Thank you.
up next, so you can go ahead and skip her.
Okay,
Okay.
perfect.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, were you finished, Mr. Everett? Did we lose Mr. Everett?
I'm still here. My wife was up next, but you can go ahead and skip her. We're going to submit more written testimony.
Great. Well, thank you so much for your
Okay.
comment.
Yep. Thank you, guys. Have a nice day.
Sure. So next up are Alicia Maines of Dexter and Sean Gams-Jarger of South Berwick. And again, please raise your hand so we can find you in the list to elevate you. And if you are on the phone, please press *9 to raise your hand, and then we can elevate you to give public comment. Okay, so the next to provide testimony are Dr. Kelly Roberge of Berwick, Aaron Barth of Berwick, Susan Meehan of Sweden, Grant Ellis of Cambridge, and Nicole Body of Kingfield. So Dr. Kelly Roberge will be elevating you now. Seems like we're going to jump out of order as the first three are not in the waiting room. Again, when we call your name, if you could raise your hand using the raise hand feature, that way we can elevate you. So we are elevating Grant Ellis to provide testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Director. I'm so sorry I couldn't find the raise hand button, but I'm here now, and I appreciate not only your time today, but also the time of the staff and the accommodations of the staff who were so kind to provide closed captions for myself. I'm a disabled medical cannabis patient. My name is Grant Ellis. I'm also the president of the Massachusetts Cannabis Reform Coalition. When I fell disabled, I was a graduate student down at Boston College, and I was going to be a Jesuit priest and pursuing a degree in political philosophy. After a surgery went wrong, I spent 18 months in and out of the hospital. And after coming out of the hospital, I was completely disabled and on SSDI. It was thanks to medical cannabis that I was able to transition off pharmaceutical narcotics while recovering with family in Maine. And I owe my current day-to-day functionality to medical cannabis. I'm speaking on the rules today because I have a number of concerns that I will enumerate now and also in follow-up written testimony. In particular, just as a general overall principle, what worries me about these rules as written is that they're going to raise prices for patients like myself and also take away access to medical cannabis by reducing the number of operational caregivers in the state. Specifically, I have concerns with 6.1.2F paragraph 4, because I think that system, although it's well-intentioned, will end up making it nearly impossible for someone like myself on SSDI to purchase medical cannabis from my medical caregiver. So in particular on that section of the regulations, I would implore OMP to consider scaling back some of the onerous security requirements to ensure those costs are not passed down to the most vulnerable patients. Another issue is in section 3.1, the ability to get remote certified for homebound patients like myself who are not using their family or primary care provider is a big issue. As a homebound person, I rely on those remote certifications to be able to obtain my medical cannabis card, and I'd hope you consider adding them back in. 7.1.3, the seed to sale tracking, I understand the intention as well, but it would also compound those same issues that I was speaking about before, where those costs, which could be $50,000 per year for some operations in labor alone, are only going to end up passed on to the most vulnerable patients. And I think there's a middle ground that might be able to be found there that doesn't result in those exorbitant prices, but also allows the department to oversee the cannabis retail stores. Furthermore, I think that 11.3.3C is also a bit too onerous and will also raise prices for patients because it's a little overboard in terms of the surveillance cameras required. And as another 6.2.2, I think is also the single-handedly the most dangerous aspect of the regulations as proposed, because it will undermine access to caregivers for patients like myself by not allowing them to do what they've already been doing, which is operate as a single business entity with multiple operations. So thank you very much for allowing me to be heard today, and I wish you all the best.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Ellis. Is Nicole Body? Okay, we'll circle back to the first three there before Mr. Ellis to see if they're in the waiting room. Dr. Kelly Roberge, Aaron Barth, and Susan Meehan. We'll give it a second for us to see if they're in the waiting room and elevate them to provide their testimony. All right, it seems they're not in the room. And as we said at the top of the meeting or the hearing, we will continue to circle back to see if those individuals have entered the waiting room so they can have that opportunity to provide that testimony. But now we will go to the next five in the list. Again, if you could raise your hand, we can easily find you in the list to elevate you to provide that testimony. We have Matthew Dubois of Bangor, Andrew Thatcher, Hillary Lister of Augusta, J.D. Dobson of South Portland, and Jason Gall of Augusta. All right, Andrew Thatcher, I believe you're a panelist. If you could unmute yourself and turn on your video if you wish. You're up.
My video. Here we are. Colleagues, good morning. Sorry, I thought I was going to be way at the end of the session. My name's Andrew Thatcher. I live and work in Brunswick, Maine. I actually have been a registered patient in the medical program for 2 years. And I am spearheading a alliance that is an amazing group of participants, both licensed and in the case of others not licensed, but actively participating in the market in Maine in the medical program. The work is under the name Seed to Health #2. And our focus has been on how we build, not just with cannabis, but with cannabis as a catalyst, how we build a learning health system here in Maine as a opportunity to set the pace for learning health and learning health care in a more progressive and successful way than we have yet to see in this country. Cannabis is a remarkable catalyst in aspects of innovation, health efficacy, and broadly speaking, not to be restricted to disease and disease recovery, but health and general health management. And that includes preventive health. We have a platform that we use for building consensus among us. We represent physicians, manufacturers, caregivers, lab testing scientists, patients, a voice that I am fearful may not be as well represented in these rules as they should be, and many other stakeholders. What our concerns are will be articulated, I hope, successfully in the results of all of these people commenting on your rules, a process that we put into gear 4 or 5 days ago. And we will be responding, tying our comments to your rules, specifically within the context of innovation, access, and access we view as convenience and affordability. And we will be getting these rule comments back to you by the 5th. But I do ask that you take time, as I know you will try to really reflect on this. This is a very important asset in the state of Maine. And I think the rules currently postured are not celebrating the strength that lies within this unique opportunity that Maine has to bring forward cannabis as a catalyst and an integrative health therapeutic in our nation. That's really my comments. But you will receive them in writing, and I would dare say it'll be at least 30 pages of comments.
Well, we appreciate all of the feedback that we get. Thank you, Mr. Thatcher. Do any of the panelists, I've been forgetting to ask if anybody has any questions for those providing testimony. All right, thank you, Mr. Thatcher.
You're most welcome. Good luck.
Thank you. Next up, we have Hillary Lister from Augusta.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning. Thank you, Director Gunderson and staff of OMP. My name is Hillary Lister, and I had originally planned to comment on the rule changes regarding hospice and long-term care facilities. However, comparing the language from the preliminary draft with the current draft, it looks like most of all of those concerns have been addressed. So I'm just going to focus on 2 other sections of rule changes that appear to be changes that aren't reflective of any direction by legislation to make rule changes and could create some complications. The first change is in section 2.1.3 part D, which would specify that a patient who is in secondary school may not cultivate medical marijuana for that patient's medical use. Currently, the law has no prohibition on allowing a patient who is at least 18 years of old to cultivate for their personal medical use whether or not they are enrolled in a secondary school. And there are many 18 and 19-year-olds who are currently enrolled in high school, secondary school. The fact that a patient who's 18 years old and has a medical condition is also completing their education should have no relation on whether they may legally cultivate for their personal medical use. And this rule change, I think, would have the unintended consequence of creating an incentive for a person to drop out of school if they're a patient and hope to be able to access affordable, safe, and effective cannabis, which they could grow themselves. The other section I had concerns about is section 12.1.2, compliance and enforcement. Part B would create a prohibition on, quote, organizing, participating in, and or advertising events for persons to consume harvested marijuana. This rule change language is very broad and it goes beyond the scope of rulemaking that was authorized to govern advertising by businesses. This rule change is not clear in terms of what would define an event where people are, that an event which the purpose is for people to consume harvested marijuana is an event that promotes cannabis medicine and cannabis cultivation considered an event that would fall under this prohibition. Also, what would constitute organizing or participating in an event? Also, it's not clear if this prohibition would apply just to businesses or if it could also apply to patients. So would this effectively prohibit a patient from speaking at an event that was related to cannabis use? I hope the department is able to look at these specific details and address them. And I thank you for working on this, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Lister. Does anybody have any questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, I believe, is J.D. Dobson of South Portland. And after that is Jason Gall of Augusta. Go. I think you're there, Mr. Dobson. Mr. Dobson, I believe you're in the Zoom call. You're a panelist. If you could unmute yourself and turn on your video if you wish. You're up to provide testimony. Okay, we can come back to Mr. Dobson. We can move on to Jason Gall of Augusta. Mr. Gall will elevate you to a panelist.
Thanks. I have no testimony today.
Okay. Joey? All right, so we will move on. Next up, Joy Catrone of Hollis Center.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Excellent. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to share some thoughts. I do have some questions that I'm informally representing really small farmers and growers. We're really in the rural farming space, and I want to make sure that we're protecting the opportunity for farmers to participate, because in the foundation of the business, there's a plant that needs to be grown. And I think about Maine's history as growers and small farmers, and really just through the centuries, that's who we are. And I think that we've heard a lot of folks represent that and the concern of small farmers and businesses. And when I'm thinking about section 6.2 also and 6.2.6.c, I'm just concerned about really what are the opportunities for small farmers to wholesale. It's just not entirely clear. And the piece about, how regulated a caregiver or a grower is relative to others that may facilitate the farming operation, whether that's a family member or not. I'm no longer clear about the difference between a dispensary that doesn't have a retail operation and a caregiver. And I'm also just wanting to know really what are the opportunities for a small grower to wholesale to both medical and adult use. It looks like there's this one event that may happen, but I do think when I look at the statistical difference between the spot pricing for a medical pound of marijuana at $1,400 a pound and the spot pricing, these are Portland March numbers, over 4,000 for an adult use pound, that is a factorial difference of 3. How is the farmer affected in that equation? And how can we continue to sort of meet the needs of our medical cannabis caregivers and patients if we're pushed out of the market on a pricing basis as adult use comes to town and multi-state organizations come to town and sort of push out the small growers and farmers? That's the piece that is my greatest concern. And I want to understand, and I'm hoping that the rules can make clear really what happens to farmers in the wholesale motion. So when we read through the proposed rules, we see the word wholesale here and there, but really what is the bottom line for the farmers? That's the piece that I want to understand and I feel needs more clarification.
Great, thank you so much. And just for clarity, I'm not sure this is going to completely answer your questions and a lot of the questions that you do have, but we can most certainly go back into the rule to find that clarity that I think you're trying to get at. Within the medical program, the caregivers, really any registrant type, are allowed to wholesale up to 75% of all the product that they grow. And as statute currently reads, registrants within the medical program, and you alluded to this, do have that one time where they're authorized to transfer plants from the medical program to the adult use program. But we
it's not clear to us. So if we grow and we have the 75% piece and say we sell it to a dispensary or a retail outlet, like one of the MSOs in Portland, for example, that sells both medical and adult use. When we look at the inventory tracking system, are they responsible for what happens to our product in their metric tracking system as well? In other words, do they have to make sure that Medical Grow reaches a medical patient within their commercial outlet? Or are we responsible for whether or not they take our medical cannabis and deliver it to a medical buyer when they're selling in the adult use market? And really, again, the more limitations that go on the farmers, the growers, the more risk we have of becoming another Oregon or another Colorado where the small businesses are out of business.
Absolutely. And we will look to bring that clarity to the rules, certainly beneficial to the state and industry and all stakeholders. So thank you for providing your testimony. Did any of the panelists have any further questions? Nope. Well, thank you so much, Ms. Catrone.
Thank you, Eric.
So up next, we have Matthew Ladrogoa. Oh, God, I'm so bad with names. I apologize. Matthew Ladrogoa, Anthony Ferrari, Lisa Franklin, Andrew Melendez. So I believe we're going to elevate Matthew now. And if you could, please use the raise hand feature. That way we can easily find you and elevate you to the panelist level. So we have Matthew Legaroa, Anthony Ferrari, Lisa Franklin, and Andrew Melendez. If any of you are in the waiting room, please raise your hand and we can elevate you. We don't seem to see anybody quite yet. So again, we will continue to circle back to those folks that are missed. But for the sake of keeping the public hearing moving, we'll go to the next group. We have Mark Barnett, Brent Messer, Paul McCarrier, William Chartier, and Eric Payne. If any of you folks are in the waiting room, please use the raise hand feature and we can elevate you to provide your testimony. Mr. Barnett, how are you?
Good morning. I'm a
Morning.
little weary today. Hopping on another hearing as well. I'm going to try to keep that muted, so apologies for that. Let's throw that over here. Excuse me. All right. So good morning. Thank you for having the time today. My name is Mark Barnett, registered caregiver, owner of a caregiver store in Portland called Higher Grounds, executive chair of the Maine Craft Cannabis Association, and I'm here today to speak in opposition. There's a lot of comment, and I think there's going to be a lot more submitted, and we will be submitting a more in-depth and detailed written comment as we did with the draft, and very much appreciate the response and saw a lot of changes and a lot of consideration for those feedback. I really do hope generally that you are listening very carefully, because what I think we're about to do here with the imposition of these rules is just a terrible public policy decision. And I really hope that the course can be changed. I'm not exaggerating here. I think we're talking about one of the state's largest industries that employs more people than Bath Iron Works, LL Bean, and the Jackson Lab combined, while being composed almost entirely of tiny businesses. 2020 estimates for sales and caregiver counts put average sales, not profit, at about $85,000. It is quite literally a bedrock of this state. It's lifted thousands of people into the middle class while supporting tens of thousands of Maine patients' well-being, and continues to be a place where that can happen for anybody with the talent, determination, and vision to try, something that cannot be said about the adult use market. Our tens of thousands of medical patients love it that way, as do the many thousands more indirectly supported by this harmless commerce. Especially now that we have legal adult use sales. To say that large predatory companies view this as a threat to their profits is an understatement. We're showing the world what a free and fair cannabis market can be. These groups have lobbied here for many years to crush competition. So far it's failed, but I think the state is poised to at last hand them one huge victory. These rules would cost, as constituted, even after changes, small businesses upwards of $50,000 each, and in many cases, much more to comply, somehow funded only by debt, easily resulting in $100 million or more in higher costs for patients across the state. Do you want our entrepreneurs to become wage serfs for a company like Curaleaf, to hit the unemployment line, kids going without in a state where child hunger is already at an obscene level during a pandemic? As for patients, why would you believe that Mainers can afford this right now? Are you watching the news? Are there stimulus checks going to cover this? And where is the data that's sufficient to justify this, what I would view as, honestly, class war? We haven't seen it because we don't think that data really exists. Just because the adult use market might struggle to compete with a truly homegrown market of small firms is no excuse to replicate policy mistakes and double down on them in this program. Let adult use be if you must. Let the biggest and most well-funded rule the tourists. But don't use that as a justification to oppose that framework on the medical program. We can see who's behind the curtain. It's Acreage Holdings, Curaleaf, Altria, Molson Coors, Constellation. These are our sages. No thanks. Either way, here in Maine, we would like to hope that this can stop now. We'll be introducing a bill this week to do exactly that. And to all of those out there listening, we can do this. We need to do this. Contact your elected officials now. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Barnett. Do any of the panelists have any questions? Seeing none. Next up are Brent Messer, Paul McCarrier, William Chartier, and Eric Payne. Mr. Messer, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you, Director Gunderson, Commissioner Figueroa, and the panelists from the Office of Marijuana Policy for the opportunity to present my testimony on the proposed rule changes this morning. My name is Brett Messer. I'm a caregiver. I'm the general manager of Bridget Farm and a resident of Biddeford, Maine. I'm a member of the Maine Craft Cannabis Association, and I'm also the chair of the legislative committee for the Maine Growers Alliance. Due to my time limit today, I'm going to summarize my testimony the best I can, and I will submit a written testimony with my full line-by-line concerns of the draft rules. I really appreciate the opening remarks this morning from Commissioner Figueroa. While she had so many wonderful things to say with regard to the way the current administration intends to work with stakeholders and develop rules within the Office of Marijuana Policy, our industry does not feel that we've been fairly included in this process. I would like to highlight that Americans for Safe Access has consistently ranked Maine as one of the top states for safe and affordable access to medical cannabis. Recently, Maine was ranked overall a grade B with a score of 85 out of 100, the highest ranking score that the organization had awarded for the state marijuana law report card. Despite receiving this distinction, the Office of Marijuana Policy consistently used the argument that we need change in Maine to update to national best practices. And in fact, I believe that Maine leads medical cannabis throughout the nation, and I believe that we need to carefully consider that fact when rulemaking. Another category where the Office of Marijuana Policy has cited the need for change is safety, and we've not really seen a lot of that supports the need for change. In Maine, 500 people died of drug overdoses in 2020, and not a single person has died from cannabis. And on the contrary, cannabis has saved many of those same lives through its healing properties related to the same CB1 and CB2 receptors that are triggered by opioids. I would also like to remind the OMP, because it was not yet operating at the time, our industry passed the bills where we wanted to see changes when we passed LD 1539 and LD 238. And we've barely been operating under those rules for 2 years. And we've certainly not reached the point of being able to assess any need for changes in such a short period of time. Many communities are still in the process of opting in, and many caregivers are still implementing changes to their businesses, such as opening a retail store and hiring new employees. Patient count has doubled during this time, as have the number of people employed in the medical cannabis industry. If there's going to be any large scale changes to this industry, it should really start with merging the caregiver and dispensary licenses to create a level playing field across the medical cannabis industry. Then if we need changes, we should work together as an industry to create those changes. Let me remind you, medical cannabis has now become the second largest industry in Maine. It's the largest agricultural industry in Maine. We're 10 times larger than the adult use program currently. We have 3,000 caregivers, 100,000 patients. We have 10,000 Mainers employed directly or indirectly in the medical cannabis program. In December alone, we did over $22 million in sales, over $1 million in sales taxes. These aren't small numbers. We need to end the days of rules being written by highly influenced. We need to end the days of rules being written by highly influenced lawyers, consultants, lobbyists. They don't serve our patients. They don't serve our industry. They don't have a proven track record of improving safety or compliance of the law. The only track record they can prove is serving big business. And we don't want to see our program merge with adult use. We don't want to see carbon copied rules from adult use. No one before you today is going to make that argument. If they come before you and make the argument, we want to see adult use style rules, it will simply be because they're on the payroll of a large scale multi-state operator. And we truly hope that all of the small businesses throughout Maine can be included in the process, in this rulemaking process.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Messer. And just for clarity, since 1539 and all those other bills, the rule has not been updated. That's why we're going through this process now. But thank you for your feedback. Do any of the panelists have any questions for Mr. Messer? All right, seeing none. Thank you.
Director.
Paul McCarrier, William Chartier, Eric Payne, if you could raise your hand and we will elevate you to provide testimony. Good morning, Mr. McCarrier.
Good morning. I'm still getting used to this virtual testimony. Thank you for taking the time today to have this public hearing and hear from all of us out here in the medical cannabis community.
Absolutely. Feel free to
Excellent.
provide your testimony.
Yes. So my name is Paul T. McCarrier. I am a member of the Maine Craft Cannabis Association, and I've been involved with cannabis policy for the past decade here in the state of Maine. What I've seen with these rules is the most drastic change that is being proposed in this decade. And this is not a change in the right direction. Well, Maine has successfully worked to build a cannabis industry that is not only successful, but is patient-centric. It has also provided possibly the safest cannabis industry in the country, if not the whole world. We have not seen complaints from patients. We have not heard complaints from caregivers, and we are only hearing complaints from large multi-state operators who wish to use government to put their competition out of business. It is these type of rules that make people lose faith and confidence in government. That is something this country is reeling with right now as we deal with our racial reckoning and the continuing fallout from a very contentious election. I'm here today to submit written testimony that will be to you by April 1st with a line-by-line specification, but I'm asking you to truly consider the impact that your rules will have on the peoples of Maine's confidence in not only the Mills administration, but in how government functions as a whole. When we're seeing now that people are having to decide whether they're going to have to possibly shut down their businesses because of possible new regulations, this is a real problem. And I can tell you, from me to you and from me to the world right now, that people will continue to get their cannabis, even if they are being if they're being forced to get it on the street, because people cannot afford the price increases that many of these regulations will bring to the Maine cannabis community. We have seen that law enforcement and prosecutors no longer have the desire to spend their precious resources on investigating, prosecuting, and incarcerating people who are selling or using marijuana, quote unquote, illegally. It is because of this, we are hoping that the department will hear our pleas, that you will hear from us to please make these rules work with us. We are not asking for an unlevel playing field. We are asking to be treated fairly. We are asking you to consider the fact that when we say this will cost us tens of thousands of dollars, that is tens of thousands of dollars that prevent us from being able to pay our workers, tens of thousands of dollars that prevent us from being able to support our communities, tens of thousands of dollars that would otherwise be spent taking care of our families. And because of that, no matter what happens with these rules, I hope that the department will consider an on-ramp time period so people will have more than just the 90 days from when the final rules go into effect, that they will be able to give people more time to be able to adapt to this. The department has been fair when it comes down to trying to get compliance before enforcement, but these drastic changes, along with increased fees and penalties, will lead to a disaster where people will be put out of business, and those people will be angry, and those people will look to hold other people accountable. There will be a bill that will come out this week that will talk about addressing this problem, and I hope that could possibly even give us a cool down period where the department could meet with true stakeholders to help develop rules and policies where we can develop a strong consensus around what is best for Maine's medical marijuana program. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. McCarrier. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. We now have William Chartier and Eric Payne.
Hello.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. How are you guys?
Good.
Thank you for hosting us and giving us time to speak on these rules. My name is Bill Chartier. I live in Casco, but my business is based out of Brunswick, Maine. And I'm a small caregiver as well, and I have a lot of concerns with the cost on these. I came from an industry where corporate America led it in the telecommunication world to pursue this full time. when you guys changed these laws a couple years ago, which allowed us to level the playing field out a little more and share expenses, which is great. Me and my friend of mine have a facility where we get to split the cost, which greatly helps out. We have a full security system, a full camera system, a lot of what you guys are asking for, just for my safety and concerns as well. And I agree on a lot of that, but some of the wording and some of these rules that are coming into effect are definitely going to hurt and hinder a lot of our local craft cannabis that really are in those rural areas and can't afford it. I think for anybody to have 24 access to our camera system, be it you guys, be it a police department, it's just a complete invasion of privacy. You guys make us have a 30-day memory, which will give you that access when upon it is needed. I don't think anybody needs to have full access of that 24 hours a day. As far as selling clones and seeds only as a storefront or a dispensary, again, I am a local farmer, small guy, and selling clones on the offside really helps us pay our bills when we need to. So taking that away from me is going to hinder a lot of my business as well. So there's just certain things in there that I think the wording could be based on. Brett Messer, he nailed it with his testimony this morning. Kind of hard to follow that and think of anything else he didn't cover. But I've been inspected by OMP 3 times in my career. I've had great meetings every time that they've come. So that's part of the business. I just think if we over-regulate this market, we're going to force a lot of these people to go back to the black market. I think we're showing that everybody's making that effort, paying their taxes, trying to do the right thing. And again, if you look at California, Colorado, and all these other states, over-regulation leads to the black market coming back. And I think we're on a good road. And I think we should just kind of re-steer these rules a little bit and kind of work with each other. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Scott, did you have a question for Mr. Chartier?
No, I was just saying thanks.
Perfect.
Thank you, guys. Have a good afternoon.
You too. Next is Eric Payne of Hollis. All right, as we elevate Mr. Payne to provide testimony, the next group to testify includes Nancy Lavertu of Madawaska, David McCarter of West Gardner, Alex McMahon of Lewiston, Perry Ellsworth of South Berwick, Rebecca O'Connor of Auburn. So if you could, again, raise your hand, we can find you and be prepared to elevate you to provide testimony. Again, that's Nancy Lavert, Dave McCarter, Alex McMahon, Perry Ellsworth, and Rebecca O'Connor. Mr. Payne, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your time and attention. My name is Eric Payne of Hollis, and I'm a marine biologist, father of 2, and a Maine medical cannabis patient. There is no doubt that the 80-page document will impact my caregivers and myself, along with tens of thousands of Mainers, from cultivators to nurse practitioners. This proposal will impact a humming, thriving economic driver for the state of Maine. In 2019, medical cannabis was 3rd in revenue next to lobsters and potatoes. In 2020, medical cannabis became Maine's #1 cash crop, beating the potato. I would think it would be an unusual move for a state to impose heavy regulations that hinder such economic growth. Why would a state want to launch a set of rules that reduces economic output through small business crushing regulation? Why would a state want to enact rules that negatively impact its #1 cash crop? As a marine biologist, I would tell you it would be unwise to put the state's eggs all in the lobster basket and to diversify. Medical cannabis is clearly booming, and it's a safe assumption that if left alone, 2021 would generate more revenue than 2020. I humbly ask that this particular document is shelved and a group with folks on this side of the table included rewrite a set of regulations that everyone can get behind because they are fair to all. Whether you're aware or not, the Maine medical cannabis industry is a model that others are watching, as it is not yet overregulated. Folks are moving to the state to build small businesses, cannabis-based businesses. You keep hearing small businesses because patients in the medical industry are not going to use corporate-grown cannabis. We want to be known as the state that did it all right and provided a system that was user-friendly and equal access to all. We want to be the state that showed it was watching out for its own citizens, that it cared more about assisting the industry in thriving, i.e. helping Maine small businesses succeed, than overregulating and stifling an economic driver. I have also heard that these rules would help align the medical side closer to the adult use. I want to be very clear. Those buying cannabis at adult use are doing so to have a fun Friday night. Folks in the medical side are using cannabis to alleviate various medical ailments. The end consumers are not the same. These programs are not the same and should not be regulated as if they were. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for the testimony. Any questions for Mr. Payne?
No, thanks, Eric, though. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, up next, Nancy Lavertu. And then again, it's David McCarter, Alex McMahon, Perry Ellsworth, and Rebecca O'Connor. Welcome. Mrs. Lavertu, you are on. Feel free to provide your testimony. It appears you're still on mute.
She's not available right now.
Okay. Would you like us to come back? Would she like us to come back to her later in the day?
She says no.
Okay. With that, then we have David McCarter, Alex McMahon, Perry Ellsworth, and Rebecca O'Connor. Looks like we will be elevating Alex. Good morning.
Morning. My name is Alex McMahon. I live in Lewiston. I'm with the Healing Community Medco. Today, I'd like to speak neither for nor against the rules, though close to being for them. They're looking good. First, I want to thank the Office of Marijuana Policy for all your hard work and for allowing us the chance to participate in the preliminary draft rules, which I realized y'all didn't have to do. I feel like many of the necessary changes were heard during that round and have already been made. So again, thank you. I'm hoping today I might be able to shed some insight on a few changes that I believe may have been overlooked that I think would be vital to a successful program. So the first of which is 542, which is also touched on in 653. That is the in section B of 542. So that's the 200-pound limit of harvested marijuana for tier 2 manufacturing facilities. So I don't necessarily believe that that limit should be imposed. Although most kitchens are cooking with extracts. However, if kitchens wanted to cook with flour, that could be a big hindrance. The section I would like to touch on a little bit more would be 543B, which is also referenced in 663. That is the 40-pound limit of harvested marijuana for inherently hazardous substance extraction manufacturing facilities. That 40-pound limit is extremely low for an extraction lab. That could be gone through in one run, one shift. I think it would be necessary for that limit to be raised or eliminated in order to allow extraction labs to reach their full potential. The next section I would like to touch on is 723E. And for this one, it looks like we made a lot of good changes. 723A6 was changed to no longer require the patient signature, but to allow for the registrant to simply acknowledge that the patient received it. 723B was changed from 3 copies to 2, I believe for the same reason as 723D and 723D2. However, 723E still requires a patient to initial the document, which I think is unnecessary. I think that the patient should never really have to come in contact with forms to sign for OMP. With Bablo, you don't have to, the customer doesn't have to sign for receiving a bottle of liquor. I feel like the customer, the patient should never have to sign to receive cannabis. And the last one I want to touch on is 13.4B. That one doesn't really affect Medco, but it's the 500 square foot licensing and the fees for the 500 square foot licensing. I think that could be a major hindrance to some of the smaller companies. And I think it would be best for that price to be more reflective of what can actually be grown in 500 square feet. I've went a little over my time. Thank everybody for your time and hope everybody has a great day.
It's all good. Thank you, Alex.
Thanks.
And just for clarity for everybody that's on the call, as far as we understand the weight limits that are in there for the manufacturing facilities, those are statutory, which would require a legislative change, but we understand with wholesaling and whatnot, they're not necessarily based in reality. So we're more than willing to work with you and others in front of the legislature this year to make certain changes. And then the plant canopy is also, the legislature did not give us a fee schedule to implement, but we have that in department bill right now to have that at a flat rate for what I think they originally intended. So we look forward to working with you and others to get those changed.
Thank you very much.
Take care.
You too.
Okay, I think we're up Perry Ellsworth and then Rebecca O'Connor.
Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Yes, my name's Perry Ellsworth. I'm the town manager of South Berwick. I actually live up in Western Maine. I live in the South during the week. My testimony today is not going to be specific. It's going to be generic, and you will receive written testimony. I have a couple of concerns, and most of them are around the fact that municipalities still don't have any way even to find out who the caregivers are. This started a couple of years ago when I asked how many we had in South Berwick. We had 31 at the time, 107 in a 3-town region, but we don't know who these people are. Recently, I had a question, it said from a lady last Thursday that said she'd like to start being a caregiver and she needed to notify the municipality. And I guess I'm wondering why that has to take place, because I still don't know who anybody is. When it comes to enforcement on your portion, I believe you only have 2 people that visit. We have specific issues from the public with one particular caregiver who has been visited twice by your folks, and both times he's been called at least a week and a half to get prepared to be there before the person comes. I think that medical marijuana is, in some places, is not the issue it is in South Berwick. We spend an hour and a half with public input on marijuana at every public hearing or every town council meeting, every planning board meeting. We're in the midst of, we have a moratorium on storefronts at the moment. It's pretty important to us that out here in the real world that we get at least a handle on who's operating. Usually I find out when somebody's harvested and another neighbor has complained because in cultivation, there is no rule as to, it speaks only to doesn't speak to agricultural areas. It speaks to only to cultivation. And cultivation, we're actually in the midst of a lawsuit at this point pertaining to the fact that everyone believes that they can grow marijuana any place that they want to in any size facility. I'm hoping that you will do your best. 80 pages is a long ways to go through 3 times, but thank you for your time. And I hope that, again, I wish you the best. This is a difficult subject to discuss. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for your testimony, Mr. Ellsworth. Do any of the panelists have any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. All right, looks like Rebecca O'Connor. We'll go ahead and elevate Rebecca. But as we do that, the next 5 on deck are Rosalind Sanborn of Limerick, Priscilla Davis of Rockland, Margaret Harmarsh of Prospect, Cynthia Bain of Brewer, and then Jennifer Weston of Farmingdale. So if those 5 could raise their hands, we can have them queued up to elevate them. But now let's get to Ms. O'Connor. Welcome.
Hi, thank you for allowing us to speak to you today. I actually wanted to speak on behalf of agreeing with the requirement to test medical cannabis. I think that this is very necessary for the public health and safety aspect to our medical patients. We can't really have a legitimately legalized industry without having some of these regulations in place, as well as the seed to sale tracking to help eliminate some of the black market or backdoor sales. But I also agree with some of the points that Ralph Everett from Moosehead Farms had stated on continuing to allow businesses to operate the way that they had begun to operate several years ago. Allowing multiple caregivers under one business entity, I think is really important to continue. Also agree with some of the caps that Alex addressed from Medco. Some of these caps are just very small in comparison to your normal operating businesses. Unofficially representing several companies, so I can't really speak much more other than agreeing that the medical system needs to be tested. We'd love to have that for the patient's health and the legitimate access to this medical industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Gabby or Scott, any questions? Great, thank you so much for being here today. All right. Again, Rosalind Sanborn, Priscilla Davis, Margaret Harmarsh, Cynthia Bain, and Jennifer Weston. Give them a minute so David can elevate them. All right, it seems like those 5 individuals are not in the waiting room. Again, once we get through, we will be certain to circle back to everybody that was not in the waiting room to see if they're there to provide their testimony. So let's go on to, looks like Shai Bearkett of Portland, Joshua Drew of Biddeford, Michael Gibson of Waterville, Timothy Poulin of Waterville, and Jennifer Bergeron of Winslow. Shai Bearkett, Josh Drew, Michael Gibson, Timothy Poulin, and Jennifer Bergeron. Good morning.
Morning, can you see me?
Absolutely, and we can hear you just fine too.
Thank you, perfect. I will also be providing a written testimony because I'm not as prepared as I wanted to be. Talking to you guys from my storefront I'm working on. Thanks, first of all, thanks for everybody for listening, and thanks for the OMP for all the hard work. I want to join my friends at the medical community. Although I'm not involved in the association, and the Alliance. I strongly support the Maine medical cannabis community. All the caregivers that started and established this industry are now being threatened by those new rules that are going to be devastating for our local craft community. They're gonna drive prices up, eliminate thousands of our small local businesses, and essentially drive the black market back to business. And I think there should be more discussion with the community and more representation of the local small caregivers in rulemaking. And I want to be open about this. I am working on my adult use cultivation and adult use storefront. However, in the meantime, I got into cannabis as a medical patient and then as a caregiver. I've served thousands of medical patients throughout the last 3 years and created meaningful relationships, business relationships with local caregivers who are doing an amazing work, producing top shelf, highest quality cannabis available in the country. It is just scary to me how big corporate money and their lobbyists are controlling our rules and essentially are going to drive our industry to where they want. This is very alarming. I don't have specific rules or really comments about the rules. I think they should be altogether revised and talked through with the community, with representatives from the Alliance, from the growers community. It's just not reasonable, and it's insane to pass those rules the way they are and drive all those businesses out of business and raise the prices and make cannabis, medical cannabis for patients with MS, with so many different medical conditions, make cannabis less accessible and less affordable and just harder to get. This morning, I had a telemed appointment with my advisor, and why am I able to meet my psychologist through FaceTime, but not able to get medical certificate to use cannabis to relax and alleviate my anxiety through telemed? All those new rules just don't make sense. They only make sense to big pharma and multi-state corporations that see us, the local caregivers, as a threat. And I'm just shocked that these rules are now going to pass or are being even discussed at the governing level, the governing body of the Office of Marijuana Policy. It's just one of the things that made me fall in love in Maine and made me stay here and made me decide all the business decisions I've decided to start here, my adult use cultivation and storefront and medical business, is the local craft. The vibe that exists here in Maine is just nowhere else. It's such a special place. People here are hardworking people, working for one another, working together. It's just terrible if we let big money control our little, small community here. And we're gonna, again, essentially drive prices up, make quality cannabis less accessible, less affordable. And like others said, we're gonna be little Oregon and little Colorado controlled by big multi-billion-dollar businesses. I hope that never happens and that you guys take our recommendations in consideration and really get the local community involved in the rulemaking process and make it work for everybody, because there is middle ground for all of this.
Thank you for your comments. And thank you for being here today and speaking so eloquently. And just for a point of clarification, because I think I've heard it come up a few times, we refined the rule to bring clarity to the fact that telemedicine is allowed in the program. If there is more clarity needed, we will certainly go back and provide that clarity. But the intentions of the office is to allow that, understanding that they serve a purpose. And the current world we live in, they're most certainly needed. So we will revise that to make sure that that's clear, because like I said, we've heard that a couple times. But does anybody have any questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
All right, Joshua Drew. And then Michael Gibson, Timothy Poulin, and Jennifer Bergeron. Here we are, Mr. Drew, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you, Eric Gunderson and distinguished members of the OMP. My name is Josh Drew. I'm the owner of Dialed In Farms. I'm a member of the Maine Growers Alliance, and I am speaking in opposition to these new rules. I want to start out giving you a quick snapshot of my background. I grew up in northern Maine, working on a variety of potato farms throughout my upbringing. I went to college at the University of Maine at Orono for horticulture, sustainable agriculture, and business. My plan all along was to be involved within medical cannabis and to one day own my own business cultivating small batch craft cannabis strains for patients throughout Maine. Now that I've accomplished that and created a small-scale craft company that focuses only on quality and patient feedback rather than profit margins and bottom lines, while I welcome some of these changes, such as testing to make sure quality medicine is being put out on the market, I feel extremely irritated that Maine has decided to use an outside consultant who just took a job working for Philip Morris and Constellation Brands, among other corporate Goliaths. I know people that work within the Colorado cannabis industry, and ever since Andrew Friedman changed their framework there has been a dramatic decrease in quality, and the program is now viewed as terrible by many of my peers who are still in Colorado. When I read this bill, I see right through the, quote, national best standards lingo we are being force-fed. This is a deliberate attempt to make it harder for small businesses to operate within the medical marijuana program. Prime example, which has been discussed already, is Section 6.2.2, which will inevitably destroy hundreds of businesses that will be obsolete under that section. Also making it harder for Mainers to access medical cards just to get more people to jump into the adult use market. It just doesn't make sense. How about that economic impact study we've all been asking for? I guess that doesn't meet national best standards we keep hearing about. It seems OMP has used zero data to formulate these major policy changes, basing their program off demands of corporate industry players and lobbyists with vague references to public health and safety crisis arising from Maine's current medical marijuana program, which the caregivers have been shown zero data. It also seems a large amount of these new rules are not the responsibility of the executive branch, but rather the legislature. It is my understanding that OMP is overstepping their authority, and we are not going to stand by and let you steamroll over thousands of hardworking Mainers. You, the OMP, are about to ruin the lives of so many good Mainers in a time when we should be embracing businesses that are succeeding during this pandemic, which has now lasted over a year. It is absolutely disgusting that you're using this pandemic as a political tool to push through these regulations when we can't even show up in person to fight for our rights. I'll leave you with this. Maine does not need outside consultants telling us how to run our program, and we certainly do not need large corporate companies with their infinite funding to dictate how our program should operate. We have qualified Mainers like myself who have been in this industry, who are well educated, and who are stakeholders that want to see Maine's medical program continue to prosper as we have seen these past few years. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. Did any other panelists have any questions? Thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
So we'll go to Michael Gibson, Timothy Poulin, Jennifer Bergeron. Looks like Timothy will be next.
You hear me all right?
Yes, good morning.
All right,
thank you for coming.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here. I have lots of concerns with the proposed rules, but I'll keep it short and sweet and just hit on the three main things that popped out to me today. Also, Tim Poulin, Amber Horizons Farm, born in Winslow. We operate out of Waterville at the storefront and a cultivation facility. The application process is of a big concern to me. The changes that appear to be being attempted. It's going to transform the current application process from something that's very simple to a very costly experience for someone applying. Hiring an attorney and all these other specialists can get into the thousands of dollars just to apply for a medical license. And I really feel it's going to deter a lot of people and push a lot of the smaller farmers out of the market. And I understand it's your desire to kind of to weed out the, no pun intended, the bad actors of the community and people that aren't doing what they should be, and to help support, you know, accountability and transparency within the program. But I do not feel that this will accomplish that goal. So I would definitely recommend keep the application process as it stands, and, you know, increase more inspections, you know, increase the tracking of sales, which I feel can be done without track and trace successfully. I think you will achieve your goals of safety and accountability with the program. Security was also a big concern. You know, having to expend all that extra money on security when many other people already have that infrastructure. Waterville requires that of shops and cultivation facilities, so that's already in place. And having a 30-day storage is just over the top, and I feel it's unnecessary to burden us with that cost. And again, that's just going to trickle down to the patient, especially in places like Waterville, where it's not Portland, it's not a large area. People can't afford the increased cost, and they're gonna go to the black market, no question in that. And also 6.2.2, a lot of people have touched on that problem. My wife and I are both caregivers. We operate under the same LLC. That's going to make it a nightmare for us if this goes through. We're going to have to separate cultivation in our facility at the warehouse. Licensing fees for the city of Waterville are not cheap, so you're going to double our licensing costs. Expenses are just going to go through the roof for us. And again, all that goes right to the patient, would much rather go to the black market to continue spending $25, $30 on an eighth versus $50, $60 if some of these changes go through. I thank you all for your time, and those are my main concerns.
All right, thank you so much for being here today, Timothy. We do seriously appreciate it. Does anybody have any questions for Tim? Seeing none. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Next in the queue is Jennifer Bergeron.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Good morning. I couldn't hear if you called me or not. So thank you, Director Gunderson and the OMP panel members. My name's Jennifer Bergeron. I'm a caregiver in Waterville, and I live in Winslow, and a board member for the Maine Cannabis Coalition. So Maine doesn't have an awful lot of $266 million industries, let alone one that has over 3,000 participants. I'm guessing that the average participant in this program makes somewhere around between $40,000 and $50,000, with then the other 25% earning a higher income from this industry. So the rules that are proposed would add significant costs, one at the onset, with purchasing of higher quality cameras and having security that goes to a monitoring service, and also having the track and trace system. The cost would be prohibitive to some of these small caregivers. So I'm just going to focus, because I have very limited time, on one part of this 80 some odd page document, and that is the section 7, which is tracing. Let's see, what's it called? It is tracking requirements. So section 7.1 says each registrant must track marijuana plants and harvested marijuana from immature plant to point of sale, disposal or destruction using the inventory tracking system specified by the department. So seed to sale is an adult use responsibility and not a rule for medical transactions. If you refer to the Title 22, Chapter 558C, subsection 2430, it is that only talks about sales tracking. So you need to track transfers, not completely from seed to sale. So tracking transfers does not translate easily into that larger requirement. I believe it's a very large difference and should go to a higher authority, perhaps, than just having this rule made in the department. I think trying to align medical with adult use is unfair, given that adult use has completely unlimited growing opportunities. So they don't have a limit of 30 plants or 500 square feet. They have the ability to make much more money than people in the medical program. So trying to align them by putting the same constraints on them and same costs, but not allowing the same income potential is just not thinking through the consequences of utilizing the same rules for this industry, where already you see that the adult use prices are higher, and we have patients that need medication. Already patients are paying sales tax on their medicine, which is something that we absolutely had to agree to get this program going, but it is unfair. What other medication do you have that you have to pay sales tax on? I just think that this aligning of the two programs, and for adult use to say, oh, good, it makes for a fair playing field, is disingenuous. Adult use people got into that program knowing full well what their constraints were going to be. And for them now to try and destroy medical by trying to put the same constraints on the medical participants it's just disingenuous to have those people say that it's making a fair playing field.
Right.
I think my time is up. I can't really
Yeah, that's
tell.
all right. That's all right. I've been being fairly liberal with the time, but is there any questions for Jennifer? Okay, seeing none, thank you for coming.
Thank you.
All right, it looks like we had somebody that we skipped over earlier has returned to the waiting room. So Sean, I apologize if you get your last name wrong, but Sean Gamsjager, if he's in the waiting room, we can elevate him. And then after Sean, we have F. Gino Breggia of Portland, Jack Karasnek of South Berwick, Gretchen Schimpflinger of Huntington, Steve Williams of Springfield, and David Twomey of Saco. If those individuals could raise their hand in preparation of being elevated, we'd appreciate that. But I believe we have Sean. Sean, I believe you are a panelist. If you want to unmute and turn on your video, you can do so now to provide your testimony. All right, we can circle back. We can move on to Gino.
Hello. Good morning.
Hello. I think you're there, Gino. You might want to unmute. Oh, there we go. How
Hey,
you doing?
how are you? Good.
Good.
How are you? Sorry about the background. I was talking to my nephew last night. Never changed it.
It's all good.
I'm Gino with Skytide Cannabis. Grew up in Maine, born in Windham, well, Portland via Windham. Was out west for a long time, California for about 14 years. Saw that program from basically, it was like the closest thing to a crystal ball that we could have. As far as mirroring Maine, I was out there from 04 to 2018. So that was a good, I pretty much saw everything almost, I don't know what it would be, like a mirror image of everything that we're doing. And basically just to, use the word, circle back on what everybody else says, just keep the choices. I mean, there's Coke, there's Pepsi. If you look at the pharmacies around Portland, they're all Rite Aids, they're all CVS's, they're all, there's no more of those mom and pop soda shops I hear about from my, my old man and my family that was up on Monument Square and all that. So, I mean, that's it. Just give people an affordable chance to have some options. It is Maine. I know property taxes are high and there's a lot of expenses here, but there is some good value in Maine, and this is one of them. So, I mean, I'll put this in writing. I mean, everybody's been killing it as far as, what's been said. Everybody down in Berwick and up in Brunswick and whatnot. So, and, I appreciate the time, by the way, Mr. Gunderson and everybody on the panel. Appreciate you guys taking the time to do this. And yeah, small business at work now. It's actually good. It hides the background because I got nothing but a dosatron behind me anyway. So, yeah, so thank you very much. And that's pretty much it. Like I said, just want to keep the medical program alive. I think it's a great option. And yeah, that's it. So thank you.
Thank you, Gino. And I just want to echo what Gino mentioned there. Thank you, everybody, for speaking so eloquently, being respectful, giving us such good feedback, because we are sincerely going through this process the same reason we went through the informal process. And I think the changes that we made to the document hopefully speak for themselves. We are making a sincere effort to get this rule to a place where it can work for everybody. So thank you for being here, Gino. I really do appreciate it. We do appreciate it. So next we have Jack, what's that? Karikas, Gretchen Schimpflingen, sorry, I'm so bad. Stephen Williams and David Trumi.
Good morning.
John, welcome.
Yeah. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the rules. My name is John C. Karikas. I'm the chair, South Berwick Town Council, and I'm opposed to the proposed rules. Please don't confuse my comments as based on a philosophical opposition to marijuana. To the contrary, we are looking for a pragmatic approach to allow the state to share resources towards bona fide concerns faced by every Maine city and town. As a result of state law and resulting rules, the town of South Berwick is incurring continuing uncompensated costs for outside professional services directly attributable to the state's marijuana policy and program. These are real costs and they are growing. A quick check with our finance director shows $14,000 spent since July of 2020 to the end of February 2021. These expenditures do not include staff time dedicated to marijuana topics. I can personally testify to many personal hours required of elected and appointed officials who are using personal time to gather knowledge, find facts, and make ordinance decisions to the complicated statutes and rules. Municipalities are bearing the load more and more. Medical uses are coming to the fore, and we are struggling to craft regulations for medical caregivers and other medical uses. The law and rules deny cities and towns from prohibition or limiting numbers of caregivers. We do not know how many are in South Berwick or where they are. This is locked up in a secret somewhere at OMP. Last we checked, our code officer made inquiry and found 31 caregivers anonymously registered, not with the town, but with the state. The simple question is, how do we regulate what we cannot by law locate? Also, on the caregiver front, we believe caregiver collectives are now allowed to combine and grow and possess and process marijuana under the same roof. We are now trying to figure out permitted size and scale of these operations. South Berwick has zoning ordinances since 1978. These ordinances have guided the town during our transition from a village center and rural agricultural outside of town to village, commercial, residential, and suburban. Our residential zones are now under attack by the threat of explosive expansion of various marijuana business, commercial, and service land uses. The average citizen has no idea about the impact resulting from state legislation, rules, and a hampered local municipal government trying to preserve our previously stable neighborhoods. I get it. Riding the large wave of both medical and adult use marijuana, there's a lot of money for both marijuana businesses and the state. From the municipal point of view, there is needed money to combat and defend our local decisions and ordinances. This problem is not of the town's making. The funds are sequestered by the state of Maine, and we are wanting resources to maintain a place the way life should be. As an aside, after reviewing the rules, I'm surprised the qualifying patient under 2.1.2D can legally possess up to 8 pounds of harvested marijuana. To me, this is astounding. The marijuana available these days is known to be much more potent than what came out of the cornfield 50 years ago. I cannot believe an individual can consume 8 pounds of pot. It doesn't take an MBA to see the logical resale potential. At current dispensary prices, 8 pounds represents in excess of $20,000 of product. Here in South Berwick, with handy access to New Hampshire and Interstate 95, we can easily see big money interest funding challenges to our positions on marijuana. The way the game is played will be bled cash until the town has had enough. Big dog, little dog. Big always wins. That is how the system is designed and built. Please consider giving municipalities the home rule tools and financial backing needed to be an effective partner as we all move ahead with legalized pot. As a representative of the town of South Berwick, I am opposed to proposed rules. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Any questions? Seeing none. Thank you for coming today.
Welcome.
Looks like 2 of the next individuals are not in the waiting room. So we'll be going to Stephen Williams and then David Twomey. Stephen, I believe you are been elevated. If you could just unmute and turn off your camera, you're able to, or excuse me, turn on your camera if you wish. You are ready to share your testimony. There we go.
Well, I hadn't really planned on talking, I guess, but because I was more interested in finding out the rule changes. My name is Stephen Williams. I own the Green-Eyed Ladies Farm out here in Springfield, Maine. We had a bad year last year. First year I got into the program. The frost got me pretty hard, but I'm just trying to learn some of the new rules that track and trace. I don't think it should be necessary for medical people, especially a small farmer, to be into the track and trace system. Other changes I'm not sure about yet, but in testing, we need to get out where we can get tested at, the quantity you have to use or submit. I'm all for that. I don't mind doing that. I'm an outdoor grower. I'd like to say that veterans get a discount and they become first in line to be helped. They should get their prescription free from the VA. We can't do that. I'm a disabled veteran and I smoke on the average 8 to 10 pounds of pot a year. To contradict the other guy that was just on there, said, "Oh, you can't do that. I'm a potaholic. I can do that." It makes a difference with my PTSD. Other than that, I really think you're trying to do a good job. I hope you listen to some of these people that's more up on what's going on than I am right now. And I do appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you for joining us, Stephen. Gabby, did you have any questions for Stephen? No? All right, seeing none. We will move on to the next individuals.
Did I do good?
I believe we have David Twomey. And then after David, we'll be looking for testimony from Amanda Bragg, Valerie Kaysen, page, what is that?
More no.
Thank you. Sorry, my eyes are going fuzzy here. Paige Morneau, Tori Lapointe, and Alexander Lincoln. All right, it looks like those 5 individuals are not in the waiting room. So Robinson Boggs of Warren, Michael Bridges, Melissa Hatt, Jeffrey Reynolds II, and Dawson Julia. Of those 5, if you could raise your hand, we can find you in the list and elevate you to provide testimony. All right, looks like we have Melissa. And again, we will make an attempt to circle back to make sure that everybody had registered has their opportunity to provide testimony. So it looks like we have Melissa. Welcome, Melissa.
Hello, thank you. Thank you all for having me. I am a bud tender out of Lewiston, Auburn. I've worked for 2 dispensaries, 207 THC, and I now currently work for Herbalize in Auburn. I just want to stress the importance of matching certain strains to specific symptoms that patients may have. It's very important for a small caregiver to be able to network amongst the community, if possible, tax-free, to match specific strains to certain symptoms and customize a regimen for their patients. I have a special knack in this. I research the genetics and, inform myself of the cannabinoids and what targets which areas of the body. I am a cancer survivor. I treated my own cancer, cervix cancer 4 years ago, and was very successful. And it is possible to consume over 8 pounds of marijuana a year. I use 2 pounds in just topical solution for myself. As you can see, I have skin flare-ups caused from a protein enzyme. The only way to treat it is through a combination of CBD and THC oil. I have to lather myself in it and I have to bathe in myself in it. So a great portion of my own use is topical. And then, usually I take about another 2 or 3 pounds for myself and processed edibles. I do believe that in the near future, marijuana will be seen as more as a nutrient than a controlled substance, as our cannabinoid and endo system rely on these receptors to function properly by giving them the necessary nutrients, which would be from the marijuana plant. As a bud tender, it is very hard to have, to work in a small individual dispensary and is limited to what we can afford to keep on the shelves or what we can network for. At this time, I think it's a great idea. Some of the rules that you guys are putting into place, of course, one of my concerns is, having product found over state lines and stuff like that. I really don't know how. I've read the bill and stuff, and I guess I'm a little confused, how these costs are gonna, for a small caregiver who only has access to grow 30 plants, how they would afford this extra security. It's mind-boggling to me that this is not someone, the people I know, the local caregivers I know, they only can grow 30 plants, and to add this extra security on them and taxes and seeds of sale, I just don't think right now is the time to do it. Maybe looking more in the future when, perhaps their insurance will start to cover these costs for the materials and stuff like that. Maybe then we'll be able to afford something, but it is really important that caregivers can be able to network amongst themselves to provide, like I said, the specific strands that will help their patients in the end and in the long run with long-lasting effects. And yeah, I guess that's all I really wanted to stress. And that, of course, yes, an individual absolutely through various methods can consume between 8 and 10 pounds a year. If they can afford that, a lot of people do not have the luxury of doing that. I think it's also very important for family members who live out of like the city to be able to grow for their relatives that live in their cities, because when you grow and like say in Lewiston or Auburn and somebody knows that you're growing a couple personal plants, you run the chance of getting robbed. You run the chance of a fire hazard because it's not properly set up because you're not really aware of the proper procedures for that. And you think, I'm only growing a couple of plants or something like that. But it really does add added stress when you're in inner cities trying to grow your own medicine. So I also wanted to just address that. I think it's important for family members or friends who might have the extra land or who might have a safer environment to grow plants on someone's behalf. I think that should absolutely be done tax-free and within the ordinance of the law.
Thank you, Melissa. You've run out of time. If you could conclude, that would.
Thank you so much for having me today.
No, absolutely. Thank you for joining us. Do we have any questions for Melissa? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It looks like next is Jeffrey Reynolds and then Dawson Julia.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome,
Okay,
Jeffrey.
sorry about that. Computer's
okay.
acting funny, old computer. Hi, yes, my name's Jeff. I just wanted to address some of the concerns today about the new law changes. One I want to say is that because it's federally illegal, it is impossible to get loans or funding of any kind unless you talk to a private lender, which if that case and you do get any kind of funding or finances through them, interest rates are way higher than what would be charged at a traditional bank. The other concerns I have is that with these new rule changes, they are going to put smaller people like me out of business before we can even really take off. Being in the tech industry, I don't like the fact of someone else having access to surveillance systems, as well as the company used for seed to sale tracking. I don't agree with the seed to sale tracking, and I know that the company Metric has contracts with 14 different states, and recently a lot of big news companies actually reported that there was an outage in California. And in order to input that data, you actually need somebody specialized and trained in that system to do manual data input. That's added costs to somebody like me who can't afford to pay somebody to get certified in that one particular system and pay them to manually update or add if the system goes down for that company. I am finding it very hard, especially with a lot of big business trying to come to Maine, to find an actual facility that I can start up in, especially the way property values are as well. I just think it's a lot of extra cost to be able to start up in this industry. Sorry about this. I had this written down. I misplaced it.
No, it's okay. Take your time.
So that worries me with the seed to sale tracking thing. I think by imposing that on the medical industry, it is creating a problem with people being able to actually keep track of things, especially with the system as large as it is, could be potentially unreliable. It's added cost I don't think the medical program needs at this time. Again, it's these new rules that could be potentially imposed are just very expensive and make it hard for people who want to get started in this industry, which I felt at first was very welcoming. But now after I read the new changes, I was like, I may be out of business before I can even fully take off. So those are my concerns, gentlemen. Thank you for allowing me this wonderful opportunity to speak today on behalf of the people as well as the industry. And I hope you guys have a great day. Enjoy some of this nice weather when this is done.
Yes. Thank you so much, Jeffrey, for joining us today and providing that feedback. Any questions?
No questions. Thanks, Jeff.
You're welcome.
Okay, with that, I believe we have Dawson Julia. And while we elevate Dawson, we will return to, I guess, Nicole Body has returned to the waiting room, so we can elevate her. And then afterwards, Christopher Walton, David Lloyd, Robin Thurston, Caitlin Malloy, and Polly Sullivan. If those folks could go ahead and use the raise hand function, we can spot you and elevate you to provide the testimony when you're up. But without further ado, Mr. Julia, welcome.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having me today, team at the OMP and Mr. Gunderson. I am Dawson Julia, a caregiver out of Unity and also director of the Maine Cannabis Coalition. First thing I want to say is the doctor thing issue that we're talking about is section 2.1.1-D. That's where it requires that you provide a primary provider. And if you don't have a family doctor or primary provider, then you are you can't do the telemeds. The other thing I want to point out that I feel the whole thing's kind of out of law. We're out of compliance. I want to point out Title 5, Chapter 375, Subchapter 2, Section 8063, which requires a fiscal impact study. This was supposed to be presented at the end of any proposed rules, and it was supposed to, and it says right in the law, it's supposed to be done before the public hearing. We have no fiscal impact study, and so this makes it so that this I don't even see how this public hearing is a legal public hearing because it says right in the statute we're out of compliance. The only exceptions is emergency rules. Having said that, I'm on a limited time here, so I'm just going to skip right through. Everything I'm going to talk about is my issue is Title 5, Chapter 375, Subchapter 2, Section 8052, 5A and 4, and also Section 8071, number 2. Which is about the difference between substantive and routine technical requirements for rule changes. The first one I want to point out is I don't believe it's fair for only stores or dispensaries to be able to sell plants. That's section 2.1.2-C. Also, you'll find it in 5.1.1-J. In section 7.1, it talks about the tracking inventory system, which includes, monitoring waste and things like that, and plant growth and all kinds of different activities. That's in conflict with the statute that requires only an electronic sales tracking portal. So I'm going to Title 22, Chapter 558-C, Section 2430-G, number 1A1. It clearly says keep a record of all transfers of marijuana plants and harvested marijuana. It does not say anything about monitoring plant growth or any kind of activity outside of sales. And we can look at the adult use statutes to see that what the real an inventory tracking system looks like. And the words are supposed to say from immature marijuana plant to the point of retail sale, disposal, or destruction. That is what the seed to sale tracking should look like. Those are words taken from the adult use statutes, Title 28. Operation plan of record, I really feel like that's above and beyond what the Procedural Administrative Act allows for a technical rule change. It seems like there's quite a bit here to go through, but it shall allow the department to inspect, and that includes law enforcement without denial. That's above and beyond what the statute says. We can risk a suspension if we refuse to let an inspector in, but nowhere does it imply that we are ever supposed to allow for law enforcement to come in. I believe that's also out of the adult use law language, not that Title 22. So moving right along, we have families that are living and this is, a lot of probably 2,500 caregivers out of their homes. So that affects them too with this law enforcement entry thing. I believe the entire plan of record should be removed. Fingerprinting is a substantive rule change. That's not allowed in any part of our medical statutes. In fact, if we provide that information to the FBI, if OMP is sharing information, that's again, a substantive rule change. And if we are doing background checks and things like that, that's a list that the feds are going to make. And we're supposed to have confidentiality with up to $1,000 per violation. So I feel like that's a violation of the confidentiality statute and should be taken out. Local authorization, it looks like 5.7.1-G requires local authorization for all registered caregivers. That's in conflict with Title 22, Chapter 558-C, Section 2429-D, number 3, which clearly states that that's only for retail stores, registered dispensaries, marijuana testing facilities, and manufacturing facilities, and that's caregiver retail stores. The 6.1.1-H is a substantive rule change, I believe, because it puts well, this goes back to the inspection thing. And this requires a caregiver, a registered caregiver, to always be on premises because it's not allowed, it's not legal for an inspector to inspect a premises without the registered caregiver being on site. In other words, we can't be using assistants. We can't use employees. The statute does not allow for it. And that's Title 22, Chapter 558-C, 2430-G-2. The alarm system with window sensors monitored by law enforcement, video surveillance, I believe, and to cover everything, including the waste and any spot where cannabis is, I believe that is far and above. There's no statute that asks for any kind of security cameras or anything close to that. It's just locked doors and fences and things like that. So I guess I'm out of time. I didn't even realize.
No, that's all right. Like I said to everybody else, I've been allowing a lot of leniency here, and the fact that you're providing.
I appreciate that. I was trying to read as fast as I could, but
and
anyway,
we're happy to receive written comments and testimony as well.
That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to send it all in writing. Thank you.
Yeah, just for a little bit of clarity, because there was a lot to unpack there, but all good feedback. The fiscal impact statement, we will certainly provide that. There was really no point to write it for the informal rulemaking process in this because really the rule's not finalized. As you can tell from the first draft to the second draft, we've made significant changes, and we are pretty sure there's going to be other changes made to it. So once we have adjusted the rule, we will be making that impact statement available. The substantive rulemaking versus routine technical rulemaking, while there certainly seems like there's substantive changes, that's based off the substantive changes that were made by the legislature that are now public law, and the legislature has deemed these routine technical. That's why we're going through such a substantive rulemaking process, be sure to get that feedback. There's just to be clear, there's nothing that requires federal background checks for registrants within the program. Local regulations, the local auth piece are just for certain registration types. Municipalities are allowed to regulate, but cannot limit the number. And then you mentioned law enforcement monitoring. My notes are so scribbled, but I just wanted to get those pointed clarity out.
It's 5.3.5-E that requires fingerprinting from the feds, and 5.3.5-D. The only part of the statute that would allow for that is if you're administering medication or cannabis to on school grounds,
Right.
because of the federal conflict, I guess. But outside of that, nothing should be shared with the feds or fingerprinted. But I believe if you read those rules, you'll see what I'm talking about. It seems like they're requiring that.
Certainly, and we'll go back to make sure that our intent is clear and we are not going above and beyond what the statute allows, because that's certainly not our intent. So anybody
Okay,
have any
thank you.
questions for Dawson?
No, but thank you, Dawson.
Thank you, sir.
All right, take care. Thank you for joining us, Dawson.
Thank you.
Nikolai, I believe we're elevating. I think I finally. Nikolai Bhatti. And then after that, it's Christopher Walton, David Lloyd, Robin Thurston, and Caitlin Malloy. Nikolai, you have joined us. There we go. And I apologize. I thought I was reading Nicole earlier, but here we are. Oh, if you could unmute, you're free to share your testimony.
Eric, how are you today?
Good. How are you?
I just wanted to mention my concerns. My main concern is that I feel as though the new rules that are going to be put in place are going to cause a lot of the patients to not be able to afford the certain types of medication that they need. For example, cannabis oil, commonly known as Rick Simpson oil, requires somewhere around 10 grams of high quality material to produce. Let's just say that material was put into a pre-rolled marijuana cigarette that sells for $5 to $10 for that 1 gram marijuana cigarette. You'd be looking at a cost of $50 to $100 plus processing fees to create that cannabis oil. I'm able to offer that cannabis oil at little to even no cost because of the profits that I'm able to make off of flower. If these new rules come into place, I'm going to have to charge $50 to $100 per gram for cannabis oil. And that's just not something that most Mainers can afford. And I feel that my other concern is that this is going to force certain people, especially in rural areas or low income areas, to resort to the black market to get high quality medicine. I guess that's all I have to say today. Thank you for your time.
Oh, thank you for joining us. We really do appreciate it. Any
All right,
questions?
have a good one.
Yeah, take care. Okay. Let's go to Christopher Walton, if he's in the room. Again, David Lloyd, Robin Thurston, Caitlin Malloy, and Polly Sullivan. All right, Christopher, it seems you have joined us. You can unmute and turn on the camera if you want. Or you seem to have just disappeared. So we can go to David Lloyd and circle back to Christopher Walton because we did have him for a second. David, you had joined us. Feel free to take yourself off mute and turn on your camera if you want, and feel free to provide testimony.
I have no testimony at this time. Thank you.
Okay. All right. With that, now we can search for Robin Thurston, then Caitlin Malloy, and Polly Sullivan. So give us a second to find them and elevate them to provide the testimony. All right, looks like we'll be joined by Caitlin Malloy of Sanford. All right, I do believe that Caitlin has joined us. Take yourself off mute. Are you with us, Caitlin? If you could take yourself off mute and start your video. All right, we will move on to Laura Morris. Susan, oh, no. Susan Bistney. Okay. All right, let's go to Kim McClintock. All right, Kim, I believe you are in. If you could unmute and turn on your camera, you're able to provide your testimony.
Hey, how are you doing today? My name is Kim McClintock. I'm the owner-operator of the Higher Class in Calais. I'm actually in my shop today doing a couple of things. But I just wanted to reach out today and give you guys a little bit of information on how hard it is in rural areas for patients to actually get access to medicine, let alone the doctor's office and stuff like that, just because it's such a low income area and so very hard for everybody. I know I personally deal with a lot of patients that are homebound and cannot even get into the shop, let alone go to the doctor or anything like that. So they really, really depend on the telemed program to be able to provide them with their certifications. We also provide a safe space on site, and I do believe that that is required from us in a way to be able to provide the services that we need to for our patients independently. But other than that, I really don't have a whole lot. These changes will definitely impact the community in a bunch of ways, good and bad. But thank you so much for you guys' time, and thank you for all of your efforts. Thank you. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Kim, any questions for Kim?
No, thanks, Kim.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Thank you. All right, following Kim's testimony, the next 5 or 6 that we have up on deck, and again, if we call your name, please raise your hand. It's Robert Jeffrey of Warren, Ronald Jordan of Portland, Mark Glazier of Wilton, Sam Wang of Monmouth, Ella Quall of Eastport, Betsy Armstrong of Surrey, and David Salvatore of Lebanon. So Robert Jeffrey, Ronald Jordan, Mark Glazier, Sam Wang, Ella Quall, Betsy Armstrong, and David Salvatore. And it looks like we have Robert. Robert, how are you?
Hi, good afternoon, Chair. Thank you to the board of the OMP. Thank you guys for having this testimony period. I will be submitting a written testimony later on this afternoon. But I wanted to touch a couple key points that I am a local caregiver, brand new to the system, to the OMP caregiving system. I am also a director for Massachusetts Cannabis Reform Coalition, MassCan, who Grant Ellis is our president who spoke earlier. I resided in Massachusetts up until last year when I moved to Maine. Maine is a beautiful state, and I moved there because of a couple family members that fell ill and rely on the caregiver system, on the caregiver program for their medication. They don't, from my family, we have a issue with opiates where they cause severe damage to our internals. I had died 6 years ago. I had my fifth massive heart attack caused by opiates and being on medication throughout my whole life. And at that point, cannabis had changed my life. Now, I'd had family members who would ask me to stop what I was doing, move to Maine to be able to help them out because they want safe, quality cannabis. They want great meds that are safe for them. Big Canna is coming in, trying to wipe out the whole caregiver system to make it match and look and mirror the image of the adult use. Cannabis patients are not adult use patients. They rely on this caregiver service to depend on low cost, sufficient and high quality meds. Again, I don't have anything written down right now. It's all on my computer, so I will be writing testimony there as well. Thank you for your time. And please look at what you guys are doing. It'll destroy a lot of small local caregivers. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for joining us, Robert. And thank you for sending along that testimony after the fact. Any questions for Robert? Okay, seeing none.
Thank you,
We'll
guys.
move on. Yeah, take care. We will move on to Ronald Jordan. And again, Mark Glazer, Sam Wang, Ella Qual, Betty Armstrong, and David Salvatore. If you could, again, raise your hand, we will bring you in to provide testimony.
Hello.
Ronald, how are you?
Fine, thank you. I guess I'm broadcasting now, and I even put a suit on for you, but it's not the first time I've had to deal with the Department of Human Services. Health engineering, it used to be called, and I suppose that's what OMP is interested in, is the engineering of the health and well-being of the people that are in the cannabis community and medical cannabis community at that. My first dealings with Department of Human Services and Health Engineering started as a young man when I was looking after the public water system, which was actually run by a private company, which I was superintendent of, the Seal Harbor Water Company. And we were faced with the Clean Drinking Water Act. The federal government, Federal Register produced regulations in regards to how, especially the surface water treatment rule, how surface water would be used for public drinking purposes. And you need to, in order to comply with the new regulations that were produced, everybody scrambled. You see, you had a certain window of opportunity to, if you wanted to build a filtration plant, well, go ahead. You're welcome to and spend the money and go ahead. And some towns had to do that. And some places applied for exemptions to the rules and the surface water treatment regulations. And you had to prove disinfection standards, you know. And a lot of the story that I went through applies to the medical cannabis use and the way the program should operate more on behalf of the patients rather than the opportunity of the state to fulfill its obligation to the community of, the drinking water standards. You know, what I went through cost the state a great piece of money. As a private company, well, we had to go to the legislature and form a quasi-municipal water district, which took over the operation. And we spent a lot of money in engineering and processes and everything. And so, but the rules, applying that you're trying to apply to the medical community, it's not the same. You see, we do have an opiate problem. We've had medical access issues where the state has denied access to any kind of public health care for it's been going on for a long time. People with opiate problems got sent to methadone clinics and denied the actual more life-saving medicated assisted treatment of Suboxone. And come to find out, marijuana all this time had such benefits, you know, but you know, how we're going to keep it cheap for the people that really need it. You know, I see I'm out of time and I got a lot to say, and I'm going to try to write down something and put it on paper, but the rules specifically regarding the computerization and the electronic reporting seed to sale, they need to be remodified, relooked at, because as a caregiver, as I am, I can't be expected to pay, it's not about the money for me, it's about the research and the medicine, the benefit to people. And let's say my grow is more connected with a family need rather than the sale or enrichment and all that. So for the government to come in at state level and say, well, you've got to count every seed, I'd send you a picture of the seedlings and then how they came out, I guess. I don't know, but seems kind of ridiculous. I probably have to get out of it, but I guess my time's up.
No, yeah, thank you for joining us and thanks for providing that testimony, Ronald. We do appreciate it. Any questions? All right, seeing none, thank you for joining us.
Right.
Looks like we have Sam Wang up next. Then we have a few people that aren't in the waiting room. Again, we will circle back. And after Sam, there he is. After Sam, we'll have Robert McQueenie, Brian Abbott, and Zoanne Tootie. So if those individuals are on, please raise your hand. But Sam, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sam Wang. I'm a caregiver out of Monmouth. I'm extremely grateful to have the opportunity to let my voice be heard, and I do have very strong feelings regarding this issue. I am here today staunchly opposing the proposed changes by the OMP. I believe that this is going to hurt small businesses drastically. All of Maine's caregivers, processors, manufacturers, retailers, and most importantly, patients would benefit from easing restrictions on cultivation caregivers, not increasing it. If better accountability and transparency is the goal of these proposed changes, then it becomes painfully obvious that these changes would in fact do the opposite. These changes blatantly create more obstacles for cannabis caregivers and small businesses, despite what we're being told. These changes will create distrust between caregivers and the state. With harsher restrictions on caregivers, the black market will become inevitably stronger than ever before, which is something we are all trying to avoid here. The solution is to start from scratch. New rules have to be drafted with caregiver representation. How can rules that govern the cannabis community be imposed by those who don't have a true sense of the community itself? We all have such an incredible opportunity here to show not just the rest of the country, but the rest of the world that Maine is going to stand up and protect its citizens and its residents, and it's going to help have accessible cannabis be there for everyone. I believe that we have a really cool opportunity here. We've seen what happens in states like California and states like Colorado. We've seen what's happened. These aren't just feelings or emotions. We've seen actually what has happened in these states, in these industries. We've seen what's happened to people, smaller businesses that are getting boxed out by these larger corporations or interest groups. It's very, very frightening for a lot of us caregivers, as I'm sure you guys are seeing the fear and maybe a little bit of distrust. We want to work together. We want to create a program that is good for everybody. And I think it's been a resounding opinion from the community that this new set of proposed laws or rules is not going to help us. It's going to hurt us. And I'm so grateful that we are having this opportunity to have a little bit of a conversation about it. You don't have to do that. So I do understand that it's probably crazy listening to all these people talk, but I'm so grateful to have the opportunity to let my voice be heard. And I hope that, we can do the right thing here. I will submit a more specific written testimony as well, but I just wanted to get my voice across. Thank you guys so much for having me.
Yes, thank you. And we're grateful that you have stayed patient and helped provide that feedback and testimony as we've gone through the day. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good
Any
one.
questions for Sam?
No, but thank you, Sam.
Thanks a lot, guys.
All right, take care. Let's see. It looks like Brian Abbott is up next. Brian Abbott. And as we elevate Brian, we have a number of individuals on the list that I can run through. And if you could raise your hand: Jennifer Cunningham, David O'Brien, Michelle Curtis, Dylan Reynolds, Dave Mearmont, Donald Gardner, Amber Patterson, Angela Einstein. Again, if any of you folks are on the call, please raise your hand. That way we can find you and elevate you so you can provide testimony. Again, it's Jennifer Cunningham, David O'Brien, Michelle Curtis, Dylan Reynolds, Dave Mearmont, Donald Gardner, Amber Patterson, and Angela Einstein. All right, I believe Brian Abbott, I believe you've been elevated. If you can unmute yourself and turn on your camera if you wish. The floor is yours. Okay, we will circle back for Brian. And we are elevating Amber Patterson. Welcome. Hi.
Trying to figure out how to work these Zoom meetings.
I know it.
So good morning. Thank you guys for letting me take the opportunity to speak. I'm from Kennebec County. I run Creative Caring. I'm also a assistant for the Honeycomb Farm in Wilton. We have a couple of different concerns with the proposed rules. Albeit I do believe that most of them are overdue. As a caregiver, I think we wear several hats, one of the main hats being an advocate for patients. And I think my biggest concern is passing on such extreme hikes in our costs to the patient. It already is a bear to even get an indoor grow going with high quality cannabis that you can actually pass on to the patient in the end. So I think that we need to take the time to, inner focus. Cannabis is an inclusive plant, and by limiting their patient access, by limiting their ability to gain access to seeds and to clones, I think is super inhibiting to the local Mainers. I believe that it's a cottage industry. I know that we all say it over and over, but Maine has done nothing but allow us to build. We're kind of on this forefront of leaving behind legacies. And when you're in the marijuana museum in 200 years, do you want to be viewed as the people that helped create legacies throughout Maine, or the people that were the catalyst for destroying small businesses? There's so much that rests in your hands, and I know that you guys work day and night on this just like we do. I think that at the end of the day, we all have the same goals at hand. We want to be able to build the industry, pay the taxes, make sure that people have jobs, but we have to make sure that our patients have access and that the families in Maine are not drastically affected. I don't want to go work for somebody for, $12 an hour. I want to be able to own my own business. And Maine, when you used to come over the bridge, it said Maine open for business, and it was real, and that's one of the things that we as Mainers have to remember, is that we're here to be open for business and to take care of Mainers. I don't want to be bought out and then employed by a Russian company where all of our money is being drained out of Maine. Right now, we're bringing in tourists, we're bringing in patients from other states
specifically because our cannabis is so much higher quality, which means that we're funneling money into Maine and not out of it, which I think is huge. And I think that if it's all about the mighty dollar, that's something we really have to think about. So thank you. I appreciate your time as always.
That was the first time all day that I spoke while on mute. Thank you, Amber, for joining us. Thank you for providing the testimony.
Of course.
Do we have any questions for Amber?
No, thank you, Amber.
Thank you, guys. Have a beautiful day.
Yeah, you too.
Bye-bye.
Give me a second while we figure out who is up next. Next, we have Dave Mearmont, Senator Mearmont. Here we are. Senator, how are you?
Great. How are you today?
Good, good. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having this hearing. The Marijuana Advisory Policy Advisory Committee is unable to meet while we're in session, which I've been trying to get a meeting going to also put our perspective out on this, a good broad perspective, but a day full of this should do it. From my own perspective of dealing with it in the legislature and advocating for this, we worked on a lot of these rules and we took the recommendations of the committee and we provided the legislation. And I feel like this process, while taking community input is good, that this is bigger and should be going through the legislature. I do have to say that, and I would welcome that as a legislator because of the broad spectrum that we also serve. And this, where an agency is deciding things without our input is a part of the bigger problem this session because of COVID, but this didn't need to be done right now. So I really wish you'd get it back to us. I also think that with our medical marijuana program having been a model, I know many people who are doing it and many who are using it, and some are legislators, and the relief they've found, the professionalism they've found made me wonder about a few of the aspects that may or may not be included at this point. But there's not many physicians that have come up to the level of expertise as some of the people that live right down the street from me. They're amazing at being able to refine their product in the best way possible to target certain things like sleep or pain. They've adjusted the dosages, they've adjusted everything. They are so responsive. To take that away would be horrible, especially, as I say, we've been a model program for the country. We don't want to go back to legislating this program through fear and the voices we've heard for 100 years that have been way off base. This is a safe, effective program. We will keep managing it to keep it that way, and we don't want to go away from that. So the other is that invading privacy in any way between a patient and their caregiver, it doesn't even speak to any model of health that I know of or that we've had before. And again, I would say that takes it back to the old failed war on drugs. We've moved it out of that. This is a therapeutic product. We have great independent small business people who are doing it. I'd say 95%, 98% are very professional. They follow the rules to the letter to keep it where they want it to be, where I want it to be. And that is something that is serving the population of Maine in an affordable and effective way. So I'm saying take a break or just throw out this part for now and bring it back to the legislature next year when we're meeting together and can work on it together. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Appreciate it. And I'll just mention that we do take the confidentiality of both the qualifying patients in state and our registrants very serious. And I don't believe we're infringing on that with these draft rules. And then just for clarity, because I have heard it from others that testified today, these rules were last updated in 2018. And since then, there's been almost 10 different pieces of legislation that have changed the program. So we're trying to update them on, we'll just say, items that have been changed by the legislature up to this point. So having said that, look forward to working with you on the commission once we get out of session and they're able to have those conversations. So thank you for joining us. Does anybody have any questions for the good senator?
May I?
Sure. Yeah, Gabby, great.
Good morning, Senator, or good afternoon. Well, no, we're still in the morning. Good morning. Good morning, Senator Mirma. You had mentioned that there were some aspects not addressed in this rule, and I just didn't know if you had specific examples because we want to make sure to consider that in revising the rule.
I think anything that eases the path into the medical marijuana program, it should just be between the provider and their patient. Their provider has enough rules to work with right now, and I just want to keep it between them, like any doctor-patient relationship. I want to keep the product as clean as possible because it can't be therapeutic if it's dirty, and the providers I know all accept that. And I want to make sure we have two separate programs until we don't need any program, till we show that marijuana is safe when self-prescribed or administered as an adult, as long as we're in the adult range and you keep it that way. Those would be the most important. I've never feared after I know anecdotal, but I'm 65 and my friends around me were using it quite regularly by the time I was 14 in my world. And it's never left the high schools. It's just been there. And so there's a lot of anecdotal evidence about what it doesn't do and the health effects that it doesn't have. But it's just the broader spectrum that it's been in that's allowed those things to stay. We're disproving them realistically, not anecdotally now. We have lots of evidence of all the help that it brings in all the ways that it isn't hurting people.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator, for joining us today and hanging in there with us while we go through the morning.
Thanks, Senator. And thanks for all your work at the legislature.
Thank you. Thanks for all of this. This is great. You're going to have a long day.
Yes, certainly will. Okay, it looks like next up we have Todd Ketchum, Kevin McAloon, excuse me, Melina Dumas, and then Jim Presby and Matthew Lee. So there's Todd. Great. Welcome, Todd.
Hello there. How are you today?
Good.
Excellent. Thanks so much for having this today. Many thanks to OMP, Commissioner Figueroa, to Eric, Scott, Anya, Gabby, David, and for the hard work of all those at the state level, as well as the testimony here today by a diverse group of Maine people. I represent Maine caregivers, small farm businesses, and agricultural businesses as a private attorney, and I am a medical cannabis patient. That's why I wish to offer this moment of pause. The proposed changes to harmonize Maine medical marijuana with the adult use scheme are out of tune. We have heard, even today, empirical data noting that Maine is the most successful medical program in the country, and it needs to remain distinct and unique from the later developments of an adult use marijuana program. By standardizing medical rules with that of adult use, new regulations pose onerous burdens on especially the smallest operations, as we've heard anecdotally today, and new compliance hurdles and packaging costs have not been met with increased production licenses and limits for medical business owners. This program was created for Mainers to have access to safe, available, and affordable medicine. The existence of the adult use scheme jeopardizes this in a number of levels, i.e. price competition, but homogenization with it adds costs for packaging, manufacturing, licensing, security, without the increased production limits and canopy size allowed in adult use for medical caregivers. To be clear, the clients that I'm calling in and testifying here on behalf of all support testing, QA/QC, and have had good meetings with OMP staff. But they really think that further changes with enhanced regulations really should be mirrored by increased production. The regulation does not allow for the canopy to increase beyond past limits, specifically referencing section 13.4 A, B, and C. Specifically, my clients wish for plant seeds to be traded, sold, and gifted. This enterprise is based on plants, especially selecting cultivars and genetics for many reasons. A healthy medical marijuana community and program will allow freedom in this space. Sections in particular are 6.16A, 6.76A, and 6.28K. These restrictions functionally allow the sale of a chicken, but not the egg. And the chicken can come with a whole lot of diseases and ruin somebody's operation, but that egg can come from a clean place as well, and should be able to be tested, of course, and sold responsibly. In addition, proposed changes for 22 MRSA Section 2423A2Q restrict our freedom to contract within small caregiver family operations. And we've heard that from a number of committed small operation caregivers today. Of course, my clients and I will provide public comment in advance of the deadline. And again, thank you all so much for this time and for all of your hard work.
Thank you, Todd. I actually do have a question for the clients that you represent. You hit upon a few things in here. Would you say it sounded almost like the main concern with the rules is the limiting of the seed and plant sales to patients from any registrant other than dispensaries or caregiver storefronts. Is that true?
That's right.
Okay. Yeah. So we've had this conversation internally, and we've had it with some of our registrants before. And that would require a statutory change, which we are open to.
Okay.
So again, there's obviously things within the statute which the state would feel comfortable with from a public health and safety standpoint, community safety, and we believe that's one of them. So because that has nothing to do with the rules really right now, if you send in the testimony, we would be happy to connect with both you and your clients to have that conversation.
I really certainly appreciate it, and they appreciate it through me. Again, thanks for the great work, folks.
All right. Does anybody else have any questions for Todd?
No, thanks, Todd.
You're quite welcome. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Give me a second. I'll figure out who's next here. All right, we saw Brian Abbott in the room raise his hand. We can circle back to Brian. I think it went down, but if we can locate Brian Abbott, you can provide your testimony. And then after Brian, Kevin McAloon and Melina Dumas. Okay, we will go to Kevin and Brian. If you're out there, if you could raise your hand.
Mute.
Hey, Kevin, we can hear you. Oh, there you go.
Mr. Gunderson, thank you for your hosting this meeting. I am a caregiver. I've been in the cannabis industry since 2013, and my story begins like a lot of caregivers. My wife was sick with cancer, and she passed away in 2014. In 2013, when she was alive, we were looking for help, and there was nobody. So since she's passed, I've really specialized in cancer protocols. I manufacture oils from the cannabis plant. And we have countless caregivers know this. Caregivers know this, but cannabis is a medicine. We see opioid cessation, low-hanging fruit, autoimmune diseases, cancer, epilepsy, go on and on. The manufacturing of cannabis oils and measuring cannabis oils so that patients are not inebriated but get therapeutic levels of cannabis in their systems to support their health aspirations is mandatory to move this program forward. You know, patients are sensitive to levels of cannabinoid therapy. I see that many of the caregivers speaking so far to date, and the banking support is missing in action. We can't operate like normal businesses. I've invested everything that I've earned over the years. I was an information scientist for 35 years. As Ralph Everett said earlier, we need to be able to operate as functional businesses, not sole proprietorships. We need to be able to team up. And, Maine has a statewide resource. It's the cannabis gardener. The more gardeners we have, we will be able to manufacture the medicines that everybody knows are working for people in a totally unknown way. The researchers at Farmington that are looking at hemp and cannabis, they need to get proper funding. Maybe the OMP could start a program where, you know, we could support research, even though the feds don't have it figured out yet. You know, we have, I believe we do have the best medical program in the country. I am a mandatory tester. I have transparency on all the products we market to other caregivers. We have retail scan codes on every package because patients deserve to know they have clean material. We are, you know, I'm a member of the Seed to Health organization with Andrew Thatcher. He spoke earlier. And from the earliest times working with my wife even, we kept log records. Patients are learning the way to use this medicine. And my byline is, we're helping patients lead the way forward. We need backing from the state, not restrictions. Like I said, I test everything because patients deserve to know that their medicine is clean. And I think that when we look at the Seed to Health organization, it's all about allowing this collaborative network of caregivers who we've seen with all the recent, you know, testimony earlier today. There are tons of patients out there that are relying on these caregivers, and we need to make sure that the rule reflects reality. And I welcome, you know, working with the OMP, and we are going to, the Seed to Health group is going to be submitting written comments on the rule. And I appreciate your hosting this testimony, and thank you very much.
Yes. Well, we appreciate you being here today, and we appreciate that Seed to Health will be putting that together so we can go through it and certainly make sure that it gets the attention it deserves. But does anybody have any questions for Kevin?
I have just a quick question, if I may.
Sure.
Yes.
Good. Still morning. You had mentioned that you include information on your packaging for patients. What sort of information is included in? Is it like a QR code or a barcode, or?
It's a data matrix code, which is a standard code. You know, the data matrix code is similar to the QR code. Let's put it that way. It has a little more resiliency in terms of if it was damaged, it could still read. So it's a little more resilient than the QR code.
And how do your patients extract information from that?
So
is it like a reader?
Yeah, so most cameras on the cell phones can scan the codes, and it goes to a landing page on our website. I mentioned that I was in information science for 35 years. So, you know, I do have a unique skill set. We've set up the data matrix scan codes. We download the lab results from either Nova Analytics. We have some older ones from Proverti. We do work closely with the testing labs, and you know, we've helped gardeners troubleshoot their use of pesticides. So, you know, as a manufacturer, I think we stand a decent way of addressing some of the concerns that the community has. So
thank you.
We do, you know, for each of our lot numbers. So we track as though it were the CFR code, you know, the code for federal regulation. FDA has nutraceutical and supplement and pharmaceutical tracking. And so we're doing it similar to how the FDA wants people to manage lot numbers and batch numbers. And it's similar to what Metric is doing, but we're doing it internally, not in between. And we enforce, we don't process dirty materials. So we have a gate at the beginning of our process that says if you have tainted material, we'll help you troubleshoot why it's tainted, but we're not processing it, you know.
Thank you. Appreciate that clarification.
Yep.
Any other questions for Kevin?
No, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kevin. All right, next we'll go to Melina Dumas. I lost my list here. Then Matthew Lee, and then Zone Tootie.
Good morning, just barely now. Director Gunderson, Deputy Director Lever, Attorney Pierce, and Ms. Lund Trundy. My name is Melina Dumas, and I'm an attorney with the law firm Drummond Woodsum, which is based in Portland, Maine. We support the enactment of the proposed medical marijuana rule. I did sign up as neither for nor against, but we generally support the rule's content as it implements the changes made by statute in 2018, filling a crucial gap in the current regulatory framework. We believe the rule does fairly and accurately effectuate the legislature's intent when it amended the medical use of marijuana law 2.5 years ago to create more commercial opportunities for industry participants, but also with this permitted expansion imposes necessary and proportionate regulation to protect public health and safety. These legislative changes included, among other things, a directive that the Office of Marijuana Policy adopt a statewide electronic system for tracking purposes, promulgate rules for ensuring that medical marijuana cultivation, manufacturing, and retail stores were adequately secured, and implement important consumer protections such as packaging and labeling requirements. The minor additional changes we would still like to propose today are to sections 6.2.8, 6.7.6, and other sections regarding prohibited conduct by registrants, specifically in regards to sales through an online platform. We appreciate that the Office of Marijuana Policy incorporated changes into the proposed rule in the sections I mentioned that allow qualifying patients to initiate transactions with registered dispensaries and caregivers through online sales platforms, so long as they present their valid patient certification and identification in person prior to the completion of the sale when value is exchanged. We would ask that the Office of Marijuana Policy consider extending this authorization to wholesale transactions between registrants in Maine's medical marijuana program. The language that was added between the preliminary draft and the proposed new rule seems to only cover patient-initiated transactions, but allowing the use of an online platform to initiate wholesale transactions would benefit all participants in the industry for similar reasons of convenience and practicality. Registration credentials would still be verified on site prior to transfer of marijuana and marijuana products, and exchange of value would occur at that time. The transfers would also be recorded in the inventory tracking system and on trip tickets. So thank you again for the time you've spent listening to and reading the many comments from members of the public and the industry. I'll note that I did look through the spreadsheet that you created. That was part of that informal comment period that was not required, as you mentioned, and noticed the numerous changes that were made in the proposed rule. And that was really helpful for kind of tracking the changes that took place in the proposed rule. We really appreciate that, as well as all the hard work that has gone into this new rule, which promotes public health and safety, implements the changes in the medical marijuana laws from 2018, and includes mechanisms for small home-based caregivers to maintain their businesses under a less stringent set of regulations. Thank you again for your time today.
Great, thank you. And just for everybody that's still with us, we fully expect to go through that same process through this public hearing. So we've gone from the initial draft to the proposed rule, and then we will certainly highlight and illustrate the changes that we make from the proposed rule to the rule that we will adopt, so everybody can see those changes as we go through this process. So thank you. Anybody have any questions for Melina?
No, thanks, Melina.
Thank you. Thanks.
Great. Looks like we're going to Matthew Lee, and then Zone Tootie. All right, Matt, there he is.
Good morning, Director Gunderson. How are you today?
Good, how are you?
Not too bad. And thank you for your time, and thank you to the rest of the panel for your time today. I am Matthew Lee. I am owner of Penobscot Bay Organics in Orland, Maine. And I am basically calling into opposition to these rules. Like many of my caregivers have said before, I do not believe that these will affect the state of Maine in a good way. I believe it will put a lot of us out of business. And contrary to the belief, it is not easy to actually fully start a business at the moment. It took me many years from being a caregiver to actually getting my storefront and a lot of my own personal money. We cannot get bank loans, that has been stated before, and We are up against a lot of opposition from big billionaires and out-of-state corporations who want to put us out of business. I believe that the office should do a better impact study on how this is going to affect patients and local businesses and caregivers in the state before implementing any of these rules. And I also would ask that, my apologies, that you guys take more time in promoting the caregiver-based program than the adult-based program. As we will see that in smaller caregivers will give back to their communities and their patients more than the adult use corporations will. I thank you all for your time and hope you have a great rest of your day.
Thank you for joining us, Matthew. Appreciate it. Does anybody have any questions for Matthew?
Questions?
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I think we're going to next elevate Zone Tootie. Oh, nope, looks like she has left the room. So we can, again, try to circle back. It looks like we have Donald Gardner from earlier. There we go.
Okay, sorry about that.
All good.
Just took me a sec. Thank you, Director Gunderson and board members for your time. Appreciate it. My name is Donald Gardner. I'm a small seasonal caregiver from Knox County. I come before you in opposition of the proposed changes. I genuinely believe that the over-intensity of these new regulations and restrictions will hinder the mere existence of my business. The sheer cost alone of the seed to sale tracking metric, in addition to the newly proposed security requirements, are enough alone to quite literally bankrupt my business. It doesn't make any sense. As a small Maine-raised farmer, such as myself, and in this time of national crisis, it just doesn't make sense why these overburdensome changes are being pushed so hard. I would like to propose that you sit down with some of these cultivators, caregivers, and patients, such as myself, and rework these regulations in a way that is both fair, equitable, and affordable. I will be submitting a more detailed written testimony as well. Thank you for your time and allowing us to be part of these changes and providing input. And
Great.
that's all I got. Short and sweet, man. I mean, that's what it is. Like that's how we feel. Like, I mean, it's over. I mean, I literally cannot emphasize the word overburdensome enough. It'll be the end of my business. It's that simple. And I won't be the only one. Like, I'm going off script now, but
no, yeah, that's okay.
I'm going off script, but this is me. This is real, you know? Like, I'm genuinely petrified of these new changes. I operate independently. Like, I won't be able to do this anymore. And I'll be on the unemployment line. And that's petrifying. It's petrifying.
And that's the reason we hope to have all this substantive feedback again the first time, to hear this testimony, this powerful testimony, and again ensure that as we continue to adjust the rules, again, we are sincere when we say we want to make the rule in a place that protects public health and safety, but also works for all stakeholders. So we can't thank you enough for joining us.
Yeah.
And we do sincerely hope that you do send that additional testimony, because we will be spending time, just like we did with the over 1,500 comments the first time, going through all those and making changes. So
for sure.
Does anybody have any questions for Donald?
No questions, but thank you, Donald. Appreciate the testimony.
Thank you for your time and for listening to us and allowing us to be part of this. You know, it means a lot.
Absolutely. Okay. Take care.
You as well.
And it sounds like we have Derek Shirley has raised his hand. So we'll bring up Derek Shirley next. And then we have Lucas Bernard, Eric Nicholas, and Melissa Veu.
Hello, what's going on?
Hello, how are you?
I'm living good, man. I can't complain. I got 3 minutes here, so I'll keep it quick. So unlike most people, my name's Derek Shirley. I'm on the Cannabis Coalition Board. I also host my podcast, Getting High with Cats. So my big thing is I'm a patient first and foremost. And when you guys are talking about regulating and almost taking a step backwards and making patients to make it harder to get their cards, and you know, it's one of these things where it's better than I'm on cannabis, because right now I'm fucking lit, dude. Between us, Eric, you know, like, let's talk as people. You know what I mean? Like, put the suits aside, put the letters aside. Let's be real. We're here in Maine. We are literally struggling every day. It's Maine. But the thing is that keeps us alive is our medical cannabis and keeps us grinding. You know, me personally, just being a patient, I don't have thousands of dollars into this, but I am a patient. I came from Pittsburgh, went from Arizona, and here and out in Arizona, I saw big corporations take over that. I saw medical cards being raised to $350. And as soon as you're talking about increasing prices of the medical card, you're just pushing people to adult use and rec. And that's what I feel like is important, is like people say, talking about the patients. Well, I'm here as a patient to tell you, don't mess with our freaking prices or adding more elements or more what's it called? You know, more things to our list to qualify us for being patients. That's another thing that's an issue. Like, we got to keep this easy and streamlined for the patients as much as possible for us to give us a chance. Because human nature, that streamline is going to go to adult use. It's human nature. So at least give us a fighting chance. That's all I'm asking. Throw out these rules, sit down with some local guys that actually been here, actually grown, actually done shit. Not even me. Sit down with some actual people and rewrite these rules for the love of God. For the love of God. Then that's all I got. I don't even know how long it's been. I'm out.
All right. Thank you, Derek. Thank you for joining us today. And does anybody have any questions for, oh, looks like he's gone. Okay. Sec, who do we have next? Looks like we have Eric Nichols.
Hey, can you all hear me?
Yes, thank you.
All right. So I'm not going to take up a whole lot of your time. I really appreciate your the invitation to have patients and caregivers give the input to these proposed rules as currently drafted. Commissioner Gunderson, OMP staffers, thank you again for this time. As Mr. Shirley said, and I might not be as eloquent as Mr. Shirley, but I am coming to you as a patient first. I can tell you that as a lifelong Mainer, as a lifelong cannabis user, and as a lifelong cannabis farmer, that I don't believe that you will push medical users to the adult use and recreational market. I believe that the rules as presently constituted will take our medical program decades backwards, and we will be pushing people to the black market. That's the reality of the situation is that. These rules were written by big business consultants. They were made to drive small farms, small businesses out of business and push those people to the adult use and recreational market. Let's make no mistake about that. That's very clear. Medical cannabis and recreational cannabis are not the same. The quality is not the same. The prices are not the same. And these rules as presently constituted would wipe out a large economic driver, especially in rural communities. And you're talking about rural caregivers who really take the time to give back to their communities. So the premise is public safety. There has not really been any data collected or put out there to show that there has been a risk to public health. It's kind of a slap in the face to everyone who's helped to legitimize cannabis in the state of Maine. And, you know, I'm not so sure how many people have actually had family members or friends die. I have in the cannabis industry. This is personal. And you know, I'm going to go off script here and I don't want to. So before I do, I'm going to just say thank you for the time. I really hope that you scrap these rules and go back to the drawing board with some real stakeholders who live in these rural communities and who actually live in Maine and who've actually been part of this for decades, and really listen, because this is important, very important. Thank you for your time.
Yes, Eric, thank you for joining us. Did anybody have any questions for Eric?
No, but thank you. Thank you for the testimony, Eric.
Thank you.
Okay, is Melissa Vayu, if you're available, Melissa, please raise your hand.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Good. I just wanted to speak today, coming from a Mainer, born and raised, and also a mother and a fiance. Excuse me, I'm a little nervous. I'm a patient, a new patient. My whole life I've dealt with depression, anxiety, clinical. Been on all the pharmaceuticals, nothing really worked. Then my fiance, who is an Army vet, didn't want to take the handful of pills the VA wanted to prescribe him. So he has always self-medicated, and he introduced it to me because I didn't want to be a walking zombie. I also introduced it to my mother in edible form. And to get off sleeping pills after her breast cancer treatment. She's now sleeping pill free and does 20 milligrams a night. You know, if this medical program goes away, we can't afford rec prices. You know, we're also growers. We're caregivers. We provide to our patients. We provide to ourselves. We are our own patients first, and we want clean, good, Maine local cannabis for our medicine. There's a lot of rules. The inspections without, you know, caregivers present. You know, putting that on employees as a responsibility, that's just wrong. Our facility is at our home. This is my children's sanctuary. I don't allow, unless you're authorized to be on my property, because this is our home. But just please, you know, relook at everything and listen to us, and don't just hear us, listen. You know, we're hard working people, and we come from the construction background, and when this pandemic hit, nobody wanted us in their homes. So our business went under. And if this goes under, then another business is gone. And I don't know where we'll go. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. Any questions for Melissa? No. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we are going to have
Scott, it looks like Lucas Bernard is in the queue again. He was already called on to be testifying, so he could raise his hand if he's available. If not, we've got on the list David Volkler, Kristen Engstrom, Brittany Long, Christina Forgetta, Matthew Shellman, Sean Davis, Kelly Julia, Kelly Roy, Baker McMahon, and Dustin Lewis.
Thanks, David.
And I'll be elevating Dustin Lewis.
Dustin, are you with us? You can unmute your mic and share your video if you'd like. Here we go.
Okay, we're there?
We're there. Welcome.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for time to address you today. Appreciate it. My name is Dustin Lewis, and I live in Union, Maine. And the things that I want to address today, a lot of them fall under Chapter 375 of the Maine Administrative Procedures Act, specifically Section 8052 5-A, regarding the Small Business Impact Study. And I understand part of what's being said today as some of these studies need to be done later when more of the rules have been fleshed out. But one of the aspects of the impact statement includes an identification of the types and an estimate of the number of the small businesses subject to the proposed rule. I think that's very important in what we're talking about today. And as well, another aspect being a description of any less intrusive or less costly, reasonable alternative methods of achieving the purpose of the proposed rule. So with that, I just want to read a prepared statement. So I'm a patient and a caregiver. I'm a cultivator for Honey Heart Apothecary. I use cannabis for chronic pain related to a debilitating spine condition, and also to combat anxiety and depression associated with Asperger's syndrome. I experience a level of disability such that I can no longer work as a carpenter. The current medical program is allowing me to work at home according to my physical ability each day. Cultivating cannabis has become a passion that gives me a purpose. As a person living with autism and physical disabilities, I'm empowered by having dignified work that helps to support my household and also eases the suffering of others. My wife and I have been in business for 2 years. We are building up with our own funds without outside investment. The current program is working well for us as patients and caregivers. As patients, we feel we can trust the medicine we purchase, and as caregivers, we feel the fees and regulations are fair. The rule changes that would affect us negatively are cost and labor related. Some of these are as follows: seed to sale tracking software, hardware and data entry costs, new extensive packaging requirements, the need to have a beverage license and beverage plant to produce simple tinctures and infused honey, as well as being disallowed to sell plants to patients without a brick and mortar store. We are restricted by physical grow space and rely on our own labor. If we are overburdened by new costs and reduced to selling only half our current products, we may have to cease operating. We are definitely in a tough spot as a new business, but we are slowly growing each month. We hope you will consider our concerns and know that we want to see all Mainers thrive, not just those who can afford more costly regulations. I would like to request that the empty seats for a caregiver and a patient on the Marijuana Advisory Commission be filled as quickly as possible. While I appreciate this opportunity to speak up for myself, I believe it is unjust that we are being disallowed this legally mandated representation. And I'd just like to further request that the small impact business study be done and publicly disseminated so that we can all be discussing the same things. That's all. Thank you.
Thanks, Dustin. Any questions from the panel? Okay.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
David, who's up next?
Kelly Julia is going to be promoted.
It's hard to like calm down.
Great.
Hi.
Hi, Kelly.
Hey, how are you?
Good, welcome. We can hear you now. Go ahead.
So my name's Kelly Julia. I'm a caregiver. None of you know my husband, Dawson, I'm sure, but I usually let him do the talking because he's really good at it. Some of you might not know that we were the first caregiver storefront to ever open in Maine in 2014. At the time we did this because we were one of the only people growing CBD strains, and we had a lot of people who were desperately seeking them. The proposed rules would change our life probably drastically. We, as a married couple, would have to separate our business into 2 separate businesses. That is an exorbitant fee. I don't know if we'd be able to afford that. Also, some of the other big concerns, and I'm going to just keep talking about money, I'm sorry, but the seed to sale tracking would be another exorbitant fund for us. The software equipment maintenance required for that would be a lot. The problem is with that is that since 2014, we haven't even hired our prices ever because our patients can't afford to pay more than they're already paying. So these rules would definitely do a drastic damaging economic impact on us. Also our employees, it would be really drastically awful for them if they had to lose their jobs, if we had to close. Most of them are the sole providers for their families. Plus, I would feel really horrible for our patients who've come to rely on us for really most of their medical needs as far as marijuana goes. So I guess I really hope you guys listen, especially to the people who were really passionate that talked, like Melissa, Dustin, and Derek. We thought last year when the study came out that we were number 2 only to lobster in the state of Maine with the $266 million worth of revenue, that we were all going to get high fives. But instead now we feel like we're getting a slap in the face, and it's really discouraging. It makes us all really scared to see what's going to become of the medical program. And I guess that's it.
Thank you, Kelly. Any questions for Kelly? All right, thank you very much. And I'm going to hand the reins back over to Eric.
All right. So give me a second. Let's figure out the next few to go. All right, we will be elevating Kelly Roy. Perfect. Hi, Kelly.
Hello. Well, thank you for putting this on and helping, the public put their input in, and listening to those that are actually doing this and that have a stake in it. I myself, I'm a Massachusetts resident. I'm a caregiver and also a patient. And a lot of the new regulations here in Massachusetts for the medical side have actually been modeled after you guys and putting patients first. So I really just hope that you listen to the patients and the caregivers and understand that putting more restrictions and financial burdens on them is gonna actually really hurt patients. And I know that this is about safety for you guys and your perspective. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. I'm not used to public speaking, but I felt like I had to do this anyways. I've also been a private holistic nurse here for 20 years, so I care about health and safety. And I haven't heard of any issues with health and safety in the medical program. I try to keep up on everything, and I've been following all of the groups in Maine as well. So if it's about safety, I just ask that you consider helping the caregivers do this in a way that's not so burdensome on them. I think there's ways that you can do this without it being so costly. So like others have suggested, I ask that you also pause these rules right now and possibly form some committees with the stakeholders, with the caregivers, with the patients, We've done things like that here in Massachusetts. We have subcommittees. We have people that are in the community that are helping the Cannabis Control Commission make these regulations because they feel it, they're in it, they do the studies. So I would just really hope that you would take that into consideration. And I appreciate all of your perspectives and what you do. And we thank you for being a model for us. And that's all I have to say.
Great. Thank you for joining us today, Kelly. We do appreciate it. Any questions for Kelly? Okay, seeing none, we'll figure out who's next. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
All right, we will be elevating Arlie Kraus. Welcome.
Hi, thank you for having me.
Thank you for joining us.
Director Gunderson and staff of the OMP. My name is Arlie Kraus. I am a registered cannabis caregiver, farmer, and business owner in Warren. I'm a founding member of the Maine Craft Cannabis Association, a member of Seed to Health Learning Health Alliance, and the chair of the Adult and Medical Marijuana Committee for the town of Warren. Today, I'm submitting testimony in opposition to the proposed rules. I will be submitting more in-depth written testimony in the future. In reading the draft and proposed rules, one can be certain that the voice of the Maine people was not included in them. The rule changes would be outright destructive for the medical cannabis program, restricting patient access by redefining the bona fide patient-physician relationship, outrageous security requirements, preventing small caregivers from owning a retail store. These are just some of the policy changes which have been crafted to kill the medical cannabis program in Maine as we know it. I ask you, where is this coming from? The proposed rules were drafted by cannabis public policy consultants. Or perhaps, given how sloppy and punitive the draft version was, we should just say copied from their adult use framework used in Maine and in multiple other states, and working with the OMP. The rule changes were not created using patient input, Maine physician or Maine Medical Society input, nor caregiver input. Who is the Cannabis Public Policy Consultant Group, and why should they trump all of us? CPPC is the latest form in the partnership of Andrew Friedman and Louis Koski, two influential figures in crafting Colorado's regulation that, after a quickly forgotten scandal, were awarded the contract to write our truly terrible adult use rules and the proposed medical rules. Friedman and Koski became CPPC and Metric, which is track and trace and enforcement. And also adding in John Hudak from the Brookings Institute and 3 consultants from Advocates for Human Potential, a company from Massachusetts in the business of substance abuse. That company has also contracted with Maine to use our program data for their own research purposes. Why is it harvesting our data for profit? Why is a company making money off of substance abuse deeply involved in policymaking for the medical cannabis program? Does this violate any privacy protections? Is that still how this state views cannabis users? Let's keep following the money. Number 1, there is Metric and Louis Koski, who controls track, trace, and enforcement for all industry related to cannabis. Number 2, we have Andrew Friedman and John Hudak, who have just formed the Coalition for Cannabis Policy, Education, and Regulation. This coalition includes mega companies with horrible track records. Altria, which owns Philip Morris and Juul, and has major equity in Anheuser-Busch and Cronos Cannabis. Constellation Brands, the largest beer importer in the United States. Molson Coors, a national insurers group, and the Brinks Company. Andrew Friedman and John Hudak are now being paid by Big Alcohol and Big Tobacco to, quote unquote, responsibly regulate cannabis at the federal level. I assure you, there is no health and well-being of the public being discussed at those meetings. Why is the OMP partnering with these people to craft our program once again? I ask you once more, where is the voice of Maine's medical patients? Where is the voice of the real experts, the caregivers who have been creating outstanding, safe, and patient-centric products for 20+ years? Where is the voice of Maine physicians with experience with medical cannabis? Where is the voice of the Maine people in any of this policy? I can find it nowhere. I appreciate the opportunity to speak, and I look forward to positive changes with the proposed rules.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
So next on the list is Deborah Loutwaite. And then after that, Eben Sumner, Thomas Portlock, and Aria Ward. But Deborah is up next, then Eben Sumner, Thomas Portlock, and Aria Ward. And there's Deborah.
Thank you. I'm Deborah Loutwaite. I live in Union. I own a small home-based cannabis business with my partner. We are doing well, even as we are constantly adjusting to new burdens at levels unseen for home operators in other fields in Maine. My primary objections to the proposed rule are cost-related, as many others have conveyed. Additionally, I oppose the requirement for an operating plan of record to be submitted annually. The OMP claims the rule changes will protect Mainers, but fails to demonstrate the current or historical physical harm and criminal activity the rule aims to eliminate. The MMMP is a mature and successful program comprised of responsible business owners, yet we are consistently treated as criminals. We have a safe program that is welcoming to new tax-paying licensees, and patient numbers are soaring amidst an economic and public health crisis in a market that offers a variety of high-quality products at incredibly fair prices. I now draw your attention to definition 43 in the rule, defining a, quote, marijuana drink as a, quote, liquid edible marijuana product. I make and sell 3 very distinct liquids, none of which qualify as drinks. The rule is quite unclear on viscous foods, such as honey, and I will mention that coconut oil itself varies between solid and liquid simply based on room temperature. I anticipate a lot of gray area in this realm, and I urge the OMP to separately define bottled beverages, liquid foods, and tinctures. Section 8.2.2, we read about serving size and the number of servings needing to be disclosed on a label. This requirement forces caregivers into offering medical advice, which is the sole authority of a medical provider and could also harm a patient. The term serving size is applicable to an adult use program individual, but does not accurately describe the word dose as it applies to medicine and the way that medicine is used. In section 7.1.1, parts B and D discuss the requirement to pay for using the track and trace software program, as well as paying for violations, which it says that mistakes, common mistakes could be treated as violations. So I'm uncertain about the skill set for operating such software, the potential for mistakes, and the unknown costs of this of the package. I don't know if we're going to be able to afford that, nor do I know if we'll be able to afford the considerably higher per unit prices for packaging. Per unit prices for packaging for small producers such as myself are 3, 4, maybe 5 times higher than the cost for large producers that are doing more volume. I I believe this rule is not properly tiered with relative compliance costs, such as is done in craft breweries. On this point, plant numbers and canopy sizes are unreliable predictors of the size of an individual's business. Furthermore, I request the OMP immediately fulfill your obligations under Chapter 375, Section 8052, Paragraph 5A, mentioned by others today. And I ask that this small business impact report be made public as soon as it is complete. I'm aware that I'm a majority stakeholder in the nation's best cannabis program. Make no mistake, we got here today because of the richly collaborative and competitive environment. The continuation of the success of this program is indeed reliant and dependent upon that competitive and collaborative environment that is very much at risk with these proposed rules. Bringing us in line with other states stands to water down an already effective, unique, and successful program to the detriment of all of our participants and our state at large. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deborah. Any questions for Deborah? Okay, seeing none. Thank you again. We have Eben Sumner, Thomas Porklock, Arya Ward.
Everybody hear me all right?
Yep, good morning or good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Director Gunderson, Ms. Trundy, and Mr. Lieber for the opportunity to speak in opposition to this set of proposed rules today. Our industry does appreciate the extended transparency on the rulemaking process provided by you at the OMP. My name is Eben Sumner. I'm a founding member of and legislative liaison of the Maine Growers Alliance, an owner of Casco Bay Hemp, and an owner of 1780, which is a registered caregiver business. I've spent a lot of time going through the draft rule this past winter and now the proposed rules that we're discussing today. I find many issues with the proposed rules, and I have to defer to my submitted written testimony, because I do not have time to dissect the individual issues during this testimony. Instead, I would like to highlight a few points that I find extremely important surrounding the effect of these rules on our industry and the patients that require it. Maine has arguably the best medical cannabis program in the country, as we've heard from many speakers today. This fact is also supported by Americans for Safe Access resource. Maine's medical cannabis program has been painstakingly built since the first steps of legalization in 1999. The industry has been able to grow over the past 22 years through cooperation and collaboration between stakeholders and regulators alike. Near the close of last year, our medical cannabis industry brought almost $222 million of sales to the state, outpacing the highest GDP crops like our state's famous potatoes and blueberries. That's an amazing and incredible statistic for an emerging market, especially one emerging from prohibition. And it's also a much needed economic stimulation, especially during a time like this in the pandemic. For Maine, this thriving industry means a continuous boost of employment opportunities for individuals and for ancillary business as well. These businesses can range from building trades to packaging companies to insurance and financial services provided by credit unions in the state. The rules we're discussing today not only affect our beloved industry, but many others as well. This is especially important for all Mainers while we determine how to survive during this pandemic and the years we will deal with its wake. The expansive set of proposed rules was a blindside for me personally and most of the stakeholders in my circle. After the draft rules were released, I found myself becoming an expert in the adult use statutes, as this language appears to be a copy and paste from that program's regulations. I never had interest in adult use, but I do want to keep my medical cannabis small business sustainable to support my family, my employees' families, and provide quality medicine to my patients as they have come to expect. I'm afraid if these rules are accepted, I will not be able to afford to stay in business. My fear is that the majority of the 3,000 plus caregivers across the state are also in that position. This borrowed adult use regulation is not only hefty in its scope, it's also untested regulation. I feel that if we allow the passage of these proposed rules, it will not be in keeping with the 22-year tradition of cooperation between stakeholders and regulators that has produced our strong and successful program. This overreaching regulation will only put families out of work and inevitably bolster the illicit market, which none of us want to see. I would ask that these proposed rules be tabled in favor of a quantified and qualified impact study that is resulting in a safe, fair, accessible, equitable, and viable medical cannabis industry for both stakeholders, patients, and ancillary businesses. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Evan. Any questions?
No, thank you, Evan.
Thank you.
All right. We had called on Aria Ward. We think she's in the room, think they're in the room, but haven't raised their hands. Others coming up on the list. Again, if you're in the room and you're ready, please use the raise hand feature. It's Wendy Dillon, Cynthia Soam Hernandez, Ryan Ellis, Ian Clark, Douglas Gordon, where was I? Chris Wilgus, Rocco Andruzzi, Alex Schlimpman, Steve LaBelle, Noah LaValle, or Taylor, LeBlanc. It looks like we have Thomas. Thomas, take yourself off mute. Floor is yours. Whoop, did we lose? Thomas, we can come back to you shortly. Just have a second. Looks like we may have lost you. So we're going to go to Aria Ward, and then we can circle back to Thomas. We are. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you guys for hearing me. I originally wrote down this morning, but got it a little bit later. I want to bring up the word transparency. I know it's really important that we as caregivers give OMP full transparency to our businesses. With that said, I'm asking the same from OMP. A good portion of these rules seem to be just a way to put caregivers out of business. Like the car alarm, for instance, why can't a caregiver just go get a car alarm installed on their current vehicle? Forcing people to have to buy another vehicle because it has to have a manufactured installed alarm really just seems like a way to nickel and dime people out of the business. It's just too over the top. Most of these rules would mean we would have to raise our prices. And can somebody tell me, how can we help our terminal patients with low to no income if we have to raise our prices? Some of these rule changes are welcomed, but it seems most are in line to match with the adult use template, which is far from what a medical program is. And I agree, like the senator said, let's wait and do this right. We owe it to our patients. Putting on my patient hat, coming as a patient, I learned to walk again without having to take any opiates in 2017 because of a medical program. If we start mirroring everything like recreation, you're going to lose all of that. No one is going to have the money or the time to get strain specific with their patients to help them properly like they should be in a medical program. And I'm just asking that you guys really keep that in mind. And thanks for hearing me.
Absolutely. Thank you for joining us and sharing. Any questions for Aria?
No questions, but thank you, Aria.
Thank you.
I think we have Thomas back. So if we can elevate Thomas, unmute yourself and turn on your video if you want. There he is.
Guys, can you hear me now?
Yes, yes. How are you?
I'm doing very well. How are you all today?
Good, good. Thanks for joining us.
Excellent. And thank you for your time. My name is Thomas Portlock. I'm a caregiver and co-founder of Emerald Organics in Buxton, Maine. I'm just going to kind of go off script here and say a couple of things about the bill. Firstly, I'm very concerned that OMP would decide to partner with out-of-state lobbyists with private interests like Andrew Friedman, who works for Philip Morris. I think it's highly suspect. And, it really concerns me that when private corporations use the power and the violence of the state to intentionally crush and bend markets to their will, that is immoral. And I believe that OMP's participation in allowing out-of-state private interest corporations to intentionally crush and manipulate our market is also participating in the immorality. And so I implore OMP to think about who they're partnering with in terms of where these private corporations' intents lie and how they're going to be treating people moving forward. I just think it really should be looked at more closely. We have a lot of really hardworking caregivers in this state who have put millions of dollars of investment, endless thousands of hours of their time and blood, sweat, and tears into building businesses. And we're still working on getting up on our feet. And at a really dark time in our economy with the COVID crisis, where people are getting laid off and losing jobs, it's just heinous that you guys at OMP would decide to push this legislation forward that is written again by private interest lobbyists that work for companies like Philip Morris and just billionaire corporations. The intent behind this legislation, in my opinion, is not to bring any sort of safety or good faith practices to the industry at all. It's meant to curtail our ability to compete with them coming into our state and taking up a huge portion of the market. So as far as I'm concerned, this proposition, this draft bill needs to be thrown out, and OMP needs to start talking to people who are actually in the state, who actually work in this industry, so that we can come together and craft something that works for everyone and not just the private corporations. And again, it just really sickens me that OMP would decide to partner with people like that. And so hopefully moving forward, we can start acting on better faith and thinking more ethically about the impact that these rules can have on our state and our economy and on our people. I would hate for OMP to pass this legislation and betray their own people and betray their own communities and betray their own economy. So that's all for me. And I really thank you for your time. If anyone has any questions, shoot.
Yes, thank you for joining us. Questions for Thomas?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Looks like we have Cynthia Soam Hernandez and Douglas Gordon.
Hello?
Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, good. Thank you for joining us.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me. So, thank you for allowing us to speak on the preliminary draft rules for the medical marijuana program. My name is Douglas Gordon. I am a caregiver from Farmingdale, and my business is Selected Genetics. I'm speaking in opposition of the proposed draft rules. These rules are likely to put a large percentage of caregivers in the program out of business due to added costs that they cannot sustain. Having to hire an additional employee to run the metric program will cost no less than $40,000 a year, which many caregivers just won't be able to afford. This is before factoring in the cost of software rentals and other necessary equipment, which could add another $3,500 to $7,200 per year. This is unfair and is likely to hinder their ability to provide for their families, as well as provide patients with quality medicine at a price they can afford. Another burdensome expense is the required security system. On the cheap end, these systems retail for $8,000. A cost that exceeds what many caregivers will be able to afford, especially those without access to bank loans. Inability to afford these systems will unfairly put these business owners out of compliance with OMP and therefore also leave their business in jeopardy. A downstream effect of the proposed rules is that many other Maine-owned small businesses will feel the effects of losing caregivers. Plumbers, electricians, HVAC techs, and others who work closely with caregivers around the state will indirectly lose revenue as a result of the proposed rules. Medical cannabis is one of Maine's largest industries, one that employs thousands of individuals. Another benefit being that the money stays here in Maine and is invested into our communities with a multiplier effect on the economy. Attacking the medical program will have devastating impacts on hundreds of Maine communities, especially rural communities. Please allow us to continue providing the same level of service to our Maine medical patients with rules that have been proven to work in favor of patient safety and accessibility. Please don't regulate us out of business. A business that has brought the state about $225 million in revenue in just 10 months of 2020. We've worked extremely hard to build this industry, and now it feels like we're being pushed out to allow big money to come in and take over. Please think about all the hardworking individuals that give up so much of their time to be able to grow a product that in turn helps so many other people. I appreciate all of you on the committee for taking the time to listen to our concerns. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask.
Great, thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for taking the time to join us today.
Thank you for having us.
Absolutely.
Have a great day.
You too. All right, so again, we're looking for Wendy Dillon, Cynthia Soma Hernandez, Ryan Ellis, Ian Clark, Chris Wilgus, Rocco Andruzzi, Alex Schlimpman, Steve LaBelle, Noah LaValle, or Taylor LeBlanc. If anybody is with us, please raise your hand and we'd be happy to call on you. Also, Star Balantifi, Brandy Pelkey, Jennifer Waters, Michelle McKenzie, Lauren Dunbar, Michelle McMasters, Timothy Knowles, Jessica Lane, Alan Pryor, Rachel Mestis, Bruce Schillinglaw, or Erica St. Ange. Please use the raised hand feature and we can elevate you so you can provide your testimony.
Did you miss Deja Hop?
Possibly, probably. What was the name?
Deja Hopped or Deger Hopped?
Sounds like we're promoting them right now. Good afternoon.
How you doing, sir?
Good. How are you?
Okay, good. All right, just wanted to make sure you can hear my microphone. Okay, basically I oppose Rule 6.2. 6.2 will close numerous small businesses that are owned and operated by families and friends and will pave the way for big corporate cannabis companies like Theory Wellness and Curaleaf to take over. Those same companies lobby to push these new rule changes so that they can eventually take over, have committed violations throughout numerous states with the use of pesticides. Just recently, New Jersey Curaleaf notified their patients through email of problems containing mold that were sold over a month ago. Being a patient with PTSD, I would like to purchase clean, quality medicine. It is upon my information and belief that small cannabis farmers provide more time with their products, which create a better control and quality of their products. The state of Maine is known for mom and pop shops, family-owned and operated businesses. By passing 6.2, you will remove that. The other changes with numerous camera systems and heavier operational costs will create financial burdens on these same small businesses, which will in turn eventually create them to shut down, creating a job loss market and more financial burden on Maine's economic system. That's it.
Great, thank you, Diga. Any questions from the panel?
No, thank you.
Have a good afternoon.
All right, thank you, sir.
David, who do we have next?
So we have that list that Eric just provided, have 3 individuals with their hands raised that are not on the list. So I think that we're at a point in the hearing now where we can just take it from the queue based on where we're at in the testimony list. So we will be elevating David Stritch.
Great, thank you.
David, if you're there, unmute and turn on your video. Okay, we will go to Joanne Davis.
Hi, Joanne.
Hi, I think I'm up and running now.
Yep, you're good to go. Take it away.
First of all, I would like to thank all of you for this long day that you're putting in and all the work that you've done and for hearing all of us. I am here to speak in opposition to much of what you proposed. I had put together a written statement, but after listening to everything that's gone before me, what I would say is, on a global level, I disagree with the alignment with the adult use rules. We're a completely different market. We're medical providers. We provide real help and real medicine, and you're not going to get that on a larger level, the type of small business care and quality attention that we give to our patients. I am going to provide written testimony because there's so many line items that I disagree with. But after hearing everything, what I would say is, I would ask you to take a pause. We're in the middle of a once in a lifetime, hopefully for our lifetimes, pandemic. OMP is a really hardworking small staff in charge of overseeing the adult use, which is brand new and was started last year. You're overseeing medical. I can't imagine how you guys do what you do with everything you have on your plate, and we appreciate that. You've done it remotely from home part of this year. It appears you're back in the office. What I would say is this isn't the time. Slow down. Let's do it in a quality way. Let's make sure that we're not putting everybody out of business. Let's make sure that all of the larger concerns have been looked into, about the fiscal impact studies, about what it will do to the various businesses, is about what caregivers can really afford and what they can't in terms of being put out of business because of that. And I would also ask that we go back to the legislative process. Anything that can be done now can be done properly in the future with proper study that makes everybody involved feel like all sides have been heard. Right now, I don't think the caregiver community feels like we're really being heard. It's one thing to be listened to, it's another thing to be heard. And I think what I would ask at this point is that you slow down. Don't make us a California who lost their medical program. Don't make us a Colorado who lost their medical program. We have a chance here in Maine to be unique. We have what I would think many people consider the single best, and I'm sorry for going over my testimony clock, medical program in the country. Why don't we take a different tact rather than normalizing us with adult use, which is really saying normalizing us with people who just use it for recreation. There's nothing wrong with people, adults who want to use marijuana recreationally, but we're here to use marijuana medically. Why don't we step back and say, the state of Maine has a chance to set the bar for the rest of the nation of what a medical program should be, what quality care is. I come from Connecticut. I have family in a lot of different states. Connecticut has a medical program where you go to the major dispensaries that are state run. All of my friends who unfortunately get to a certain age and people get cancers and things, the medicine that they're getting from the Connecticut state dispensary is disgusting. Just because it's state run, that doesn't make it good. I have older family in Florida, again, a state run program that really doesn't administer medical care the way it should be. Here in Maine, it is the caregivers, these 3,000 people over time who have built a $260 million market in Maine. And we're actually administering real medicine. We care. We make individual products, maybe not everybody. I make individual products for individual patients for their needs. Let's set the bar for what a medical program is. Moving forward through life, even if the federal government or when the federal government legalizes this, there should always be a recreational market and there should be a medical application, and the two should be separate. So what I'm asking, after taking what I wrote and throwing it out the window, is slow down. Take the time. We're in the middle of a pandemic. You guys can't possibly feel like you're working at your optimal level working through a pandemic. You can't possibly feel like the members of OMP have the time to do everything you have to do in the middle of a pandemic. And this is not the time to put people out of business. So what I'm basically saying is take the time, do it right.
Thank you, Joanne. Any questions for Joanne from the panel? Thank you so much. It looks like next up we're going to have Lestat Roberts, and then in the queue we'll have Winfred Cates, David Finley, Amanda Arnold, Derek Short, Rachel Mastas, and Amanda Melnick. At this point, folks, if you just raise your hand, it'll put you in the queue. I think we're off the list and now just going with folks who have got their hands up. So without further ado, I think we've got Lestat. If you can just unmute and turn your camera on if you would like. We can see you, but we can't hear you. Oh, now you're muted.
Can you say something? Because I don't think we can hear you still. Hello?
It says you're unmuted, but it's not picking up any audio.
Yeah.
No, still no audio. David, do we want to give him an opportunity to try to get the audio fixed and bring him back?
Yeah, let's do that. We can certainly circle back, see if we can't get the audio fixed. David who? David Finley. Looks like we're going to elevate David Finley, and we will come back to. Perfect. Okay.
You taking it over from here, boss?
Nope, you were doing a great job.
Okay. David, it looks like you've been elevated. You just need to. Yep. Now we can see you.
Hello, can you hear me?
And now we can hear you. There we go.
Yes?
Take it away. Welcome.
Okay. All right, well, my name is David Finlay. I'm the owner of Indian Trail Farms in Machias, Maine. I'm calling in to voice my opposition to several sections of the proposed rules, specifically Section 7, the tracking and transportation section. Just to list it 7.1.1, all of these new rules are simply going to impose burdensome costs onto us. The simple implementation of Section 7.1.1 and the daily upload at 11:59 at night will cause me to hire an entire new staff member. I am concerned as well to see the rules proposed that mimic adult use being applied to the medical industry. These rules that are so obviously being proposed are the dreams of these gigantic multinationals. These are the dreams that they've been lobbying for quite some time. These rules that you are attempting to impose that are their dreams are simply there to squash the local opposition. I believe as well that if there was simply adequate enforcement of your existing rules to squeeze out the bad apples that I think these laws are attempting to address, that would help tremendously. They were in Machias, and the lack of enforcement up here is laughable. Now that you're attempting to put all these new rules on when you've never even kind of seen what we are doing now. Please as well, never forget that medical patients cannot ever pay $18 for a joint, which is what is being charged now in Bangor and in Waterville and in Portland. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thanks, David. Any questions from the folks on the call?
No, thank you.
Thank you very much. Looks like Amanda Arnold may be next, unless David tells me differently. Here she comes. Amanda, you should be able to unmute and turn your video on if you'd like.
Hello, how is everyone? Thank you for having me speak today.
Good, thanks for being here.
Good to see you in person-ish, Eric. I've had previous correspondence with you as I used to be in the cannabis industry as an office manager for a well-esteemed company that's doing well in the area. I do come before you to oppose these laws, not as someone that is currently, excuse me, I'm very, very nervous. Not as someone that's currently in the cannabis industry anymore, but someone that's given blood, sweat, and tears. I know how hard it is to be in the cannabis industry. So here's a slow clap for everyone that's still doing it. It's not easy. It's meant to fail. It's a system that's meant to fail currently, and I hope to see that change. I come before you standing in opposition as a current patient. I've been a patient a long time in the state of Maine. I'm a born and bred Mainer. I left for school and came back as I couldn't be away from the state. I'm very concerned for the future of this state, the economy of the state. I am currently in the Lisbon area. I'm a taxpayer. I paid good taxes in the town, especially compared to what, I won't go there. I want to see my tax money be used well. I want to see my tax money support the people in coming out of the mud and trying to have a better future, feed their families, support the community, raise people up from addiction, from depression, anxiety. I've struggled myself for over a decade. I've taken many pharmaceuticals. I've almost been killed by pharmaceuticals. Cannabis has saved my life. And in a pandemic, you are going to see an influx of people struggling with mental health that need a holistic way to deal with it that's not going to zombify them and reduce them down to not having any rights. I come before you as a patient advocating for their caregivers who have helped me survive life, become a better person, seen me grow, and I'm angry. You've woken up some tigers, and you're gonna have a flurry of black sheep that will become a stampede if you don't listen to the state and how it was built on small businesses, mom and pop shops. I've heard it all day. I've been waiting since 9 a.m. I know you wanted me to give up, but here I am. So let's see it happen. Let's see this money be put to use in supporting the community, growing the community, making it better. Go after the killers, go after the people overdosing on opiates. I've also worked in healthcare and seen how much bribery for certain medications to get people hooked on. It's disgusting. Refocus on where the problem really is, not trying to get people out of the problem. And that's it.
Great, thank you, Amanda. And we don't ever want you to give up. Thanks for your
I'm
testimony.
here, and it's a big part to do with cannabis and the community around it, especially in this state. Don't let that get ruined.
Great, thank you. I think next up we have Derek Short. Hey, Derek.
Hi, can you hear me?
You can.
Okay, thank you for having us here today. I'm in opposition to these rules. There's several reasons why. I think it's going to really crush the medical program. The same type of action was done very, very similar to what we're going through right now, and probably the same people that helped write these rules, helped write the rules in Washington State. They effectively wiped out the medical program and told everybody they could grow and sell to the adult use program. They only allowed 22 dispensaries in the state. Everybody was growing. There was a surplus of product, and the price went from $2,000 a pound down to $300 a pound, which basically collapsed the medical and the adult use program, and now wellness is going in and cleaning up the mess and taking over the whole state. So, I mean, if that's what we're going for, these rules are a good start for that. I'm not in support of that. I have a child that's 5 that does not respond to pharmaceutical drugs at all. He has a methylation issue. The THC and the cannabinoids and the terpenes that he takes in his medicine do cross the blood-brain barrier and help him in ways that no medical doctors can help him. So, you know, there's a lot of stuff in these rules that are going to hinder that. You know, you got hours of service in there from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. And, you know, what happens if we have a patient that's having a seizure at midnight? Do we tell them to wait until 8 in the morning for their medicine? Is that the goal? Is to put undue stress on families and kids? I think it's ridiculous. You know, Governor Mills, who I know you guys work with very closely, is bragging about 300 jobs coming into Maine on this corridor project, while she's technically going to eliminate 8,000 jobs if these rules go through. You know, an act to align these two programs is ridiculous. There's a failing, you have an adult use rules in place that are failing, and we're trying to align with those. I think it's ridiculous. It just doesn't make sense to me. There's a lot of overreach, and I think that the OMP should not be the legislator, the judge, the jury, and the executioner. I see the bills you guys got coming up next, and you want to be able to hand out fines to whoever you want without having it go through a civil court. So, like, I can see where this is going. The seed to sale, I'm a small-time caregiver. I'm just trying to take care of my child and a few people. And you wanted me to have a seed to sale that could cost me $50,000. I didn't make $10,000 last year after my expenses. If you're trying to shut me down so I can't medicate my child, that's a battle that you're going to be fighting to the very bitter end. And I work with veterans as well, and they're looking at these rules over right now, American Legion VFW, and are not impressed. So that's all I have to say right now. You're going to have written testimony from me as well. And I'll accept any questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Derek. Any questions from the panel?
So questions, just a point of clarification. Derek, thank you for providing your testimony. I mean, this is the reason why we've gone through multiple rounds of this, because we want to be able to incorporate that feedback, obviously, for your small business and for your child. Just the hours of operation are specifically for caregiver storefronts, not for authorized caregiver activity. And we tried to clean that up and address that for clarity's sake in the last round. If we can do more of that in this round, we certainly will. And as far as Washington is concerned, they made a pretty concerted effort to combine the two programs, and that's most certainly not the path that we're going down, especially since we're now spending this time to update the long overdue medical rules. So that's certainly not our intentions. We've been public about that and will continue to be. So just thank you for providing your feedback.
Thanks.
Thanks, Derek. Next up, we'll have Rachel Mestas. So you've been elevated, Rachel. I think you just need to unmute, and there you go. There you are.
Hi, everyone.
Hello, welcome.
Welcome. Thank you for holding this. Thank you for listening to everybody. I've listened all morning. I'm here to advocate for my caregivers and for the people who work for these caregivers. These are jobs in Maine. Maine businesses, small Maine businesses growing, and they've had the opportunity to do this. And I just see these big businesses coming in. They're affecting these rules. Don't go along with them. Just let Maine be, please. It has swept over our country. It's coming for us. Like the big corporations, they're not going to leave us alone in every aspect. When they wanted to legalize the medical marijuana, This is a conversation that a lot of folks had. It's going to end up just being big business. So don't let that happen in Maine, please. This is Maine jobs. This is a way that Mainers are able to start businesses and make money. It is hard here, you know, and then with these new rules that I oppose, they're going to make costs go up for patients like myself. And guess what? The cost of living is going up along with everything else. And guess what is not going up? Our pay raise, our pay. We're not getting raises. We're not getting paid anymore, but prices are going up. So I want to, Amanda Arnold brought up a very good point, community. We need to focus on the community and how we can help the community. How can do you guys, does OMP need help from us, from patients? You need input from us. You need input from the caregivers. I think that would be a wise idea to, you know, get some subcommittees here and committees going to get some input on what rules should be. The 24-hour surveillance, nobody wants Big Brother in their house. He doesn't need to be there, you know? So my point being here, folks, is stay with Maine. You know, don't let big business come in here. It is already crushed. It's already crushing America. You know, we got plastic problems. We got pollution and all kind of business. This is something we can do good for Maine, good for the Maine people, good for our health. Thank you for listening.
Thanks, Rachel. Any questions for Rachel? Oh, seeing none. Next up, we will do Amanda Melnick. Hi, Amanda.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for all your time today thus far. My name is Amanda Melnick. I'm the owner and president of Maine Cannabis Consultants. I am testifying in opposition to the proposed rules before us today. And you know, we've heard this all morning, but I do feel like it's important to be able to be heard. So I'm going to go ahead and read my testimony. The proposed rules are overly burdensome. They will make it harder for patients to access medicine. You know, it's the smallest niche caregivers who have always taken care of the sickest patients, and these rules will put those folks out of business. It's the caregivers who focus on cancer patients and children with seizure disorders who will be pushed out of business if these rules are passed. And it's not just them. The rules will push many more out of business. I think it's really important to note, you know, the medical program's rules were completely overhauled within the last 3 years, and those rules have only been in effect for about 2 years. Those rules were a result of a committee who was focused on what was best for Maine's medical cannabis dispensaries, caregivers, and patients. The Health and Human Services Committee listened to and worked with a diverse group of industry stakeholders and the medical community along the way. Those rules focused on creating clear accountability and regulation, while also protecting small caregivers, sick patients, and Maine's unique medical cannabis landscape. Those rules set out to keep our medical market separate and distinct from the adult use market. There's a fine line between regulation and over-regulation. The industry is happy to have clear rules in place that make sense for their businesses and for their patients. The industry wants safety, they want security, and I support all of those things wholeheartedly. But these proposed rules over-regulate. These rules cater to big businesses. These rules put one of the largest industries and job producers in our state at risk. These rules will ruin Maine's medical cannabis landscape. They will kill small businesses and they will leave patients without access to medicine. These proposed rules are not in the best interest of Mainers. I implore you to please continue to speak with the community and please revise these rules. I look forward to finding a better path forward than this. I thank you all so much for your time and your consideration.
Thanks, Amanda. Any questions from the folks on the panel? Nope. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Next up, I think we're going to try to go back to Lestat Roberts again. And give it another try. All right. We can see you. We can't hear you.
How's the audio now?
Now we can. Yep, we got it.
Excellent. All right. I wanted to first start out by thanking you all for your time. I mean, it's been really great. I've been listening to testimony since like 9:15 this morning. It's been really good to hear it all. I do want to go on record as saying, obviously, I'm in opposition to this, like the vast majority of people I've heard. You know, much like everything you see behind me, you know, there's a lot of like really beautiful variety in Maine's cannabis community that moneyed interests are frankly transparently trying to kneecap. They're doing everything in their power to buy as many regulations as they can to under the auspices of putting it on the same playing field as recreational, which is not only inappropriate but asinine. I think the legal term might be arbitrary and capricious. Medical cannabis has never been recreational cannabis. Its price and quality and the distribution network it has access to has always been more limited. It's frankly, it's very transparent that these regulations were bought and paid for by moneyed interests from both in and out of state that want to see medical go so that they can sell as much recreational cannabis as possible. I mean, once you hear the name Philip Morris come up in conversation about this, you kind of have an understanding of what we're dealing with here. You know, it's no coincidence that the residence requirements for recreational were just lifted. It's no coincidence that all of a sudden caregivers will be required to acquire a beverage plant license while Sea Dog and Shipyard pitch their very first THC elixirs. It's not a coincidence. You know, there are moneyed interests that are pushing this. And so it's almost offensive for these regulations to be pushed as some sort of concern for the public. Frankly, we have the safest and most effective medical cannabis situation in the entire country. We are the envy of the nation. And just as it's 2 years into flourishing, we're going to kneecap it at the behest of moneyed interests and political groups. And I mean, on a separate note, you know, this the Internet of Things makes the security implications of the camera and alarm and what have you requirements just foul. The fact of the matter is, if you have a Ring on your doorstep, if you have a camera in your rooms, anyone with half a year of college can get into your house. They can see your family. They can see your cannabis. They know when it's ripe. I will say also that it gives far too much power to municipalities who are already enacting puritanically informed moratoriums. For example, I run Verity Boutique here in Windham. We're very, very, very tiny. And Windham has its own special moratorium on cannabis so that it cannot be grown outdoors, no matter what we try. That is already too much power for municipalities to have over a subject which we, the people, voted upon at the state level. This is all just a massive overstep, and it's pretty clear to me and to everyone who's come before me. I appreciate the eloquence of everyone who came before me, frankly, pointing out that these people have, on any other playing field, a massive conflict of interests. They literally have fresh checks in their pockets from interests who want all of these tiny caregivers to shut up and stop competing with them. It's not appropriate to play into their hands under the guise of public interest. We're talking about a substance that kills fewer people every year than this, and way fewer people every year than this. And yet it's easier for me to sell either than it is for me to sell cannabis. It's not all right for us as caregivers to be condescended to by a regulatory body that is very clearly in bed with billionaire corporations, like Thomas Portlock said himself. You know, these companies are very loud about why they want cannabis to be treated like a narcotic, why they want it to be treated in a puritanical sense and like it has no medicinal viability. They want it all tested because, oh, it could be dangerous. Well, quite frankly, this is tested plenty. This will kill 40,000 people this week. It's time to stop playing games with a $220 million Maine industry so that people from across the country can cut a quick check. It's time to stop playing into their hands. They don't care about us.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. If you could close up, I think you're
I'm done.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Any questions from the panel? All right, great. Next, we'll be moving to Michael LaRue. Hey, Michael.
Hi, how's it going?
Good, welcome.
Good, thank you. I just want to say thank you for this opportunity to speak and voice my opinion on this, and thank you for being here. I oppose the proposed rule changes. Safety is key, and safety is already our highest in the nation in this medical program. There's no data that supports the problems that claim that we seem to be addressing. I'm a small caregiver, and implementing these type of rules would more than likely put me out of business. Seed to sale tracking for a small number of plants is not worth it. If we were allowed to have more plants, then that seems viable. But if there's not enough, if we don't have enough to make money to make ends meet, then adding this would just be too much of a burden. Let's see. And that's pretty much what I have for now. I'll have written testimony and I'll go in further detail.
Thank you very much, Michael. Any questions for Michael from the panel? Awesome. Have a great afternoon.
You too.
Next up, we'll have Cole Hyman. I can see you've been elevated, Cole. May just need to start the video and take yourself off mute.
I think we're going to go to David Stritch next.
Okay. Dave, you got the floor. We can hear you.
Are we here?
Yep.
I don't know if I'm in the queue or what's going on here.
No, you're here. We can see you. We can hear you.
Oh, okay. All right. I gotcha. Well, I'm sorry. This isn't my forte normally. But anyway, my name's Dave Stritch. I manage a small caregiver business that I run with my fiance, as well as work for a couple other caregivers here in sunny Saco, Maine. Couple of things that I'm also here to oppose these rules that are proposed that we've been reviewing today. I guess, one of my biggest things is I'm totally for accountability, testing, a clean, fair market for everyone involved. That being said, I feel to rewrite these rules and have them based off a platform that was for recreation, that's not really the route or how our medical industry started. We are a cottage industry. We've been able to grow throughout the state, providing income to over 3,000 caregivers here in the state of Maine, especially in the rural areas where jobs and opportunities aren't always readily available. But one of the things that is really that I really wanted to hit on, I will also submit an email with more concerns, but Section 6, Chapter 2, Paragraph 2, in regards to not allowing spouses to work together. For my current platform, that's kind of how I've based my business. I started in northern Maine and with a small grow and have been able to maintain compliancy with the state and double my operation throughout the course of the last 6 years. The next step was to bring my fiance into this as well, under the same LLC. With the proposed rules, it would really double the workloads for our accountants, our bookkeepers, payroll, and it really doesn't offer us an ability to double our income. We are, as I said, a cottage industry, something that is revered throughout the nation as one of the best medical industries in the state. It would just be a shame to, especially a state like Maine, where we find a lot of our young people moving out of state, following jobs, to see them to have this opportunity ripped away. I'm fearful of what my future is in the business, in the industry. This has provided well for me and my family. We have future goals that include children, houses, and to have that ripped away from me at the age of 42 and have to start back over, and I just don't know where that would land me. Back in the restaurant industry or the tourist industry here in the state. I'm for change, and I think we always need to continue to move forward as a program, but I think we're just trying to move too fast and kind of losing sight of all your constituents that have voted on this and have really provided the foundation and the platform for recreational cannabis to come to the state. And I would just like to continue that upward and forward progress and not see these big roadblocks. That's pretty much all I have to say. And I will, as I said, submit an email with some further concerns, but I do appreciate you guys taking the time to hear us, to hear our voices, and I really hope this can I hope this will allow you guys to see the concerns of people that work hand in hand in this industry every day. But thank you.
Great, thank you, Dave. Appreciate the testimony. Any questions from the panel?
I got excuse me. Yeah, I got a quick question. And David, you said you were going to submit further testimony to us in an email form,
Sure.
Which is totally fine. So you can defer to that. But aside from the business entity piece 622, obviously, we want you to continue to thrive within the program and your small business to support you and your family. Is there anything else within the rule? I don't know. What else in the rule do you have high level concerns on?
The idea of having, I believe security is definitely very important, but having that kind of oversight to local agencies, it does kind of seem a little, we are home-based operated right now, and we're looking to move forward into more larger facility. But as it is right now, I mean, I have Blink cameras there for my own personal and security and the security of our family. But I really don't want anyone else laying eyes on that. I'm not naive to the fact that anyone with an understanding of technologies these days could hack that. Not, I guess that is concerning as well. But having cameras in my home is, just we're America, you know what I mean? We're land of free, and I think we should keep it that way. But in the same breath,
Can I ask another
Sure.
follow-up question? You had mentioned, so you're a home-based caregiver, so your operation is based out of your house?
Right now, correct, yes.
Okay, so the way that we have drafted the rules with the home-based caregivers, where we don't require the video surveillance or really any security features, I hope is you're more concerned if you were to grow and take out space like in an industrial zone when those security measures would kick in. Is that part of your concern?
Correct. We are in the process of moving to an industrial facility, and I some of these costs that just seem to keep being thrown on, where we're a small couple business that we, as many caregivers in the state here, have used our own money. We have a lot on the line. If I'm not able to make payments, we start losing our personal assets, and being able to, just take on these exorbitant costs is a little concerning, where we don't have the deep pockets that some of the out-of-state businesses that have come in and are succeeding in the recreational market. I feel like we really need to keep the recreational medical markets, their rules and guidelines separate, as they didn't come from the same area, and they're going to go in different different directions. People coming into the state on vacation and want to get a joint and go ride the Ferris wheel in Old Orchard. That's different than someone who relies on this medicine for their quality of life. And I think that needs to remain affordable. And the only way that's going to happen is by, slowly ramping these regulations. As I said, I think testing and, tracking and accountability is very important. But I just don't think it's really logistically possible for 3,000 caregivers here in the state to ramp all these things at one time. And I think the impact on the communities, the lives, the children of these caregivers, the employees they support, it is really in jeopardy. And if you look at the state and the amount of unemployment that has skyrocketed in the past year because of this pandemic, a lot of people have turned to working in the cannabis industry and the medical cannabis industry. And I think it's helped provide for a lot of families in the state. And I would just really like to see that continue. And, I just don't, fortunately, I live in an area in southern Maine where there is commerce, there is business, but I have a lot of friends that live in Washington and Kingfield and northwestern Maine that, without the tourist industry, there really is not much for jobs. And to have that ripped away from them because they're not able to afford these certain compliancy aspects, it's just, it forces them to either move from a place where they've grown in love. I mean, the northern Maine is gorgeous and it's beautiful and it's God's country, but you unfortunately need to be able to afford living there. And without jobs, that becomes pretty quick. Quickly, it's not obtainable.
Sure. Well, thank you so much for being here today and for providing your feedback.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the time, and I do appreciate all the time that you guys have, time and work that you've put into this. And I hope that, the feedback that we provide can help steer this program in a direction that'll help elevate everyone together.
Absolutely. Right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, David. All right, next we have Alan Aker, and then Krista Lansdale and Jared Bornstein. So we'll start with Alan. Welcome, Alan.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me, Eric?
Yep, we can hear you.
Hey, thank you very much for having me. My name is Alan Aker. I live in Bodenham, Maine. I'm a caregiver with a 500 square foot canopy license for several years, located in Auburn, Maine. First off, I'd like to say I've had 2 inspections with the OMP, and I have a great working relationship with the inspector who has worked with us twice. I find him to be very professional and easy to work with as far as what he's asked for from us. I just want to say thank you for that. He's not been adversarial with us whatsoever. That being said, I am here to speak in opposition and ask some questions to some of these rules, if at all possible. I know we've referenced that we're trying to catch up the rules to some of the legislation that's been passed in the last 3 years. And I know LD 1539 has been referenced several times regarding the inventory system. However, LD 1539 subsection 22430-G, record keeping inspections reporting requirements, 1, tracking and record keeping, B, says the department shall develop and implement a statewide electronic portal, which through registered caregivers, registered dispensaries, marijuana testing facilities, and manufacturing facilities may submit to the department the records required under paragraph A and in accordance with adopted rules by the department. And those required rules in paragraph A were: keep a record of all transfers of marijuana plants and harvested marijuana, keep the books and records maintained by the registered caregiver dispensary testing facility for a period of 7 years, and complete an annual audit of business transactions by a third party, and make books records maintained under this subsection available to inspection by the department upon the department's demand. I've done all these things twice now and have never had a compliance issue, but nowhere in that does it say anything about transport manifests, sales manifests in triplicate required, all of these things, nor does it say anything about seed to sale tracking requirements there. And that's my biggest cost and an issue. I don't have my own storefront. I wholesale and then direct to patient sale my 25%. I do my very best record keeping to keep my 75% numbers, not knowing what my yields are going to be harvest to harvest. It's hard to predict. I hope that they improve and get better, of course, but you never know. You could have and so it's hard to judge that 75% over the year. We do our very best. The transport manifest and stops rule 7.2-2 says that you can't stop, no stop between premises and registrants. The way I interpret that means that I can't leave my premises and go to multiple sales stops in one trip without going back and restarting again from my premises. I wonder if that could be cleared up. Will the required economic study, impact study, separate caregiver sales and dispensary sales when that becomes public, so we know how much of our sales, medical sales volume came from caregivers versus dispensary sales, which are the ones who are obviously pushing for these? Those are my biggest issues and complaints. We have our own best interest for security at hand already. I think overstep of having 24/7 access is too much. And 30 days storage seems a bit obtuse. I think that's all I have right now at this time. I look forward to hearing any responses to those questions if I could.
Yeah, well, the one that comes top of mind is the transport manifest, which is just basically the inventory tracking system version of the trip ticket, which is currently required by the Department of Office of Marijuana Policy.
But are trip tickets not working? I mean, and then I see that trip tickets would still be required for lab samples. So labs wouldn't have to use a transport manifest, but we would still have to use trip tickets for lab samples.
Lab samples for R&D purposes would be outside of the metric system, but inside of the metric, the seed to sale, it would be the transport manifest that would replace the trip ticket. It's basically just the closed loop system where it wouldn't allow to have those gaps with the O&P trip tickets. You can think of it as the same thing. I'll also add we can definitely bring clarification to the no stop. There certainly is a way, understanding that that's the model that a lot of our registrants use to make multiple stops and deliveries in one trip. It's not trying to have added work and do the back and forth. So we can revisit that and bring clarity to that section to make sure that that's clear. And I'm forgetting your last question.
Well, my last question was the LD 1539 part where it doesn't say anything about seed to sale tracking. And is there updated legislation beyond 1539 specifying medical must have seed to sale tracking and not just transfer of plants and harvested marijuana?
So the inventory tracking portal, the online inventory tracking portal, which we were directed to implement, is the metric system for transfers. I think it's a common misconception that transfer means patient sales. It's transfer from registrants, transfers to patients, transfers from facilities. So that's the online portal in which we were directed to develop and we brought on.
And so the legislature says it should be developed and implemented. It doesn't say that we should purchase a contract with an already third-party lobbyist who wrote the rules. And that's kind of where I think you see all of our argument today coming from. I've been listening since 9 o'clock this morning and been on. You've had a total of 3 people in favor of these rules, Mr. Gunderson, and they've all been lobbyists. One for a lab accreditation facility, one who's a lawyer alongside Hannah King, who is also on the Council Advisory Council and works for Curaleaf, a multinational Russian-funded corporation. We're all salt of the earth Mainers trying to make our own way and do it with rules that have been implemented properly and successfully. And to sit here and tell us that these rules aren't being construed by those who wish to decrease our competition in the most main terms is you're trying to piss on my leg and tell me it's raining, man. And it's hard to take. And I think we've heard it from a lot of people today. We appreciate all your efforts. We have a good working system. We're creating we're creating problems that don't exist. If people are growing and selling dirty meds, they're not going to have any patience because they will be chastised on Instagram and Weed Maps immediately, and social media will devour them if they grow and sell bad meds. We police ourselves. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you for joining us. And I'll say 2 things. I mean, this is the reason that we've gone through the informal and now the formal process, because again, I've said it over and over again, we certainly want to make sure that we come forward with a rule that works for all the stakeholders. And that's why we're sincerely going through these 2 processes. But O&P also has the obligation to update these rules with the laws that were passed by the legislature. And the biggest buckets are, we have the legislative directive for packaging and labeling, for the inventory tracking portal, for local authorization. So we understand these are substantive changes and they're being updated, and we're going through this because we're obligated to, but trying to mitigate the impact on the program that's already up and running. So
how do we get more representation on the council from non-corporate lobbyists and actually some of the stakeholders that you've actually been hearing from today that can actually serve on that advisory council, and or just patients who aren't caregivers but rely on us, because we definitely feel underrepresented when we have Andrew Friedman's and Hannah King's working against us, but yet advising how our own rules are written. And that's
I think you're
very
talking about the advisory commission. It's a legislative commission. So it's really out of the control. We have the Office of Marijuana Policy has no control over that commission.
okay.
So,
Thank you for your time. We really appreciate your efforts today.
all right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Take care, Alan. All right. Krista Lansdale, Jared Bornstein, and then, Lauren McCaffrey, sorry. Hello.
Hello, can you hear and see me?
Yep.
So I'm Krista. I am a caregiver out of Biddeford, Maine, and I represent High Road, which is the name of our cannabis company. And I'm just coming forward today as a Mainer to ask you guys to really, really think about what you're doing. I'm in opposition of them because not only am I giving back to the community, I'm giving back to patients. With these laws in place, it's going to be a domino effect. You're going to take us small business owners, and we're not going to be able to have the people that we have hired from now. We can't give you the money from our taxes. You're going to have these big corporations that come in, and it's not benefiting you. One of the reasons I love living in Maine is we love small business, and we love those mom and pop places that everybody keeps talking about. And we truly take pride in it. I've met some of the most amazing individuals in this business, and to see them being treated unfairly and having them feel like they need to push themselves to really stand up for themselves kind of is disappointing, I guess. And I really feel like you need to listen to the patients here, the people who are afraid of losing their jobs and their businesses. We want to thrive as Mainers, and we're hoping that you'll see that and actually help us. And I'm done.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us and sharing. Any questions for Krista? Okay. Seeing none, we will go to Jared Bornstein, Lorna McCafferty, Alex Schmidt, and Catherine Lewis are all in the queue. There we are. Jared, welcome.
Hello. How is everyone? Director Gunderson, my friend Anya, it's good to see you on the Zoom. So I represent the Maine Cannabis Coalition, and I have to be honest, I wrote a really blistering 3-minute testimony on a couple issues that I feel very strongly about, but I think that the mood of this public hearing has sort of shifted since I had that presentation in my mind. So I just want to start off kind of where that testimony was headed. The way that this proposed rule deals with the means and methods of inspections and fines are not routine technical. Those are major substantive changes. And actually, Director Gunderson, you just said that, speaking to 2 people ago. You said, we realize that these are substantive. These, when we're talking about caregivers who are protected by the US Constitution and the Bill of Rights, giving up their 4th Amendment right to undue search and seizure, that's something that needs to go in front of the House of Representatives and the Maine State Senate. The specific, talking about apparent activity, for example, when businesses give up their 4th Amendment rights, like take, for example, food inspectors coming into a restaurant for ServSafe certification, for ServSafe inspections. They're only allowed to do that during normal business hours. They can't go in at 4 a.m. when nobody's there, even if there's apparent activity at the bar, or well, I guess that's it. So, 12:30 a.m. just before the bar closes, there's apparent activity, and they can't go in and say, we want to inspect your kitchen. There needs to be the ServSafe certified manager there, and they have a set time that they can go in. So if we're going to ask, and I certainly believe in inspections, I'm not trying to get out of those wholly. I'm just saying that the scope of the inspections and the fines imposed on them need to be gone over by the legislature where there is a legislative input. I would say, I just want you all to kind of take a step back. I know that this has been a sort of a long marathon meeting. I've been in a few of these public hearings before, and just take a step back and look at where the balance of support is on this bill. I represent small caregivers. Most of them work from their homes. These are people who literally buy groceries with the money that they make from selling their medicine. These are not big businesses, and these are the people that really, the state government should be looking to lift up, and they're the voices that should be on the forefront of your minds when you are creating this legislation. One testifier spoke that there was 3 people, and I think that 3 people who supported these rules. And when we look at who's supporting the rules and why, we're seeing the foundations of an oligarchy for the marijuana market in Maine, where you have big business creating regulation to create a barrier to entry. Now, anybody who's taken macroeconomics knows that creating regulations and barriers to entry is step 1 of a monopoly. And the basics of a free market is that there is low barriers to entry and that people can join and leave pretty much free of will. And that's what we need in Maine. And I think that you're totally capable of doing it. I would absolutely love to come and sit down informally, not in a public hearing like this, and talk about how cannabis legislation could be, and treating it as a crop instead of as a former narcotic now regulated by the government. I think that there's a lot of use in looking at it progressively instead of sort of neo-conservatively. In a sense, just with the amount of regulation. And I mean, there's bills talking about changing the definition of a seedling from 24 inches to 18 inches. It's just like, what are we talking about here? So I realize that you've given me a little extra time, and I sincerely appreciate it, and would welcome any questions.
Any questions for Jared? And just real quick, again, a point of clarity, the comment to the other gentleman that was testifying about the substantive changes. So certainly substantive changes have happened at the legislature where we're now obligated to update the rule to mirror the underlying statute. And again, because they're substantive changes doesn't make them substantive rule. The legislature has still deemed them routine technical. So that's, I just want to make sure that I'm clear on that. So thank you, Jared. All right, it looks like we have Lorna McCaffrey, Alex Schmidt, Catherine Lewis, and then Robert Thibodeau, I think. Welcome.
Hi.
Hi.
Good morning or afternoon. I originally wrote good morning, Mr. Executive Director and members of the panel. My name is Lorna McCafferty, and I am the clerk at the Massachusetts Cannabis Reform Coalition, MassCan, testifying in my personal capacity as a medical patient who has spent time both Maine and Massachusetts. I have had over 40 surgeries to date, and I was on opioids daily for over 20 years for chronic pain. In 2011, someone close to me died from an opioid overdose, and I weaned off the opioids and replaced them with cannabis. At that time, medical use was not legal yet in Massachusetts, and it was extremely difficult to source good medicine. In 2012, I was one of the first patients to receive a medical certification, and I visited the first dispensary an hour and a half away from me in Salem, Massachusetts, as soon as it opened a couple of years later. Now I can receive delivery of my medicine at my home from a local caregiver, and it has greatly improved the quality of my life. I haven't used an opioid except post-surgery for almost 10 years and do not miss the opioid fog and the other side effects. I have always looked to Maine as the state who is doing a great job making it possible for the small caregivers to service their patients at a low cost of entry. Some of my friends and I travel to Maine to spend time with family, and because of our medical cards, we have always been able to obtain medication from caregivers in Maine while on those extended staycations as our family has come to call them. That low-cost access is able to exist because of the current caregiver structure in Maine, a structure that sadly, I feel these proposed rules in their current form would break up nearly entirely. In that way, I have never heard a complaint about the current Maine caregiver program other than from corporate retailers who feel their profits are being undermined by that caregiver program, and thus I oppose the changes proposed in these rules. My concern specifically is that the new rules as proposed will make it very difficult for the small family caregivers to continue to exist. I am also worried that should these rules go into effect as proposed, those caregivers who are able to remain open would no longer be able to offer their products at a reasonable price. In particular, I oppose section 6.1.2 F4 as written because it would require logbooks for visitors, name badges would be required, and one must be a certified patient or caregiver to be in any registered premises, which is any room that has cannabis or cannabis products. That rule as written would only make it more difficult for caregivers to operate, which in turn makes it more difficult for patients to have access to their medicine at a low cost. I encourage further changes to this regulation to ensure the security oversight reflects that fact that many caregivers operate in their home. I also feel section 7.1.3 should be changed because the proposed seed to sale tracking would end up forcing the most vulnerable medical patients to pay far more for their medication that is vital to their day-to-day life. The cost from that section alone could be $50,000 or more per year per operation, costs that would inevitably end up passed on to patients on a fixed income like myself. Finally, I oppose section 11.3.3C because the security requirements described therein are onerous to the point of resulting in drastic increases in the price of medication for patients. I would also like to end with a question. Does anything in section 5.3.5 mandate an FBI background check for caregivers / manufacturers, or is that one of a number of background check options? Thank you for your time and for consideration of my testimony.
Thank you. Any questions for Lorna? Am I pronouncing that right?
Yes, Lorna.
Lorna, perfect. Seeing no questions, and as the rules are drafted, and we've had this conversation with somebody that testified earlier in the day, there is no federal background check required unless you're administrating medical marijuana on school grounds. And we can add language so that is clearer than we'd hoped it would be at this point. But yes, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we will move on to Alex Schmidt, then Catherine Lewis, then Robert Thibodeau, and Michael Wilson are up in the queue. There we go.
How you doing?
Alex.
Hi. I just wanted to speak about how I started my business and how this would affect my business here in Maine. So as far as the everyone that needs to come into the building needs to have a patient card. I sell CBD products here as well, and a lot of patients come in that just want CBD and they don't have a medical card. So that would affect my business significantly on that part. I don't know if there's any way that that can be written for any type of exceptions like that. I'm not sure. My building is just a one-room building, so I couldn't like separate the rooms to have CBD in one room and THC in another room. The security requirements would definitely be a cost to me, and the metric system would also cost me a lot too. And if with all these costs, I probably wouldn't be able to keep my patients. They would just go back to the black market as they were doing before I started this business. So if there's anything that can be done about those couple things, it would definitely help me out. That's all I have to say.
Okay. Thank you, Alex. I guess I do have one question. Do you operate a storefront, or are you operating out of your home?
So I have a small storefront on my home's property. It's a separate, like, small building.
Okay. Well, if you're conducting sales out of the storefront, there is no prohibition from non-patients entering the store. So they would be able to purchase the CBD products that you have. However, obviously, nothing's changed to the fact that only the qualifying patients would be eligible for the harvested marijuana.
Yeah, I guess I was reading it wrong. Then I thought it was they wouldn't be able to come into the building without having a patient card. So that's how I thought I was reading it.
Yep, and I'm glad that you flagged that again. This was part of the process to make sure that we are as clear as possible and we can able to communicate these requirements clearly. So, any
All right.
any other questions for Alex?
No, that's it. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
All right, take care.
Thank you.
Next is Catherine Lewis, Robert Thibodeau, Michael Wilson, and Andrew Pentagill, all in the queue. There we are. Hello.
Good afternoon. Well, this has been a long day for everybody, huh? Good afternoon. My name is Catherine Lewis, and I represent the Medical Marijuana Caregivers of Maine Trade Association and my own caregiver business with my husband, Homegrown Healthcare of Maine. I have been involved in the medical program since its inception and have played an active part in forming the laws that we currently operate under. While I greatly appreciate the much improved inclusion working with OMP over the past couple of years, I'm greatly disturbed and disappointed with this version of rules being presented today. They clearly show that we as caregivers who have been sharing our concerns are not fully being heard. These rules, I consider many parts to be major substantive and not routine technical, even though it has supposedly been approved through the legislature. I think some of this needs to go back through that process. I think it amounts to changing the law through rulemaking process, not simply enacting the rules that are needed to enhance the department's ability to operate and enforce current law. I have given detailed concerns line by line over the past 6 months, so I'm not going to go over a lot of what we talked about. And I do want to thank you for some of the changes that I do see in the proposed rules versus the draft rules that we did discuss. However, I firmly believe that these rules need to go back through the legislative oversight, and it is clear that the rules are really trying to align completely medical and recreational, whether it is the right thing to do for the program and its participants or not. I understand that the department has been tasked with huge responsibility in overseeing both programs, and I would recommend that everyone look at aligning the adult use more to the medical side. The rules that the adult use is under is too much for even that. We're still talking about cannabis, whether it's medical or adult use, and a lot of this rules on both sides are not needed. We've been operating for the past several years without issue, without complaint, or with very minimal complaint, and I think that we're reaching for too much here. The cost is very prohibitive. It's overreaching. It's discriminating to the small caregivers, even though a lot of changes have been made for the small home-based caregivers, and that is appreciated. I don't want my criticisms taken wrong, but it's going to reduce patient access, patient privacy, and the small caregiver's ability to stay in business. Some of the bullet points that are still concerning are the log of visitors, and the fact that we're restricting people from coming into a registered premises where my store is open to the public for multiple reasons. One, because we sell products that are not just cannabis, that we also have products that anybody can legally buy, but we also do consultations for people who are looking to become patients and have questions and have curiosities, and we allow them in. Obviously, they're not allowed to touch any cannabis products, or they're not allowed to purchase any cannabis products, but they are allowed in the facility. And just having a log of people visiting inhibits their privacy. Continuous run recording of the security cameras, again, is not necessary. We have ours currently set up as a motion detect, and as soon as there's any motion, it starts recording. That in itself takes up a lot of data space and has costs associated with that. As a 24-hour run, that's very cost prohibitive. It's not needed. We've used our camera system to supply law enforcement with requested video for a few different reasons, and they were able to obtain what they needed from the motion activated recordings that we have. So we don't need to impose this extra cost. The other piece with a continuous run recording and the ability for both the department and law enforcement to have access is it goes against patient privacy. It again is going to basically eliminate the benefit of not having a patient registry, because patients are now out into the open. Allowing police access to our facility violates our constitutional rights against warrantless searches, and is absolutely not necessary, and it's not right. You have inspectors that can come in, and that's one thing, but when you're putting law enforcement in, we can incriminate ourselves without even trying to, because they also are tasked with enforcing federal law, which is still against what we currently are operating under. Patients reduced access because they don't have a family doctor or primary care doctor. Many patients in the state of Maine do not have this ability. They do not have insurance, or they just haven't gotten a primary care doctor, and telemed would no longer be an option for them, which is what most other providers other than their primary care are giving them, as a telemed appointment. So that's going to reduce patient access. The plan of operation, I was pretty strong against from the beginning, and I still am. Again, it's way too much information that is not needed by the department to oversee us at all. Some of the little pieces could be used, but the overall A through whatever the letter is, it's not needed, and we can go back through the line items if you have questions on that. Mandatory lab potency for all edibles. While I have done this from the very beginning when testing became available, make no mistake, the labs are trying really hard, but they are not currently able to provide consistent test results, and the costs associated with this mandate are expensive, especially where it's not consistent. We can send multiple test samples to the same lab and get different answers. Each lab is using their own base standards. There is no industry standard that all labs are using to do the testing. So if I send one sample to Perverti and another one to Nelson, they're going to come back different. And if I make my edibles based on their test results, I might have one edible that says it's 10 milligrams and another one that's 30. To the patient, that's going to be wildly different. There is going to be a different effect. So until the labs have their standards aligned and are more available, this rule should be put on hold, or at least on a voluntary basis, which I'm still looking to get all my products tested, but that's my belief.
So
I'm sorry.
your 3 minutes have been up about a while ago, but
Sorry about that.
if you could just go to a conclusion, that'd be great.
Okay, well, again, I gave you most of all of this before. I also have it in writing. Business entities, that's a whole other piece, but the municipal approval, again, is another huge issue that we're running into, and a lot of our members are reaching out to us on grandfathering about the 2018 provision of grandfathering. a lot of the towns are now saying that they're going to disallow people to have licensing, even if they were there prior, because there weren't official permissions available before 2018. So they're not acknowledging the grandfathering provision. So that needs to be addressed, please.
Thank you
And
so much. Does anybody have any questions for Catherine?
No, but thank you, Catherine.
Thanks.
Thank you. All right, I think we're going to go to Robert Thibodeau. Then in the queue is Michael Wilson, Andrew Pentagill, and then Alicia Melnick.
Hello.
Hello, greetings.
So my name's Robert Thibodeau. I own High Road LLC with my fiance Krista Lansdale, and basically we're probably a medium-sized caregiver operation. We both have 400 square feet of canopy space, and we do very well with it. I just don't know if we can survive with these rules that are coming out. If you pass them the way they are, I'm pretty sure everybody's doomed. I think that you guys really need to do some sort of a financial impact study on small businesses for what these rules will do. I think that's been said a few times during this. I think it's probably the most important part. You really need to see if this is going to crush everybody, because I don't think we can survive with it the way you guys have it written out. There's all kinds of weird stuff in here, and one thing that I haven't heard addressed was like the ability to sell your business. What other business would that like be okay in where you can't sell your business? I don't know. There's just a lot of things in here that are pretty screwed up, and none of it really seems right. So that's my 2 cents on it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I believe that we did address the sale of the business entity from the first draft of the rule to where we are now. Am I okay to ask Gabby to give more details to that?
Oh, I mean, the business assets are one thing, and then the caregiver registry identification card is something that attaches to the individual. And so it's really a separation between the business assets and the credentials that are issued by the program. So business assets may be sold to another caregiver, but the credential in and of itself is non-transferable.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Now we'll go to Michael Wilson. Then in the queue is Andrew Pentagill, Alicia Melnick, and Michael Doherty.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
I think since this morning, my lighting has changed. Sorry about that.
It's all good.
So a lot of what I had to say has been said for sure several times. So I'm going to abbreviate what I have to say just to respect you guys this time. And you know, I think all of us caregivers respect that you guys are giving us an opportunity to talk to you guys about this stuff. So my name is Mike Wilson. I'm a co-owner of Maine Craft Cannabis Inc. with my wife, Emily Nodine. We have 4 employees, and we're a compliant caregiver. We're interested in participating in this market, which we've been doing so. Sorry. So I think from my perspective, Maine has been a very good example of a successful medical market. And that's something that I think that, you know, is in everybody's best interest. And it's something that you guys have stated is in your interest. And the woman on this morning was talking about the interest in operating in good faith. And I think I'm going to skip a lot of the technical details because I'll submit that in my writing. But I think that there's a lot of caregivers that really are confused by the amount of, you know, burdensome stuff in here. For example, and I know you guys say like, oh, it's required by the law. And there's things in here that aren't required by law. And that's why we're confused and upset. And I think you're hearing that from a lot of people because implementing rules like this do the opposite of what the intended consequences is. And we've seen that in other states, and a lot of us know growers in other states who have seen what's happened when rules like this come into the medical market. The 2 examples I'm going to bring up right here real quick are seed to sale tracking, that is not required by the law. Other people have pointed out and literally read it. But that's an example of something that the law states you have to do this, and you guys have chosen to do something which is far beyond that. Security cameras, that's not required by law. I have security cameras and an alarm system that I've deemed sufficient for my business. And a lot of us already have that. So there's no law that says we have to have what's written in these rules. And there's many cases like that where these rules have gone above and beyond what's required by the law. So I think that the good faith is really, a lot of us are confused by that because it doesn't seem like the good faith is, it's in question. There's too many discrepancies between what we hear you guys say, you want to work with us and all of that, and then what comes out in the rules. I think there was a lot of people that were really surprised by it. And then we hear that there was a consultant hired from out of state who's been part of ruining these other markets, ruining these other states' businesses. So I think that's the bulk of what I have to say here. And it's not, I think a lot of us believe that it's not best practices that are being carried from other states. It's just the common practices, and I don't think that they're good for us. They don't add anything to our business. They don't make us produce better product. The idea that it's going to lessen diversion, I think, is just logically flawed. It will create more diversion because people will leave the market and go back to the black market. That's all I have to say.
Well, thank you for hanging in with us since
Been a
this
long
morning.
day.
Sorry about your lighting.
Yeah.
Any questions for Michael? All right, seeing none, we are on to, thank you, Michael. We are on to Andrew Pentagill, Alicia Melnick. A phone number I believe belongs to Cameron Harriman, and then Michael Doherty.
Hello, can you hear me?
Andrew, yes, welcome.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you for your patience. It's been a long day. I'm back. I think I lost you there for a second.
Oh, we still got you.
Okay, my name is Andrew Pettingill. I am a father of 2 girls and an organic vegetable farmer. Me and my wife have been Maine medical marijuana caregivers since 2015. Our goal when we established our business was actually to help friends and family cope and maneuver cancer treatment and its side effects. From that point on, we really found a passion, not only for the medicine, but the product helped us keep our organic vegetable farm alive. It was a value-added product that has really sustained us. I want to thank you very much for all the work that you guys have done. I am testifying today to oppose the rule changes. I and my wife are very for all the safety requirements and changes that would go through legislation, that would go through the Department of Public Health, that would go through more caregivers being part of the process. I just wanted to read a little excerpt of something I found. On the rolling hills of Long Island North Shore Country Club, overlooking Hempstead Harbor, a 54-year-old billionaire is getting high with his friends. Boris Jordan, a New York native who made his fortune in Moscow in the 1990s and built Curaleaf into the largest cannabis company in America, and encouraging his guests to try his newest products. Jordan, who is worth $1.6 billion and owns 30% of Curaleaf. I would like to point out that Curaleaf's lawyer is on the panel of the Department of Office of Marijuana Policy, if I'm not mistaken. Curaleaf is not in the craft, sun-grown, hand-trimmed, high-end cannabis business targeting legal legacy cannabis consumers. Rather, the company is focused on highly formulating the product sector, targeting people who partook in college and want to get back into it. Senior consumers looking for something to ail their pain in millennial newbies. I look at Curaleaf as a consumer-packed goods company, says Jordan, who assumed control of Curaleaf in 2013, a private equity company that took it public on the Canadian Stock Exchange in 2018. Coast to Coast is also traded on the public stock market and is owned partly by Hannah King. We're making the products much more mainstream for our customer base. Will be no different than Coca-Cola or Frito-Lay. I'm getting very concerned now. Curaleaf growth hit hyperdrive last year. 2020, the company had 49 dispensaries, but now it's 96. 365 million was the largest private cultivating equity that they took. They are now $300 million in debt. Curaleaf is not what I thought Maine represented. It's not what the Maine Medical Marijuana Company products, the small-time caregivers, the farmers. I just wanted to point out a couple of those things out. Again, I oppose it. I want to thank you for your time. I look forward to any questions and anyone that wants to reach out to me. Our company is Evergreen Cannabis Company. We are found in Portland, Maine. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Andrew? Okay, seeing none. Thank you again, Andrew, for coming and sharing.
Thank you for your time. It's been a long day.
Certainly has. We'll move on to Alicia Melnick, Michael Doherty, Steve, oh man, Miss Aloni. I'm so sorry for these names. And Erica St. Ange are all on deck, but we have.
You're doing great, Eric. You're doing great.
we have Alicia Melnick. I can pronounce that name. Welcome, Alicia.
You can. Many others can't. So I really appreciate you doing so. As everyone said, it's been a really long day today, but I appreciate your time. And because I know this is all being sort of recorded, I'm going to go ahead and give my testimony. My name's Alicia Melnick. I'm an attorney at Bernstein Scher, and I'm here today on behalf of the Maine Craft Cannabis Association and as appointed member of Maine's Marijuana Advisory Commission. I've worked alongside patients, caregivers, and Maine lawmakers to develop and improve Maine's medical marijuana program for over a decade, fighting for access and privacy protections for patients and their caregivers, and to decriminalize and destigmatize cannabis in Maine. I thank you for all the extensive time you've put into the drafting of the rules and for your time and patience throughout today. As you all know, Maine has permitted legal access to medical marijuana for over 20 years, reflecting an understanding that many Mainers with a wide variety of serious and chronic conditions benefit greatly from this plant, a plant which is no known lethal dose. Over the years, Maine has grown this program in ways that have ensured patient privacy, expanded access, and created a highly valuable statewide industry of small businesses that help patients address their conditions in the way that they and their provider believe is best, directly and indirectly employ thousands of people, and provide significant tax revenue as our state's most valuable agricultural commodity. I'm here in opposition to the rules, but to be clear, we do not oppose the entirety of the rules. In fact, there are pieces that are common sense changes based on statute or reasonable clarifications intended to ensure participants' understanding and compliance. We will provide a more thorough point-by-point response, but for now, I wish to urge a rethinking of those discretionary changes seemingly grounded in the assumptions of the failed war on drugs, assumptions that being around cannabis or cannabis plants is inherently dangerous, assumptions about risks to 18-year-old patients' ability to best care for themselves, or assumptions that operators in this industry require a level of policing, oversight, and security beyond even those industries that produce and sell far riskier, deadly substances like pharmaceuticals or alcohol. Some of the rules threaten to undermine personal privacy and the right to associate, and will certainly increase the price of medicine and push people into the black market as caregivers pass on their costs or go out of business entirely. Of specific concern, the changes were not presented alongside clear justification or demonstrated proportional benefit to public health or safety. For example, it's unclear why it would be necessary to create rules mandating 24/7 video surveillance and data storage, expensive alarms and lighting, and additional packaging beyond that required by statute. These new requirements are unnecessarily invasive and certainly go beyond anything one would consider routine technical. Notably, some of these requirements go beyond what is even required for pharmacists and pharmacies that sell and dispense potently addictive, deadly medications like opioids. And some of the security requirements would interfere with routine cannabis cultivation practices. Again, if there's clear data to support these new proposed requirements, it would be very helpful if that information was made public. Without it, those impacted are left to wonder where these ideas came from and who they are designed to benefit. An appropriately regulated, safe medical marijuana program supports Maine patients, their providers, and their communities. And there are places where clarifications and changes are warranted, but we should not go backwards in terms of patient access or personal privacy to create unnecessary, costly, and burdensome requirements not directed by statute that will lead to shuttered businesses and an expanded Black market. Unfortunately, as you've heard, many of the changes proposed in these rules will do just that. They'll harm the ability of small and medium-sized caregivers to continue making a living, providing high-quality medication to patients throughout Maine. And this will have ripple effects not only on public health, but on the direct jobs and ancillary businesses and generated tax revenue. Again, we really appreciate the time you're taking today to continue to hear from patients and some of the thousands of industry participants, and look forward to further discussion. Thank you for your time.
It's only the second time today that I spoke while on mute. Thank you. Any questions for Alicia?
No questions, but thank you.
Thanks.
All right. Whoops. Yeah, what was the name? What was it? Harriman? Harriman. And after that, Michael Dowdy, Steve Micelotti, Erica St. Ange, and David Stevenson.
Hey there, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we certainly can.
Awesome. My name is Cameron Harriman. I work with Pete Maine Cannabis. It's been quite a long morning. I think people covered just about everything I had to say, but just that, we're all Mainers out here, and I think we're old school, but we're not outdated. We can be transparent while still maintaining some privacy. Like the 24-hour surveillance is kind of crazy, and a lot of these new products will be so expensive it'll wipe a lot of us out. It feels like we're kind of volunteering our money to go out of state when we really need it here. Just asking you guys to really take us into consideration. Just stick with your Mainers. Don't sell out your state. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for hanging in there with us.
Yeah, no problem. It's been a long one. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you for joining. All right. Michael Dowdy, Steve Micelotti, Erica St. Ange, David Stevenson, and then Eric Carlson are all in the queue.
Can you hear me?
Yep, there you are.
I want to thank the panel for allowing me to come on. There's been a lot of great points made today regarding particularly the growth and development of the Maine medical marijuana industry. I'm the owner of Extreme Graphics and Apparel. I've been screen printing and doing vehicle graphics from sheriff cars to ambulances since I was 18 years old. That's 17 years now. It's been my goal to be a part of the professional branding and development of these businesses. And it makes me happy every day to see a crop normalized in society that helps people, the creation of 10,000 jobs in the state. And basically there's a point last year where we're told that you can't advertise on vehicles. And I'd like to know a little bit more about that and how to do that as we see craft beer everywhere. We see tobacco industries still advertising on 18-wheelers. What can be done of that part? Because I imagine with so many businesses and of this nature, you'd want them to be advertising who they are when they're driving down the road. It's particularly Section 900 advertising, Section D3. And yeah, I want to see these small businesses grow. I want to see it normalized in society. I don't want to see it necessarily sheltered from children as much as aware, just as well children are aware of alcohol. I don't believe that even vehicle advertising is going to affect children that much. They're not going to see a vehicle with candy on it. They're not going to see, there's so many regulations that can still be there, but to say a company can't just put their name on their their vehicle? It seems a little counterintuitive to brand development. I can't hear anybody.
Sorry, I was waiting for you to continue. Is that it?
Yeah, that's about it. I was kind of more asking as a question for a little bit of why that it just says no registrant or agent may utilize vehicle graphics or vehicle-based advertising. It just says no. Why are you guys telling people no?
I believe that's there's two things. It's based out of the statutory requirement that any advertising or marketing shouldn't have a high likelihood of interacting or coming across 21 and under. So that's kind of difficult to enforce or say that you're actually in compliance with that with a vehicle wrap. And then you also have within school zones too. So we made the determination that those were prohibited.
See, I understand. I just want to know, just wanted to know a little bit more about it. But like I said, I more would rather see it normalized in society and people aware of marijuana and safe branding than to be hiding it. That's all. I want to thank you guys for giving me a chance to talk today.
Yeah, thank you for joining us and thank you for staying with us all day.
Hey, not a problem. Thank you.
Take care. All right, next is Stephen Maisalati. And Stephen, I apologize. I've completely butchered the name probably a half dozen times now. Erica St. Ange, David Stevenson, Eric Carlson, and Sarah Hewitt are all in the queue. I think, oh, there he is.
Hello.
Hey, Stephen.
How you doing?
Good.
Stephen, will you tell Eric how to pronounce your last name?
It's Lottie. It's all right.
Okay. Oh, he wasn't too far off.
It's always butchered.
Thank you for the understanding.
Thank you guys for taking the time to speak with us today. I'm really concerned that these new laws are going to put a small caregiver like me out of business. I can't really see it any other way. A one-man band. I only have a 500 square foot facility with 20 lights in it. And these new laws and restrictions, it's going to be so much time consuming where I'm either going to have no time to spend with my family or I just spend the whole time. It's going to put me under. There's no way that with these new laws and changes that I'll be able to survive in this industry. That's really all I had to say.
Is there anything in specific?
I'll put that in writing when I send you guys my phone.
Okay, great. Well, thank you so much, Stephen, and we'll look forward to the written testimony as we go through that over the next couple weeks.
Okay. Have a good day.
Erica St. Ange, David Stevenson, Eric Carlson, Grant Hill, and Sarah Hewitt in the queue.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. I'm Erica St. Ange out of Leamington, Maine, and I'm here in opposition to these new rules, much like the majority of others today. Out of respect of time, I'm going to jump right in and discuss the surveillance and security measurements that the OMP is looking to add. I feel it's extreme and invasive, and honestly, in comparison to how a criminal on house arrest or probation would be treated, where law enforcement or inspectors can enter your facilities, or in many cases, like small farmers, our homes, our garages, our properties, unannounced. Most of us don't allow any visitors to come to their homes unannounced. So it's, kind of a question of, are we criminals and fugitives, or are we medical marijuana providers and growers? Inspectors should continue to follow through with scheduled inspections. And if the state of Maine feels we should increase the amount of scheduled inspections, maybe consider that avenue instead of showing up at somebody's place of business or home unannounced. Double up on your inspections for those grows who fail to keep up with current rules and regulations. Don't make everyone else pay the price who have already kept up with your standards. It's unfair, it's unnecessary. I can remember when the OMP inspected my grow, and I was told that my inspector only schedules 1 to 2 inspections a day to avoid contamination of other grows. I mean, thank God. Thank you, Kurt, especially for us farmers who do grow organic and don't use chemicals, pesticides. We don't need anybody bringing anything extra into our grows. And it's really rather contradictory to what's going on right now, especially in the state of Maine, where we require mask mandates, limit socialization, social interaction. But then on the other hand, you want to allow somebody to just show up and come into our small businesses and farms and contaminate our products. And it just, you wonder why. Is it due to wanting to micromanage some of these self-employed businesses? It's concerning. And you want to allow our products to be tested for cleanliness, but you also want to allow law enforcement who have no idea of what it takes to keep a grow clean to walk into our grow at any given time, regardless of a caregiver being present. The security measurements and the surveillance that you want to add is more than what some banks and credit unions and financial institutions require. So it's incredible to me that a farm requires more surveillance than a federal financial institution. And then, last to touch upon sale to seed, it's a drastic expense to all, but especially the small farmers and small businesses that cannot survive with those types of costs. The IRS should continue to do their job and monitor these small businesses' incomes and their sales the same way they would for other businesses. Require these sales tax registrations. People should be filing their tax returns, tracking their sales, taxing their sales, just like everybody else. We need to keep this program alive. And the amount of income that the medical marijuana growers provide just for CMP alone each month is extraordinary. The cost to run this type of business is not cheap. So when you add more robust costs into a business that already pays big money to survive, it's just going to be hard for us. It's harmful. It's dangerous to a lot of us. So, I would say the other big factor to the seed to sale would be the time factor. I mean, we spend enough time and effort managing this demanding business. It's just going to take away from the effort we could be putting back into the business and the grow itself. So that's really all I have to say at this time. I can assure you that the state of Maine has far more important issues to address in this state than enforcing more marijuana rules and regulations. I'd strongly encourage you to focus elsewhere and help us keep this program alive, keep Maine small and local. That's all.
Thank you, Erica. Do we have any questions for Erica?
No, but thank you, Erica.
Yes, thank you for, again, waiting. We appreciate you hanging around.
No problem.
David Stevenson, Eric Carlson, Grant Hill, Sarah Hewitt, and Cole Hyman. Did Cole already go or not?
No, he couldn't get it. It came up, but then it never populated. So I think he's probably trying to do it again.
Very good.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good afternoon, Eric Gunderson and members of OMP. My name is David Stevenson and I live in Durham, Maine. My wife and I own Hazy Hill Farms and we've been caregivers for the last 10 years. I'm also a partner in the edible business High Peak Cannabis Company. I'm testifying against the proposed rules. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on these rules. I'd like to express my concern that these rules overburden an industry that has been a huge part of the Maine economy since its inception. Mainly, operational costs will be immensely increased with the new security and business requirements for caregivers. These costs will unfortunately be passed down to the consumer and their medicine will be more expensive. More specifically, 6.2.2 allows only one caregiver per business entity. This would directly impact almost every mom and pop caregiver business in the state. Expenses for these businesses, including but not limited to payroll, insurance, filing fees, and taxes would increase by 100% if they are forced to form a separate business entity. Another rule I'd like to address is 5.3.2 subsection G. This rule forces medical caregivers to sell 25% of their crop directly to patients instead of allowing 100% wholesale to other caregivers. This rule seems unnecessary and burdensome to law-abiding caregivers. Many caregivers just want to cultivate and don't have the time or resources to be vertically integrated. I would like to directly address the OMP and ask what the purpose of this rule is. If overregulation occurs through these new proposed rules, cultivators will be pushed out of the legal market and will be tempted into the black market. This would be a huge step backwards for our industry and for the state in general. Please reconsider. Our industry is booming and these rules try to fix something that is not broken. Thank you for your opportunity to speak.
Yes, thank you, David. And as far as the question, the 75-25 wholesale requirements, those are directly linked to public law. Those are statutory requirements which we're obligated to enforce. But we know there are bills coming forward that may address that even as soon as this session. So,
great.
Any questions for David? Nope.
No,
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, looks like we're on Eric Carlson, and then again in the queue is Grant Hill, Sarah Hewitt, Cole Hyman, and Asher Putterman.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Apparently my camera's not working right now. I apologize for that.
It's all good.
All right. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Eric Carlson, and I operate a caregiver storefront in Waldoboro called Finest Kind Medicinals. I want to thank you all for your time today. I believe it's a very important step in any regulatory process to hear directly from the people who will be impacted the most by any policy or rule changes. And I hope OMP can work hand in hand with us caregivers to accomplish some common goals. I'd like to briefly start off with a bit of my personal history in the medical cannabis program, just so you all get a feel for how my opinion on these matters has been formed. I've been growing as a patient for just over 10 years. And 6 years ago, I started cultivating as a caregiver full-time after a personal injury forced me to end my occupation at the time. I started with 3 flowering plants in a basement closet, and now have the largest caregiver license allowed, as well as a storefront and multiple employees. No out-of-state funding, no in-state funding, not even family or friend funding, no outside funding whatsoever. Every single dollar that has contributed to our expansion was directly from patient sales. I emphasize this because the proposed rule changes, had they been enacted 5 years ago, there would be absolutely no way I could have participated in this program without outside funding. These proposed rules are burdensome and most are unnecessary. While targeted and effective regulations are needed, we should always put patient access first, and these proposed rules would dramatically lessen patient access. Secondly, I want everyone else who has a passion for cannabis as medicine to be able to grow a successful company as we were so blessed to be able to do. Competition is key and it's welcomed by us as it keeps us on our toes, and we are very confident in our products. For the sake of time, I'd like to speak in broad generalizations rather than speak on each proposed rule change individually, and I hope you can all understand that. These proposed rule changes would make it far more difficult for patients to get or renew a medical card, and the track and trace program being proposed is far from the free-to-use state portal, similar to the sales tax portal that we all use that was in the most recent law change. These systems are expensive and burdensome to small-scale or new caregivers. Many Mainers have no problem going back to the black market if it becomes cheaper and easier to access. And the black market, of course, would be completely unregulated and untaxed. This all certainly feels like an effort to push people out of the medical program and into the adult use program. Whether to increase more tax revenue or not, that's up for debate. But however, this will have the opposite effect as the black market would thrive like it did years ago. Rather than focus on the specifics, I'd like to leave you all with one main point. While it has been noted that OMP feels they are trying to catch up with the new law, I personally believe that these proposed rule changes are far beyond just technical or minor changes. The metrics program over a free-to-use portal, for one example, would be an example of overreach. I took the course that was provided by OMP for BioTrack when it was contracted, which is very similar to metrics, and it was absolutely a mess, to be honest with you. Plus, if their servers or our internet goes down for more than a day, we would be completely out of compliance and unable to lawfully operate. In conclusion, this is essentially a complete overhaul of the medical program that has been immensely successful the last 10 years with incredibly few issues. I believe this is beyond OMP's scope of conduct, and that changes of this caliber are to be left to the legislators. You are obligated to make new rules that fit the new law, but I believe you are overreaching in the specifics, and many issues here are just simply not in the statute. We should start with the most basic regulations called for by the law and increase those if there are dramatic problems, which there have not been yet, and I don't anticipate there will be. It's my opinion that this is far too much all at once, particularly during a pandemic when we can't even give a testimony in person. And with that, I thank you all for your time, and I hope you will all consider what has been said by the medical community.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you for hanging with us. Does anybody have any questions?
Nope.
Seeing none, thank you again.
Thank you, guys.
So we will go to Grant Hill, and then in the queue is Sarah Hewitt, Cole Hyman, Asher Putterman, Ken Blumenberg, and Timothy McNeil.
All right, everyone can see me, hear me? Good?
Yep, perfect.
Okay, wonderful. Honorable Director Gunderson, esteemed members of the OMP, thank you for your time. I know it's been a long day. I appreciate your fortitude in all of this. So my name is Grant Hill, and along with my partner, Tim McNeil of South Portland, we together founded the Save Maine Medical Initiative in response to the initial rule set, which was released on January 2nd. I stand before you as a medical cannabis patient who has struggled with ulcerative colitis, anxiety, and depression. My time is limited, and for that reason, I will leave talk of statute outside of this speech, as there are far many more people who have spoken before me and who will surely speak after me, who are more qualified and brighter than I am in that realm. Instead, I would like to stand before you and speak to you as a human, as someone that understands community. It is important that we are acting as a community. And for that reason, I would like to read a statement which has been signed by 1,800 members of this community. That is 1,800 to this date. And that is, we, the undersigned, present this position in opposition to the forthcoming proposed rules put forth by the Office of Marijuana Policy in order to protect the Maine medical marijuana program from a rule set which creates an unnecessary and unjustified intensity of regulation, which will damage the Maine economy, which will significantly impair patient access to therapeutic cannabis, which places an undue burden on small businesses and will close down thriving caregiver businesses, as you've heard today, which employ thousands of Mainers, all while at the same time placing our citizens' health and well-being at jeopardy. Instead, we, the undersigned, are in support of the development and implementation of rules for the Maine medical marijuana program when rules are developed by Maine caregivers, those who you've heard from today, who have been operating within the medical program to date, and by medical marijuana program patients who will have experience with the products that we are talking about consuming. We support program rules which sustain small business, focus on patient access, and allow for affordable and meaningful testing, all things that are in line with your mission statements as a department, and encourage innovation within the medical cannabis industry in Maine. The medical cannabis industry is crucial to the welfare of our state. $226 million touches every corner of this state. I ask you to close your eyes and think of the story I'm about to tell you. I have traveled this state for the last 2 months in response to this rule set to learn the stories of those that you plan to be regulating. And a story which particularly touches me is that of a man who once went to his caregiver to pick up his regular medicine. And instead, this man at the time was living homeless in his car with his child through hard Maine winters. And in that moment, when he was picking up his medicine, his caregiver offered him a position as a delivery driver. That man today now is able to feed, clothe, and send his child to school. He is able to work productively and contribute to our community with money which he's earned. And I know my time is up, so I would like to just leave you with one thought. Do hear very clearly what people have been saying regarding the fact that this rule set was written by a person who is now working for Philip Morris. I grew up in Connecticut, got my med card in Connecticut, and the process there, it is a process dictated by a cabal of 5 companies, Curaleaf being one of them. It cost me $257 to get my medical card in Connecticut, and that was a price which was burdensome and would have otherwise, if I was not determined over that 2-month process, would not have had access to. It cost $5 million in spending to make $50,000 in profit in California. That is a rule set very similar to the one which stands before you today. So the last statement I will make is that I implore you to listen to the incredibly passionate, incredibly loyal, incredibly intelligent, and above all, incredibly driven and self-regulating members of this community. Hear their voices, integrate their voices, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Grant. And much like the last 15 people, thank you for staying with us. Do we have any questions for Grant? Seeing none, thank you again.
Thank you.
Go to Sarah Hewitt, and then in the queue is Cole Hyman, Asher Putterman, Ken Bloomberg, Timothy McNeil, and I will make a note. It looks like we are coming close to the end. So if you have your hand raised, continue to keep it raised to make sure that we get to you if you do have testimony that you want to provide. And then we have Sarah. Oh, got to unmute yourself. There we
Okay,
go.
can you hear me? We good? All right. So first off, I wanted to say hi and thank you for the opportunity to address these proposed changes to the Maine medical marijuana program. I'm submitting testimony today as a patient in opposition to the proposed policy changes, specifically Section 211D, that the certification for patients be made in the course of a bona fide provider and patient relationship. This requirement, I feel, creates a constraint to access to a certificate. Personally, having no health insurance or primary care physician, this would increase my cost and reduce my access to certification for an herbal remedy that I have come to rely on. Currently, there are certification options which are both convenient for patients in rural areas and for those without primary care physicians. And also they can be done in a timely manner, and the cost is currently very reasonable and approachable for those who need it. Also, Section 312A requires physicians to develop and document a plan of care, which describes systems screening for substance abuse disorders, expected side effects, and benefits of cannabis use. And I think this is awesome. This may be helpful for patients who have had no experience with medical cannabis in the past, providing them with a safer alternative to conventional medicines, which is really great. But there are thousands of patients in Maine who are currently successfully using cannabis to treat their conditions. And it's approximately 4.82% of Maine's population that are medical marijuana patients. This requirement to some degree seems overreaching, especially when you consider that the prescribing doctors are only required to receive 1 hour of continuing education for medical cannabis use every 2 years. And there are a lot of great caregivers out there who have been in the industry for 10, 15 years that could guide you in the best use of cannabis for your particular condition. And I wanted to ask, and maybe you can address it at the end, if there is a provision that prevents caregivers from giving recommendations for their personal recommendations from their experience to patients. That's a concern that I have. I thought I read it, but I couldn't find it when I was referencing statutes. And then in addition to that, from a patient consumer perspective, I see that the proposed regulations, and I'm hearing all day, listening all day, such as video surveillance, inventory tracking, vehicles with alarm systems. There's no way that the cost of these changes aren't going to trickle down to patients. And I don't see, and I have to ask, how does increasing cost serve patients better? I also see that many small caregivers who cater to their patient specific medical situations and needs, they may be forced to close, which would affect treatment options for patients. And so I would just ask you all to really please reconsider some of these extreme measures, which seem to parallel many of the adult use laws. And keep in mind that this is not the adult use program, it's a medical marijuana program. And the purpose of this program is to serve the needs of Maine patients who constitute, again, 4.82% of Maine's population. And in tandem with supporting those patients, we should also aim to support the caregivers who support the patients. So thank you so much for your time. Yeah.
Thank you for providing your testimony today.
Sure.
Any questions for Sarah? Okay, seeing none. Thank you again.
Thanks.
We have Cole, and then Asher Putterman, Ken Bloomberg, Timothy McNeil, and Neil Latini. Hey, Cole.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yep. Floor is yours.
All right. Gabby, Anya, Eric, Scott, thank you very much for the work you're doing and this opportunity to speak. This is an intense topic, and your office is tasked with a lot. I couldn't be more proud of some of these Maine farms and businesses, especially the people that I've heard from today. I will provide written testimony. My name is Cole Hyman. I'm from Holton. I've been in the industry and with MMP for over a decade when I became a patient, and I went from being in a homeless shelter / rehab on opiate replacement therapy, liquid methadone, and a handful of other medications to a productive citizen married with a family and now a 500 square foot license to be a caregiver. So I come as a patient and a caregiver, a community member, and a lifelong student of the plant. I'm adamantly opposing passing this as it stands. My entire focus is access, and not just access to medicinal marijuana, but to quality medicine. I went through multiple caregivers before finding one that was focused on organics. I smoked my entire life, and yet not until I really got to know the real plant and what it means, my life changed drastically. And then I got a employee card to work with him, and can testify that I've grown plants and produced them to patients and watched them go from being couch locked with a cane, not being able to, no mobility, to working in their garden in the spring. It is magical. We are also in an unprecedented time of innovation, technology, and science. We got to ensure that the rights of the patient and the individual do not fall to the wayside, along with access to quality medicine. All of these points of attention have been raised in prior testimonies. 6.2.6C, 612F, paragraph 4, 711, 713, 532, 1133C, 622, 213, part B, 1212B, 614A. All of these will directly affect access to quality medicine. Multiple people brought up future issues with due process and HIPAA law and our individual rights. Everything we've heard here, outside consulting, outsourcing, we all know money talks. There's a major potential for Philip Morris to have 1 million Marlboro weed acres going who knows how quickly. Adult use scrapped its residency requirement. Stakeholders seems to be the new buzzword. Who are the stakeholders? I know we can say whatever we want, but I'll repeat, money talks, and I'll echo again, adult use weed and medicinal cannabis are not the same. If this rule was placed on the adult use cultivators that run synthetics and hydro, that might be okay. It's only because of my passion and being my due diligence that I'm able to keep up with some of these dispensaries, because of how much money and how much I put in to my product. This national best practice is another phrase I like to unpack. California, Colorado, I'm involved with a company in Oregon right now. we've seen what national best practice brings. It brings secularized control along with broad and excessive regulations, which means that a huge percent of these patients are going to go to the black market because caregivers are just going to drop off, including me. And if you're still afloat, you're going to be cutting corners. There's no way around that. Again, I'm all for accountability and transparency, tracking of sales, testing, access to quality medicine. I just got my license. I jumped at this chance to speak to you guys today. I want to be involved. I don't want to make money. I want to make a difference. I know where I've been, and I know what this plant can do for people. Eric Carlson explained that I won't be able to survive. I know that right now. Corporate policy and the pressure of lobbyists and lawyers has never been as strong as it is today. And I implore you, do not enact rules that are going to kill the potential for the people that have pure intent, that actually want to make a difference. And I really appreciate your time. And this is hopefully not the last time I'll see your faces and speak.
Yes. Thank you, Cole. Thank you for your testimony, and thank you for sharing your story. Powerful stuff. So any questions for Cole?
Have a wonderful day.
Yeah. All right. Take care.
Thanks.
Asher Putterman is up next with Ken Bloomberg, Timothy McNeil, Neil Lantini, Brian Jungles, all in the queue.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good afternoon, and thank you all for your time and service to our state. My name is Asher Putterman. I live in Warren in the Mid-Coast. I'm a patient and caregiver, and I'm a member of the Craft Cannabis Association. I lack the time to really go into detail on the specifics of these 80 pages of new rules, and I will submit that in written testimony. These drastic rules were thrown at us mid-pandemic with incredibly quick timelines for response. It was not the proposal of rulemaking that I have a problem with. I understand the need for rulemaking. I've been involved as a patient and caregiver since 2013. I've worked with many of the legislative and advocacy groups in the state on many of the past bills that have gone through to be the current laws that we operate from. This has been built by the legislature, working with the people of the state of Maine to craft rules to protect public safety while also recognizing and protecting patient access and creating a market that celebrates diversity in small business. Built from the ground up, like this whole program. But we took a 90-degree turn somewhere this year. These rules are drastic changes and definitely burdens on small business. This is already an extremely competitive and difficult business. And this added level will cripple many of the 3,000 plus caregiver businesses. These are major substantive changes. All of the legislative groups I've worked with are in agreement on that. And we make up the hundreds, if not thousands of people that have sat in these sessions and contributed in meetings and read through bills at home and built this thing from the ground up with our amazing legislature. Can we please tap the brakes for a second? These current rules are not acceptable as written, even after revisions. Some are blatant violations of our civil liberties and completely unsupported by data as well as our lived experiences. We have 20 plus years of experience with this program in Maine and 10 plus with hundreds and now up to thousands of small businesses operating relatively quite safely. Many small cannabis businesses are now well respected within their communities. Please do not let fear propaganda of the failed drug war cloud your eyes from the obvious evidence that this is working. This is working safely. Regulate it, yes, please do. But do not over-regulate it and overburden thousands of small businesses during a pandemic and a crisis already. We're not criminals. We're the tax-paying, law-abiding businesses, and our regulations should mirror similar industries such as craft alcohol industries. My neighbor grows grapes on his farm, presses and ferments them in his barn, is allowed a tasting room, and then can sell bottles straight from his barn. Why would we not be able to do that and follow similar rules as this type of business? He has no cameras monitoring him 24 hours a day. This is where you all need to take another look at this. This process did not have to go this way. Many of these things could have been easily agreed on. But there are many things still left in these rules that are major impediments to success for many small business models. It's kind of forcing us all into the big guys' rules. We can't access financing. Many of us are building these businesses bit by bit as we can afford it. I understand there's some big guys, and maybe there needs to be several sets of rules, but this will not benefit the broadest population of Mainers. This will not keep the majority of the money of this great new industry that's just opening up in Maine. This is feeding so many regular people and through a pandemic. Don't just hand this away to out-of-state interests. We need to craft these rules so that they benefit the broadest amount of businesses and patients. We need an abundance model, not a model of scarcity. It is the only way to outcompete the black market. There needs to be a lot of good quality and diverse cannabis available affordably. That market best serves the population if it is made up of many small locally owned businesses, and that is what you currently already have. And it made over $200 million last year during a pandemic. The program is working well. There's plenty of proof of that. There are 96,000 patients, probably more now, over 3,000 plus caregiver businesses, and over 4,500 caregiver employees, currently according to the numbers released by the department last month. Altogether, we make up 75% of the current cannabis market in Maine. We are all looking to you to work with us on this. We want to continue to build this thing together with oversight and public concerns addressed, as we did for many years before this department even existed. This program should be structured in a way so that it benefits the most people throughout the state of Maine as possible. I also wanted to touch base. I was talking to a lot of people through text that were getting called on and not appearing, and many of them were struggling with internet issues. I'd like you to consider that also when you require something like metric that is through the internet connection that is not very stable for most of us here in rural Maine. I also had a question as to what is the difference between a caregiver storefront and a caregiver office? Wondering if you guys could address that.
Gavin, do you want to take that? Thank you, Ash.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I can certainly review the definition of caregiver retail store that is in the statute and the rule. Let me just see. Please hold. A store that has one or more attributes generally associated with retail stores, including without limitation, a fixed location, a sign, regular business hours, accessibility to public, and sale of goods or services directly to a consumer, and that is used to offer marijuana plants or harvested marijuana for sale to qualifying patients is what the definition is.
Would that not also qualify as being a caregiver office?
That was a decision that was made by the legislature to define that term.
Yeah, Asher, I think it's a good question. I think it's something that we're trying to make more clear to the extent that we can. I don't know if we have a real succinct answer for you.
Okay, no worries. I also wanted to touch base on Sea Dog just released a THC elixir beer that has an animal paw print on it. I was kind of wondering if you guys consider that an animal that appeals to children. I also wanted clarity on the 75-25%. Is that to be rectified by date, by year, or by harvest? Because many of us who grow outdoors harvest at the end of the year and the sales go through both years. And I'm not sure how best to keep track of that.
Are you planning on submitting written testimony, Asher?
I do, yes.
Okay, well then we'll definitely make sure that you have answers to all those questions.
I also wanted to mention that there was a second bill being heard this morning, which I know many of us were bouncing back and forth between, and that might have caused some of the people to not show up today as well.
Okay.
I can clarify the question about the wholesale requirement, because again, that's statutory language and it's during the course of a calendar year.
Per harvest though? Because like I can't sell if I harvest in October, November, I can't sell my whole harvest by December. So that gets tricky.
It's,
Well, yeah, we'll look into it for you. And we'll if you're submitting those written comments, we'll make sure that that's answered.
Yep.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much for your time.
Thanks, Asher. Have a great day.
You too.
Next up is going to be Ken Bloomberg.
Oh, hello.
Hi, Ken.
Hey, can you hear me?
We can hear you, and we can see a muddy dog.
Cool. Sounds good to me. So thank you guys for holding these proceedings. Like you said, my name is Ken Bloomberg, and I'm a caregiver and owner of the small business named Max Resin. I'm very passionate about the cannabis plant and the medical cannabis industry. I feel like here I've found a place that I belong in this world, and I'm afraid that these new rules would be a death knell for my livelihood. Can you imagine how that would feel? To find a career that you love and a job that you enjoy, only to be in danger of losing it all? I can tell you it's not a good feeling. On top of that, to consider how many patients could lose access to their medication is sickening. When the adult use laws were being voted on, we the people were told that the medical program would not be affected. Now, these new medical rules are being written to mirror recreational rules. These regulations are seemingly pushed by appointed officials and corporate lobbyists rather than being voted on by our elected representatives. It appears to me that those involved have it in their goals to push the small business out of the industry. I certainly feel like my patients, my colleagues, and my own interests are not a priority here. These undue, overburdensome regulations will make it difficult for small businesses to operate in the medical market. How will forcing people to install security systems all over their businesses and buying new vehicles with alarm systems help patients in need of their medicine? As far as I could see it, it only forced people to raise their prices, thus making it harder for patients to afford their medicine. Also, forcing caregivers to receive municipal approval to operate where they have been potentially for years is absurd. We're still in a pandemic, and to expect for the local bureaucracy to approve these requests in a timely manner is currently unreasonable. On top of that, since these businesses have been able to exist without issue for so long, why should they not be grandfathered into the current rule set? In addition, the changes to these rules regarding inspections are unnecessary. I feel as though as the owner of a potentially affected business that I should be there during any inspection of my property or business. Mr. Lever, if you could please, in a few sentences, summarize the sentence we have seen today. Summarize the sentiment that we have seen today.
I guess I don't, what's your question?
Could you please summarize the sentiment that we have seen from the testimonials today?
You may. I don't know exactly what you're getting at, so I don't mind if you would like to summarize it.
It just seems there's an overwhelming majority that oppose these new rule changes, and I'd like to add my support to that. So thank you for your time.
You're welcome, Ken. Thanks for hanging in there with us today. Next up, I think we have Timothy McNeil. We see you.
We working?
Yep, we're working.
Okay.
All you.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome.
First of all, to Director Gunderson and the entire member of the panel, I would like to thank you guys for holding these proceedings today, giving the opportunity for the community to voice their opinions on the proposed drafted rules, which, first of all, I will go on record as saying I absolutely oppose. I'm going to speak to you very quickly as a patient, and I hope that you will listen to my words. I've been very fortunate in that I have worked in the cannabis industry in one way, shape, or form since I was 13 years old. I became an advocate for the National Organization for the Reform of Marijuana Laws when I was 13. And I volunteered with them until I got a job with High Times magazine, which sent me to a lot of really cool places. I have friends, growers, and just know a lot of people in all of the legal states that started out medical. I urge you to look at these states and what has happened to their programs and to the quality of the product they are able to offer. Now, I live in South Portland, Maine. I feel very fortunate to live in South Portland, Maine. And a large part of that is the community. And the cannabis community in this state is unlike anywhere I have ever seen, and I have lived in almost every state of the union. These people are very passionate about the medicine that they grow and that the medicine that they distribute. I've not really seen anything quite like this, and to see it in jeopardy, not only as a patient, but as a cannabis activist, advocate, whatever you want to call it, is very upsetting. I do plan on submitting written comments to you guys on the individual statutes and the legislature, but I wanted to speak to you just as a human being. I am the other half of Save Maine Medical. Grant Hill is my counterpart. He's sort of the good cop, and I guess by looking at me, I would probably be the bad cop. I'm not here to bad cop you. I am here to beg you guys to please listen to what these people have said. I know these people. I have spent the last 3 months of my life working with these people, meeting these people. They need your help, and I hate to see any of my friends or the caregivers that I know in this state go out of business. And quite frankly, let me just add to the end of that, I like the cost of my medicine. I would prefer it to stay at a reasonable price. And I would like for you guys to help us out with that. Like I said, I will submit written comments. If anyone has any questions for me now or in the future, feel free to reach out. Thank you guys for what you're doing and for taking the time. It's been a very long day.
Thank you.
Thanks, Timothy.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Any questions for Timothy? All right, great. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you, sir. You as well.
Next, we're gonna hear from Brian Jungles. Hi, Brian.
Hi, can you see me?
We can see you, we can hear you.
All right, great. I just want to thank all of you for a long day, and we've listened and sat in front of this computer all day. So we are small-time Mainers. My name is Brian Jungles. We're from Jackson, Maine, and we have baby stepped our way into a store and self-supported the whole way. As you know, we can't write off anything in taxes like normal businesses and stuff like that. And first off, I wanted to thank Director Gustafson. His pronunciations on everybody's names today have kept us laughing all day. So I was wishing he was going to get my name, but my name's pretty easy compared to most. Anyway, okay, I'm going to read this as what I wrote earlier and how I feel about these laws and how they're going to take all the small-time caregivers out. Okay, our biggest fear is that all the new laws will push all the small caregivers out, meaning everybody that doesn't have any big backers. This thing now is being set up for the billionaires from out of state. When they first started, this was supposed to be all about Mainers. There's plenty of people in Maine that could have invested money, and we could have done this all ourselves. Instead, once rec got in, seemed like medical was in jeopardy. So the Maine medical program should not and cannot be under the same regulations as recreational. People who are using recreational are buying for recreational use and or for medical use, whether they know it or not. We are two small town people from Jackson, Maine that have baby stepped into our way to our own store in Winslow, Maine. We literally have 40 different symptoms that are in our store that are treating in our store. And all people that come into our store do not get a break on prescriptions like everybody else's insurance companies give them on all other prescription medicines. In our medical store, there is 0 items for sale that can kill anybody due to an overdose. There has never been a death from overdose of cannabis. And the biggest fear of these laws is that state is scared of the black market. And that's what they should be scared of, because every new law is skyrocketing the black market that you make hard on caregivers. I'll skip to the end because I feel like I'm taking too long, but let's see. There's no reason why they should not. Okay. As far as people walking and being around our grows are very zenful. We have many people that can't afford a lot of products in our store. And I'm talking veterans from Togus that just want to be able to put them on habituates, which they don't want, or opiates, which they don't want. And they can tell this is working and working better, and there's nothing bad for them in here. So all this is, the veterans could come to our place. We can teach them how to grow for themselves a little better, or any people on a budget could come to our place and learn how to do it for themselves. That's shooting myself in the foot, but it's helping every Mainer or people that don't have the budget for it. We'd like to help everybody. That's what we want to do. Go back to the laws now. I'm sorry. I don't think that any of these laws should go through right now. Obviously, everybody has said that. Maybe an ex-caregiver should be on the board, or people that have used marijuana for multiple years or a good section of their life that know a lot about it and know the goods and bads. Those are the people that maybe 1 or 2 of them could be on the board or in your committee. I've been self-medicating myself since I was 16, every day of my life. I was a captain of every team I've ever been on. I had a Division I scholarship to Penn State for lacrosse. Every job I've ever had, I've been a boss or a foreman. I've smoked pot every day, all day, because it keeps me straight and on even keel. And lastly, I'd like to know if any of these laws are especially done to tobacco and alcohol. Those things kill millions of people a year. We're not killing anybody. So do they have the stringent laws that we have? Is one thing that I would like to ask.
And thank you.
And thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Any questions from the panel?
Nope.
All right, seeing none, have a great afternoon. And we will be moving on to John Arnold.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
All right.
Hi, John.
Hi, how you doing today? Good
Good.
afternoon.
Good,
All
welcome.
right, thank you for your time. I appreciate you. So I'm just going to go ahead and dive right into my statement that I prepared for today. So good afternoon, esteemed members of this community and my brothers and sisters of the cannabis community. Today, we're discussing potential changes to the policy that governs the largest agriculture industry in Maine. As a member of a cannabis company in Kittery, I asked the committee to please not move forward with proposed changes. The OMP has clearly demonstrated how out of touch they are in regards to policy that actually works. The rule changes are designed to gut the medicated program and line the pocket of lobbyists and out-of-state interests. Maine's medical program started out as a grassroots movement that was designed with the mom and pop stores in mind. Maine has thrived across the board when small businesses are doing well. Overregulation and drastic changes have affected Maine's industries in the past and have compromised the delicate economic state of Maine. Just ask the fishermen how their business have been affected by new regulation and new rule changes. These rule changes sell the licenses to the highest bidder and put the profit of the consumer over access. We also need to explore why the state wants to regulate affordable access to craft cannabis. When one of my patients told me her cancer came back and that she was unsure if she'd go through with her treatment, I offered her free medicine and told her we would fight this together. She agreed, and she's still with us today. This is a mother, a grandmother, and a person who is at the mercy of a broken Medicare system. Watching people have to choose life-saving treatment over food and housing is the most heartbreaking situation I've been catapulted into. The medicine we provide to some people in this state, pass these laws and the people who depend on our services will be swept under the rug in favor of profit over access to independent medicine. Next, why are we allowing out-of-state and in some cases in-state lobbyists to write our rules? Why do these lobbyists have more access to our lawmakers than the people who created this market? We asked the OMP to maybe actually include members of the largest ag industry in Maine to participate. Everyone here, including elected officials, will be affected by these rules. None of us want to lose our jobs over bad policy. We organize and we vote. Lastly, the drafted rules will only drive people back into the traditional market. Maine has a soft approach to cultivation. I believe there's only a misdemeanor charge that comes with illegal cultivation. So here's our offer. Keep the rules in place, allow room for a caregiver representative to be part of the changes, or be ready for people to abandon the medical programming, be drawn back to the traditional market that would undermine the legal adult use program. You are being conditioned to view patient access as dangerous. And we just ask that you give us more space and more time to create laws that will include everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Any questions from the panel? No, thanks, John. Have a great evening.
You too, guys. Thank you so much for your hard work. We do appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye. Next up, we have John Engler.
Sorry, folks.
Hey, John.
Good afternoon. Thanks very much to Director Gunderson and the rest of the OMP for this long day, hearing us out and listening to us. I'll be short. I'll follow up with my detailed comments in the written, but I'm really concerned about what percentage of the 3,000 plus caregivers in Maine are going to be put out of business if these changes are put through, because there's a bunch of different things with the legal entity stuff, the security stuff, the track and trace stuff, and all the different provisions. And I'm seeing that there's going to be a lot of additional operating expenses and capital expenses that the caregiver businesses are expected to bear. And we actually don't know, because the economic impact statement hasn't been done, how many could fail as a result and how many, potentially could succeed despite. But I think that work really needs to be done before we press go. Because, the way that I see it, this is played out the same in every state in the country. And now I'm hearing from the OMP that you guys want to adopt national best practices. I mean, those are the same best practices that resulted in all the caregivers being put out of business in other states. So I think that if you move forward with the draft as proposed, you're really shooting from the hip. You don't know how many caregivers you're going to put out of business. More work needs to be done, because if the answer is the majority, you could have a public policy impact that is not what you desire at all. That's it for today. Thank you very much.
Thanks, John. Any questions from the panel?
No, thank you.
All right. Have a great evening, John. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate all the hard work.
Yeah, you got it. Eric, you want to take it home?
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, it looks like we have just a handful more here. Chet McNamara will be next, with Jock McGregor, Larry McWilliams, Ben Shaw, and Jeff Rogers in the queue. Hey, Chet.
Yeah, can everybody hear me?
We certainly can, yep.
All right, thank you. I appreciate everybody's hard work thus far that's got us where we are today for medical cannabis in the state of Maine. I'm really grateful to be a part of the #1 industry in Maine and part of the grassroots aspect of our industry. First and foremost, I am part owner of Roots to Remedies. My wife and I own a brick and mortar store in Millinocket, Maine, and we have a really lot of patients that depend on us and look to us for advice. They also would really appreciate any information that we can give them and how we have improved our quality of life when it comes to medical cannabis. And some of these rules are stopping us from doing that. And that I would see was completely unacceptable. And I skipped over number one. Number one, I oppose these new rules in full. Number two, aligning of both programs is a big mistake. More honestly, it's a nail in the coffin for medical cannabis. I think this is a huge injustice to have all the work that we've done as caregivers throughout the state of Maine thus far. Number three, police and inspectors having a revolving door in our stores. This is a gross overreach, in my opinion, of authority. Medical patients deserve their privacy, and our stores need to be respected like the tax-paying businesses that they are. Appointments are fine. They're also respectable. They're also very professional. And that's how we conduct things in Maine as peers and good law-abiding citizens. Number four, our camera system, the one that is proposed to come into play, is also an overregulation. It's financially burdensome on most, and could easily put hundreds out of business, not to mention the thousands without their trusted caregiver they've grown a great relationship with thus far. I am not willing to hand over my patients to anyone, and I'm sure any of the caregivers that work with theirs aren't willing to do so either. We have grown a great relationship with everyone. Number five, mandatory testing for edibles. This is great in theory, but we already test our distillate. We have it third-party tested. Everybody has to do this. Our kitchens are previously certified. Our employees have state approval to work. We take care of this already. Patient trust and patient quality of life is improving. Yes, this happens over and over in stores. Where this may not be happening is where the regulations need to be. But that's not the people that we're talking about here. We're talking about store owners that are striving hard to get where we need to get. FBI fingerprinting. This is the wrong way to go. I think that we should watch out for our people and make sure that they do the right thing. In and out constantly, yes. But more and more felons have turned their lives around, and people have gotten off from drugs with cannabis, and they move on for a better quality of life and then go and help someone else. We shouldn't stop this, not at all, not in any way, shape, or form. When someone's done with their state requirements, if they broke the law, let them be. They've already done what they need to do. Dave's Killer Bread is a perfect example, and bread in another industry where someone left prison and is doing really well, and they went to a family business and they're doing phenomenal. Number seven, OMP is not providing data, adding new rules while we should be letting our people grow and expand their businesses. This is what we should be doing, using national data and big business ideas instead of the grassroots businesses who built it. On that note, I propose OMP step down from Medical Cannabis Authority, and we seek 88% approval from Maine caregivers for all new rules in the future, and maybe a local union to protect our own, so to speak. That's what I propose that we do for medical cannabis in the state of Maine. Thank you. That's all that I have.
Thank you, Chet. Does anybody have any questions? Seeing none, thank you again for hanging in there all day with us to be able to share that.
I do it over and over again. It's my patients that are important, always.
All right, we will go to Jock McGregor and Larry McWilliams, Ben Shaw, Jeff Rogers, and Winfred Cates.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, I'm Jock McGregor from Sebago. I'm a caregiver. I've looked at the 80 pages of changes, and I basically am a little overwhelmed by it. I used to write specifications for a living in public bidding. And there are ways to slant a specification or a rule to make it favor one group over another. And this one definitely favors big out-of-state growers and at the expense of the little guys. Anyway, I'm in opposition to this rule because they're burdensome, complicated, unnecessary, and unconstitutional. Burdensome, complicated, and unnecessary because there are no demonstrated problems with the existing rules that minor adjustments wouldn't fix. The only explanation for these types of detailed and voluminous rules is to favor one group over another. The type of special interest rule making is not based on public good and is corrosive to the maintenance of good government. The promulgation of special interest advantage through the elimination of competition only corrupts the purpose of government. The burden of proof is on government to show the need for regulation, not on the citizenry to prove that we don't need regulation, particularly when the regulations take property from one group, the small Maine growers, and give it to another group, the mega and out-of-state corporate growers. Because there is no reason, if you look at the deaths by different serious drugs, like opioids, there's 81,000 a year. Alcohol kills 88,000. Cannabis, none. So what is the overriding danger that these draconian regulations are going to solve? Sugar, for instance, is much worse than almost anything else. It kills, I think it's something like 25,000 just in the sugary drinks a year. And we have another 71,000 diabetics who die from sugar overdoses. And the other disadvantage to sugar, of course, is that any child can buy as much as they want at any time that they want, only restricted by how much money they got in their pocket. Anyway, the latest effort by the OMP is unconstitutional because it protects the interests of the small group of big and predominantly out-of-state growers over the interest of a large number of small independent Maine growers, which is a taking of property by government from citizens without meeting the prerequisite requirements of, of compelling government interest, due process, and just compensation under our rights to hold, use, and dispose of property as guaranteed under Article 1, Section 21 of Maine's Constitution and the Fifth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. I will submit more in writing, and that'll be the end of it for today.
Great. Thank you, Jock, for staying with us all day, and we look forward to the written testimony that's hopefully be submitting. But do we have any questions? Okay. We will go to Larry McWilliams, Ben Shaw, and Jeff Rogers in the queue. All right, Larry, you have been elevated. you want to provide your testimony, you can unmute and turn on your video if you wish. There we go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Hey, I'm glad I didn't run out of computer time. I don't know if my charger is going to hold me up for now, but I appreciate you guys staying as long as you have. I have another committee meeting tonight for the city of Westbrook. My name is Larry McWilliams. I'm co-owners with my wife, Pam Dunham, which we own Potluck Joint Relief in Westbrook. We are caregivers and growers and a storefront right here on Main Street. We're in a non-conforming zone as of right now. We're still trying to get the municipality to agree with some of the ordinance changes, which we know is very difficult. And I stood before you guys with DHS numerous times on some of the beginning stages of the caregiving lawmaking procedure. I stand on the planning board right now for the city of Westbrook. I was a city council the last term, and I plan to run for city council again. So I'm very involved in politics and not only the marijuana, because that's always been put on hold. I'm in it for the community. I'm in it for what we do. Basically, I don't need to echo everything that most people have said. I am fortunately probably one of the bigger moderate grows that some of these laws probably won't really affect me too much. Some of them are pretty idiotic with the rules with the 75-25. I know it's not in your jurisdiction, but the fact of the matter is that I have to have my wife give me 75% of her product that I could sell into my store that we both own together, we both grow together, and then she can't sell the other 25% of her product in the store. She has to send it out on the street or give it away. It's just some of the simple rules that we've been dealing with since day one in this industry, and some of the rules that I'm totally opposed to. We do have a 10-camera security system. I do not agree on putting cameras in my flower rooms or my bedrooms. I feel that's a violation. That's what we have you guys inspecting our business for. I'm all for coming during normal business hours as well. It's not as far as coming back to the no knock. I've had the police. I work very well with the police in my community. I've been attempted robbed numerous times. I just replaced a window of $1,500 in my front building that I did have a sensor alarm on. Now we're going to change the cameras so we can adjust it so we can see that corner of that building now. It's very expensive for security. We play by the rules. We pay our taxes, and we don't need the extra regulation put on us now. As most of us caregivers have said, we enjoy the competition. I mean, we're not in competition with each other. I'm a word of mouth business. I'm not allowed to even have a sign up in front of my business yet. That's what we're working on committee tonight. So all my patients come to me from either hearsay or how they find me is one way. I've been doing this for a lot of years. My wife's a caregiver since 2016, me since 2018. I do appreciate all that you guys are trying to do and regulating and tracking. I'm all for regulating. I'm all for testing. The testing we heard earlier, it's not consistent. We got, we can send the same sample to two different companies. I can send the same sample to the same company and get different results. So there needs to be more regulation on testing because it is expensive for each room. If they're going to make us do each test or each room or each plant or how they're going to enforce each strain that we test. I grow 18 strains of plant. So are they going to make me test each strain, each time, each room when we're doing maybe one of each plant in each room? I mean, it's kind of very difficult with the rules that you're putting into play now. And it's only going to affect the black market more. The black market's still there. I don't know if you guys know that, but it is. And if you force the caregivers who can't force and help these people with their medicine at the low rates that we are able to afford to give it to them, I think it's key. A little bit more about me is I'm an amputee. I went from disabled or unemployed disabled to getting into this industry, growing on my own since the implementation of this program. My wife is survivor of cancer twice. The Rick Simpson oil that we use not only topically on her as well as an ingestion has definitely saved her from chemo and radiation, and she's still here with us today, cancer free. She just had another skin cancer removed as well that came back totally negative, which is definitely because of our medicines and tinctures. And the RSO oil that we make here with local labs. So, we don't have the time to do it all, but we grow and we sell here, and we provide medicine to a lot of other different stores as well. So the regulations that you're going to put on us with this is definitely needs to get streamlined. We're all for testing if you do it right. We're all for let's, keep us going as a medical community. We're treating patients. We're treating patients from cancer to chronic pain to, I can't tell you how many patients I have that are my age or older that are sick and tired of the opioids and the pharmaceuticals that we're shoving the poison down their face. So please listen to us. Please let us continue doing our medical. Keep everything going as well as you do. And if you have any questions for me, you can reach out at potluckjointrelief@gmail.com. And keep up the good fight, everybody. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Larry, for sharing. We really do appreciate it. And great news about your wife. Any questions for Larry? All right. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Next, we're going to go to Winfred Cates, and then Ben Shaw and Jeff Rogers in the queue.
Hello?
Hey.
Hi, how you doing, sir?
Good, welcome.
Hi, this is Matthew Ladroga, the owner of Pleasant Mountain Organics. There was a confusion. I filed for my employee, Winfred Cates. He's here right now, but we use the same email, and I think that's why mine keeps dropping in and out, because I heard my name earlier this morning, too, when you called it, and I think I was on Winfred's email then. So if you would like him to testify, he can come first, but I also would like to testify. Can I take Winfred's spot?
Sure.
Okay, yes, sir. All right, well, I would like to, I'm here to testify in opposition. I'm here right now, actually stopping working, waiting on my daughter to get off the bus, sorry. But we are a small craft cannabis farm that has turned all of our money into this farm, and we're really afraid with the new regulations that we're going to have to not be able to employ as many people. We're going to have to change and possibly sell our farm, because if we can't be in this industry, we've turned over $90,000 into this farm to make it happen on the levels that we need it to. With this year's opportunities for number change, it gives us great opportunities to survive as a small company and keep going and still providing medicine and access continuously at low and respectable prices for patients that are on SSI and or don't work. So we're looking forward to what you're doing with the bill. I really appreciate it, and the patients that I work with really appreciate what you're putting into and listening. I really recommend maybe the whole having a caregiver, someone from our circle on your board representing. I personally would like to throw out Dawson Julia's name as my own vote of a person. He has an absolutely amazing thing with Maine Cannabis. But other than that, sir, I think 6-2, I support cameras. My farm has been robbed before, and we work with Seacoast Security, and it's live wired to them. If there is an instance where our alarms go off, they are directly connected to our farm. And that gives me a breath of fresh air when I need to leave. Other than that, I think that regulating the amount of poundage for extracts is unrealistic. We do one return from our greenhouses was 35 pounds, and that was just 1 cent to the extract company. So those numbers really actually need to be probably scientifically dialed in to yields and how much a caregiver is going to give with either the 25% left over from a wholesale or part of the 75% dedicated to extracts. Coming from Warren at our farm here in Pleasant Mountain, I appreciate your time.
Thanks, Matt. Matt, what was your name, just so that we can make sure we've got it on the record?
Roger. Yeah, my name is Matthew Ladroga, and I live in Warren.
Okay, Matthew Ladroga. David,
Yes,
you got that?
Blood Droga. Yes, sir.
Perfect. Thanks, Matt. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. I appreciate your guys' time today. Thank you very much.
Got it.
Okay. We have Ben Shaw and Jeff Rogers. Ben's up next.
How's it going? Can you hear me?
Yes. Ben, welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Ben Shaw, owner of Peak, Maine, from Topsom. I had a big old long thing written up. I'm gonna save you all that. I'm sure it's been a long day. You're a little bored of hearing the same thing over and over. But one thing I do want to hit on is I have a quote here from Governor Mills back in 2019 in regards to legislation to increase the access to medicine by keeping costs down. The quote is, "The outrageous prices of prescription drugs are hurting Mainers, especially older Mainers on a fixed and limited income. No one should have to choose between food or medicine," end quote. With these regulations, I really think we work with a lot of small mom and pop shops. And these regulations are really going to hurt those guys. They're going to be taking the food off the table of your neighbors. Small business is the foundation of Maine, and it always will be. The proposed regulations will make meds unaffordable to the people that need them the most and take the livelihood of craft cannabis and small scale companies. I think we need to take the time and learn from history. And I think this is the current day example of taxation without representation. If people don't listen to the will of, if y'all don't listen to the will of the people, I feel like as today's shown, I mean, I've been here since 9, listening, doing a couple of things here and there, but it seems like people are angry. They were angry then. I think you need to think about the patient before anything else. And I ask, do you think the Maine economy is stable enough to add on extra costs to medicine that is already not covered by insurance as typical medicines are? You're asking people to weigh whether their medicines that allow them to live a normal life is worth giving up another vital commodity for. You're asking them to choose between their well-being and their responsibilities, which is not fair to them or their families. But that's all I have. I appreciate you guys. Thanks for listening today and bearing through it.
Yeah. Thank you for staying with us, and thank you for sharing your testimony.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you for your patience.
Thanks, Ben.
Have a good night.
You too.
Thank you.
All right. It looks like the last individual to provide testimony, Jeff Rogers.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. Hey, thank you. Thank you. It's been a long day. My name is Jeff Rogers. I'm a caretaker here in Levant, Maine. I have a couple things I'd like clarification on. Most important to me would be the town approval. We've been operating since 2015, and there was no town approval at that time. There was no need for it, as I understood all this time. I know this was coming up in the new rules. We all the indecision prior to 2018. It was everywhere where everything was going to go. Finally, when the rules were set, it gave us confidence to invest our own money. Like we've heard all day, we don't have access to commercial lending or tax write-offs. So, I mean, the added cost of building a business just under those circumstances is a lot. But having finally defined rules, we were confident enough to invest the money We've purchased a fully automated greenhouse, top of the line. We want to provide a very stable, high quality product, which in Maine, in this community, everybody does. And the industry does police itself. If there is a bad apple, word gets out instantly. And the repercussions are instant for those people too. If someone could give me clarification, because we're prior to 2015, if we have to go now and the town just says no, do I lose everything in an instant like that?
I can speak to the new requirement was put into public law in 2018, requires the local authorization if you're operating a retail store.
Okay, no, I'm a home farmer.
There you go. No local authorization needed.
Even okay, so wow, I've been having this thing all day to hear those words. I will say too,
it was worth waiting all 8 hours.
Yeah, well, I haven't been able to sleep for days waiting for that answer. So yeah, at least I'll sleep tonight. And I will say that I moved to Maine in 2015, and I'm in love with the state, the people. So I've been around. I've never been to a state where people are so self-sufficient, respect their independence, not nosy in other people's business, and just genuine, not that fake sugar-coated genuine, just real genuine people. And I think the medical industry in the state reflects that. And it has, since 2018, when the rules got really defined, I think you see such a drastic improvement in the growth of the industry, quality-wise, everything. And we have done voluntary testing for a while. And I hear people saying inconsistent results. We use esoteric labs in Bangor, and I have nothing but 5-star to say about those people. Always very consistent. And we do batch testing, so it is expensive, but we like to provide the data to back up our boasts about how clean our product is. And everything I had to say prior to now has been said. I do hope that, especially given the pandemic and the uncertainty of the economy now and into the near future with all the spending that's happening, I think we're in for a rocky road. I really don't believe this is the time to add all of these expenses. I haven't even calculated what it's going to cost me, but we have put everything we have, and it's me, my brother, it's a family business, everything we have into this. And to just get priced out when we thought we were going above and beyond what anybody ever asked. Every inspection we've had has been 100% compliant. So I don't know. Most regulations come out of a need because of violations of some sort. And I don't know. On its face, the industry is very successful and well maintained and regulated. I don't see why the big push to do such drastic changes are. But I do thank you guys for letting us have this input. And thank you very much.
Absolutely. And thank you for providing the testimony. And you were on the hall for the longest, considering you're the last one to provide testimony.
Right.
So thank you, Jeff.
It was worth it. It was worth it.
It certainly was.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right.
So I will say at this point, I don't believe anybody else is in the lobby with the hand raised to provide testimony. So all testimony having been taken, the public hearing on the Office of Marijuana Policy's proposed rules for the medical program is now closed. For the 50 people that are still with us, just as a reminder, the public comment, we're going to continue to accept that until 5 p.m. on Thursday, April 1st. So please get us the written testimony by then so it can be considered by our office as we move forward. Comment or written testimony may be submitted through the OMP website or forwarded to the attention of the Office of Marijuana Policy at our mailing address, which can be found on our website through fax. If anybody still faxes, it's 207-287-2617 or emailed to Gabby Pierce. That's Gabby, Gabi.Pierce, Pierce at maine.gov with the subject line rulemaking comments. And we will consider those again as we move forward. And before we wrap up here, I just want to give a heartfelt thanks to everybody that did join us today and did provide testimony. We are, like I've said multiple times today, sincerely going through this process, trying to make sure that the significant changes that happened at the legislature with the updating of the rules to match, we do so again, that protects public health, public safety, brings transparency, but we can help reduce the impact of those rules. So we certainly have our work cut out for us. We got a ton of good feedback, good comments, and we look forward to considering the written ones as well. So just thank you. And we look forward to continuing to engage. Take care, everybody.